Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 151, Temptation. Termoboro's thunderous voice resonated in Lumian's mind. Yes. A snort of laughter broke free from Lumian. His words oozed sarcasm as he retorted, "So Aurora and the entire village were snuffed out just so you could set foot on this soil? Why the hell should I help you shatter your shackles? If you morphed into an angel with a boon, I could have swiped your abilities over and over with the ritual I just performed, under the watchful eyes of the mighty existence. Until, of course, I too bask in the angelic status of the inevitability pathway. Then, I could breathe life back into Aurora and restore everyone to the pre-Cordu destruction era. How pathetic would you look then? If you hold the right Beyonder characteristic, I can bide my time until I ascend as an angel of the hunter pathway, seizing power on par with your inevitability skills. Once my army is vast enough, I'll free you, crush you, subjugate you, and make you resurrect Aurora. Hell, I might be able to pull it off myself. I'll subject you to an eternity of torment till the end of time. I never had the hots for the inevitability pathway's boon, but now that I know the ritual was meant for your descent, I'm salivating at the thought of siphoning off all your might and pride." The more Lumian rambled, the higher his adrenaline spiked. His provoker potion seemed to digest a notch. Termoboro's voice was eerily steady, unfazed by Lumian's rant. "I've encountered my fair share of Beyonders in the cosmos, and I've seen legions of races graced by the Lord's touch. Most of them can't cross the threshold into divinity, because that one extra step would obliterate their physical and mental existence. The quest for godhood is rife with peril. Are you so sure you can truly evolve into an angel? You should be aware that we're not talking about slim odds here. Saying it's a 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million chance doesn't even begin to capture the enormous task of ascending to the angel level. If you perish on the Beyonder path, Aurora Lee will follow suit. The seal binding you will naturally dissolve, freeing me from my predicament." Lumian threw his head back and laughed. His laughter bounced off the quarry's cavernous walls, heightening the eerie quiet and heaviness underground. "So why aren't you sitting tight, waiting for me to kick the bucket?" Lumian picked up the carbide lamp and strode out of the quarry cave. A cryptic smile played on his lips. "I don't give a damn what you're plotting or what your endgame is. I couldn't care less whether you're a saint or a sinner. All I know is that Aurora and everyone in Corda Village are dead because of you." He paused for a beat, his face contorted into a maniacal grin. "Someone's got to pay the piper for this. Guillaume Benin, you, and even your so-called lord." Termoboros fell silent. The booming voice that had filled Lumian's mind, heart, bloodstream, bone marrow, and cavities disappeared entirely. Phew. Lumian heaved a sigh, clutching the carbide lamp as he navigated the pitch-black underground. Despite the conversation's brevity, it had drained him. In Lumian's previous worldview, corruption was merely that corruption. At its extreme, it was comparable to power granted by an evil god. The concept of an angel being shackled within him was beyond his wildest dreams. Amidst the wreckage of Cordu Village, atop the crimson-hued mountain, stood the body of a 3-headed, 6-armed behemoth, a vessel designed for an incoming angel. It was a mystery how much it deviated from a bona fide angel, but already filled Lumian with a sense of invincibility. Lumian couldn't deny the allure of Termoboros's proposition. Had he not remembered their vile deeds, he might have been swayed to give it a shot. From where he stood, pledging allegiance to the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery seemed no different than submitting to the hidden existence known as inevitability. At worst, he'd lose himself. Regaining his composure, Lumian's senses suddenly tingled. He darted into a side alcove, using loose gravel to snuff out the carbide lamp. Moments later, the hurried footfalls of 3 people echoed from the adjacent tunnel, soon swallowed by the inky darkness. Underground Trier is a hive of activity, too. Lumian bided his time for a couple of minutes before digging out the carbide lamp and rejoining the upward path. The interruption allowed him to collect his thoughts and consider a conundrum. Given that the corruption inside him was a living entity, the angel of the inevitability domain, Termoboros, why had his plea for a boon been successful? Termoboros wasn't just raw power lacking consciousness, responding automatically to the correct ritual. He could deny granting the boon. Could it be that his imprisonment is so severe that he can't even choose to resist the ritual? The thought made Lumian realize why Termoboros was so desperate to flee. According to Madam Magician, with every boon he granted, Termoboros would weaken marginally, and the corresponding corruption would dwindle. Simultaneously, the seal imposed by the great existence wouldn't slacken. As Termoboros's power faded, he would be shackled to the brink of extinction. Eventually, Even his consciousness might be expunged. Lumian steadied himself and began to replay Termaboros's utterances. Great old ones, above the sequences, he'd said great old ones and above the sequences. Lumian's head pounded, as if something was attempting to burrow out of his skull, the instant he dredged up these topics. He stopped his recollection abruptly and murmured to himself, a residual sense of dread lingering. Merely possessing certain knowledge can inflict serious harm? Had I not been safeguarded by the seal of the great existence, would I be dead or afflicted with abnormalities? I was contemplating exploiting Termaboros's desperation to escape, to bleed him dry by compelling him to respond to the ritual magic, thereby boosting the likelihood of success and eventual impact. But it seems the angel has plenty of tricks up his sleeve to screw me over, even in his imprisoned state. I need to tread carefully. Before I really tap into Termaboros, I must have Madam Magician verify my plan for any flaws. On this front, Lumian doubted that the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Hela, would offer any viable advice. Only Madam Magician, who could effortlessly slip in and out of the time loop and easily tackle the colossus atop the Crimson Mountain, was worthy of his trust. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Lumian, lamp in hand, navigated his way back to the level marked by street name, leveraging his honed hunter's intuition and recollection. He attempted to shout in a hushed tone, "Termaboros." No answer came. Lumian intended to inquire whether the angel, imprisoned within him, was aware of the events in Cordu. After a thoughtful examination, he concluded that Termaboros likely remained in the dark. Termaboros had only materialized in Cordu at the ritual's culmination before being shackled. He was oblivious to the intricate details. Phew. Lumian let out a sigh, surveying his present condition. His provoker potion had undergone further digestion. It was akin to encapsulating a fresh principle of action. Could inciting a superior entity expedite the digestion of the provoker potion? Yes, this is a high-ranking entity within the inevitability domain. In a way, it's a tip of fate. It aligns somewhat with the principles I've deduced. Lumian mused with a chuckle. Were it not for Termaboros's silence, he would have stirred him up thrice daily, like clockwork meals. Pondering over this, Lumian felt that goading an angel to digest this morsel of a potion wasn't a worthy trade-off. He hypothesized two reasons. First, Termaboros was sealed and presented a relatively low threat. Second, Termaboros hadn't genuinely been incited. Shaking his head, Lumian curbed his thoughts, shelving matters whose solutions eluded him. He retraced his steps to the subterranean Rue Anarchy and climbed the stone steps towards the surface. Having snuffed out the carbide lamp and returned to Aubaird's Ducoque door, Lumian instantly noticed Charlie perched on the steps outside. Charlie puffed on a cigarette, gazing at the grayish-white sky with a somber countenance. "What's up?" Lumian settled down next to Charlie. Charlie heaved a sigh. "Miss Ethans has moved out. Isn't that a good thing?" Lumian queried, his smile unwavering. Charlie stammered, pausing for a few seconds before admitting, "Yes, it indeed is. Too many folks around here know her and her deeds." Sigh. Lumian clicked his tongue and rose, approaching the whiskey sour vendor and presenting 5 kopecks worth of copper coins. "Half a liter of apple whiskey sour." The vendor responded with a grin. "Got it." He ended up pouring Lumian more than the requested volume of liquor. Lumian's eyebrows quirked, but he refrained from questioning. He ambled back to Charlie, took a seat, and nonchalantly remarked, "Seems like the whiskey sour guy recognizes me." Charlie chuckled. "He might be aware you're with the Savoy gang." "No, the Savoy mob." Lumian sipped his whiskey sour, inquiring, "How'd he find out?" Charlie cleared his throat. "After breaking the news to Miss Ethans last night, I hit the underground bar for a drink and mentioned your induction into the Savoy mob and your takeover of Aubaird's Ducoque door." A vivid image flashed in Lumian's mind. Charlie, beer in hand, clambering onto a small round table, flailing his stubby arms. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. You wouldn't believe the bombshell that dropped at the motel today. Seal, our room 207 resident, is now calling the shots for the Savoy mob and has sent the poison spur mob packing." With a drawn-out sigh, Lumian turned to Charlie and quipped, "You're just worried the police won't come knocking at my door, aren't you?" Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 152, Entrustment. Charlie's bones shook as Lumian's words settled in his ears. "So you're saying you don't want word getting around about you joining the Savoy mob?" Charlie had seen the leaders of the Savoy mob, Poison Spur mob, and the rest. Their names carried weight in the market district of Rue Anarchy. Yet, as notorious as they were, the law never seemed to touch them. Lumian took a slow pull of his whiskey sour, his grin returning. That's fine. Just think twice before you speak, that's all. Even though Lumian had infiltrated the Savoy mob, he was far from claiming the title of a leader. He hadn't been privy to the mob's deepest secrets, didn't have a crew of thugs at his disposal, and all he had to show for it was the rundown dump they called a Baird's Du Coke Door. So Lumian had his sights set on a fast track to infamy, eager to climb the mob's ladder and fulfill Mr. K's mission. A mission that involved gaining the trust and favor of Mr. K, and eventually finding a place in the organization behind him, all to complete the task given by Madam Magician. There is something off about the whole thing, Lumian thought, his left hand stroking his chin. Charlie, standing by his side, asked hesitantly, "What exactly should I keep quiet about?" He had his hunches, but he didn't want to risk annoying the lawless Lumian by not covering all bases. Lumian's smile didn't falter as he turned to Charlie. "Avoid discussing anything tied to Susanna Mattis. That includes any mention of threats I made to her, or that time I posed as a lawyer to get into the police station to talk to you." He had meant to warn Charlie about this, but hadn't found the right moment. "Got it." Charlie visibly relaxed. "You know, I was thinking about telling the guys at the bar about the time we chased Wilson out of that motel." Charlie's #1 hobby was regaling the crowd with his exploits. But Lumian's eyes turned stormy at his words. His gut was telling him Charlie was about to walk into some minor trouble, but it wouldn't be anything life-threatening. In theory, it has nothing to do with Susanna Mattis. If it did, it wouldn't be just trouble, it would be a disaster. I suppose I can stop worrying about Susanna Mattis for a while, but how long is a while? Lumian mulled over the sense of bad luck. He'd come to realize that unless someone was extremely unlucky or lucky, or if danger was about to strike, he needed to concentrate to perceive a person's general luck through his intuition. It was unlike a hunter's danger sense. It wasn't always activated passively. Charlie's voice began to fade as he talked. He turned to Lumian and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He was half expecting Seal to jump out with a prank. Lumian sneered. "You might want to swing by the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral and say a prayer. I have a feeling you're about to hit a rough patch." His tone mirrored that of Asta Troll, the conman. "What kind of rough patch?" Charlie asked, his voice sharp. Then it hit him. "How would you know?" "I have a hunch," Lumian replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, it's a joke." Charlie let out a sigh of relief. "I'm hoping your prediction's off then." "On the contrary, I couldn't be more certain." Lumian's words were rock solid. Charlie squinted at him, suspicion etched on his face. Lumian let out a low chuckle. "And if I'm wrong, I'll give you a thrashing. That way, even if something bad does happen, that just proves me more right." Charlie was speechless. Is that even allowed? Regardless, this approach could come in handy for some practical jokes with some slight modification. Lumian was about to rise when he noticed a thin, mangy mutt creeping towards Baird's Du Coke Door from the shadowy street, eyeing the trash he'd tossed from the fruit vendor's cart. The mutt moved with care, aware that many of the destitute locals would gladly turn him into dinner. Just then, Lumian lunged forward, pressing the dog's neck to the ground. Caught off guard, the mutt writhed helplessly, baring its teeth in a futile attempt to bite, but its head was immobile. With his free hand, Lumian pulled out a small vial of Tula powder, emptying its contents into his pocket. Then he held the vial to the mutt's frothing mouth, collecting the saliva as the dog squirmed. Soon, he had 5 milliliters. He released his grip and stood up. The mutt, ready to snap at him, whimpered and scampered off, tail tucked between its legs, when Lumian shot it a menacing glance. Charlie, who had been standing by, was flabbergasted. A story he'd once heard came rushing back to him. The protagonist in a tale would often describe the villain's cruelty with a line penned by best-selling author Aurora Lee. He would kick any dog that crossed his path. Lumian downed the rest of his whiskey sour and made his way into the motel. As he passed the front desk, the perpetually grumpy Madame Fells forced a smile. "Good morning, Seal, Monsieur Seal." Lumian gave the plump Madame Fells a sideways glance and asked nonchalantly, "No sign of Monsieur Ive today either?" Monsieur Ive, the owner of Baird's Du Coke Door, was known far and wide in Rue Anarchy for his penny-pinching ways. As the new guardian of Baird's Du Coke Door, Lumian figured he ought to have a word with Monsieur Ive, just to make sure he didn't run crying to the cops, afraid the Savoy mob would shake him down for more cash. Madame Fells pursed her lips. As stingy as he is, only paying for a weekly cleaning crew, he's a stickler for cleanliness and wouldn't be caught dead in the motel. "Who cleans his house?" Lumian asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "He's a widower." He and his 2 kids take care of it. Madame Fell scoffed. If she were the one with that kind of money and a motel to boot, she would hire someone to handle such chores. She'd just sit back and enjoy life. Lumian nodded and chuckled. I noticed he didn't drop by after the cleaning on Monday. Is he still kicking? Madame Fells replied, a hint of fear in her voice. I visit him thrice a week to deliver the motel's earnings and various bills. I'll let him know you want to see him. She mistook Lumian's words as a veiled threat to Monsieur Ive. If he didn't meet with the new guardian of Aubert's du Coq d'Or soon, his survival might be at stake. Lumian didn't bother to clarify. He climbed the stairs to his room on the 2nd floor. Under his pillow, he found Mr. K's finger and tucked it back into his pocket. After dealing with the Tula powder, he planned to pick up some containers for the ingredients he needed to gather next. But then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lumian swung the door open, curiosity piqued. He didn't recognize the footsteps. In the doorway stood a man in his 40s, clad in a dark jacket, worn-out brown trousers, and a grubby cotton hat. He offered a smile, asking, Is this Monsieur Seal? Who else would it be? Madam, Lumian retorted, his eyes taking in the man's appearance, expression, and body language. His brown hair, though slightly greasy, was neatly combed. His dark brown eyes held a hint of sycophancy, and his lips were creased with lines of practiced smiles. He had an affable air, but there was an unmistakable slickness about him. Yes, 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 the man echoed Lumian's words. Lumian's eyebrows twitched. And who might you be? I'm Fitz from room 401. Bankrupt businessman. The man introduced himself with a congenial smile. Without waiting for Lumian to press further, he spilled his beans. I went belly up cause of a con that cost me 100,000 Vrildor. I've been traveling between Trier and Suet for over a decade, saving up. Wanted to settle down, start a family, but then this swindler tricked me out of everything, promising a joint venture. If you help me recover that money, I'm willing to part with 30%, no 50%. Lumian didn't invite Fitz into room 207. Leaning against the doorframe, arms folded, he asked, Why didn't you go after that money with Margot or Wilson before? It wasn't as if they required an upfront payment. Fitz didn't beat around the bush. I did go to Margot. He agreed initially, but then one day he just said it wasn't possible to recover the money. Even the poison spur mob couldn't retrieve it? Was the con man bankrupt or backed by someone who made the poison spur mob tread lightly? Lumian, who had been only half interested till now, leaned in. Did Margot say why? Fitz shook his head. No, but it's certainly not because Timmins is broke. His dance hall in Quartier de l'Observatoire is printing money. Timmins. Lumian suspected the con man had either powerful backing or was shielded by a high-ranking figure, which made the poison spur mob wary of pressing him for repayment. Or maybe Timmins was a force unto himself. So why do you think I can get your money back? Lumian asked Fitz, a smirk playing on his lips. Fitz pondered for a moment before laying it all out. You're more ruthless than Margot. Plus, even if you decide not to pursue after your investigation, I have nothing to lose. Without that money, I can't afford to pay a dime. Honest to a fault. Lumian nodded, appreciating the candor. I'll look into it, but don't get your hopes up. If Timmins was simply bluffing and managed to scare off the poison spur mob, the prospect of pocketing an easy 50,000 Vrildor was tempting to anyone. Fitz, the bankrupt businessman, was playing a long shot. With a nod of assurance from Lumian, he thanked him and made his exit from the 2nd floor. In that moment, Lumian realized that his spirituality had bounced back considerably. The recovered amount surpassed his original spirituality reserves. The alms monk has boosted my spirituality significantly. At sequence 8, I can rival the spirituality of other pathways. Lumian mused quietly. Simultaneously, he recalled an uncanny sensation he experienced while sipping the whiskey sour. If he chose to live in poverty, practice self-restraint, abstain from alcohol, shunned wastefulness, sought alms and preached, all while adopting the demeanor of an ascetic monk, he would likely experience an enhancement in his intuitive sense of destiny and the likelihood of success of his 5 ritual spells. Yet, Lumian had no intention of following that path. He believed it would morph him into a mirror image of the bestower, gradually merging his identity with his. Shaking off his introspective thoughts, Lumian left the room, making a beeline for Salle de Balbrise. His next move was to solicit the Savoy mob's help to gather the remaining ingredients and the right containers required for the prophecy spell. He had to seize every opportunity at his disposal. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 153, Strange Rule. Standing before the white globe-shaped statue, an assemblage of countless skulls in the salle de bal brise. Lumian paused. His eyes scanned the Intisian inscription. They sleep here, waiting for the arrival of happiness and hope. Pulling his gaze from the statue, he strode toward the entrance. Two henchmen, donned in crisp white shirts and dark overcoats, spun on their heels to face him. "Good morning, Seal." They'd been buzzing with the whispers about this brash newcomer who'd reportedly offed Margot and left Wilson licking his wounds, all within a few fleeting days. It was no secret that he'd been roped into the Savoy mob. "Good morning, my cabbages." Lumian tossed back, his lips curling into a grin as he borrowed Derige's pet phrase. The salle de bal breeze was still waking up. Waitstaff moved with placid efficiency, arranging chairs, scrubbing the floors. Lumian had intended to seek out Louis, familiar face. No need to ruffle the feathers of Baron Brignaise over such small matters. But there, nestled at the bar, sat Maxime, the very same one who'd tailed him. Maxime, still sporting his trademark cap, drank a pint of rye beer. A smirk spread across Lumian's face as he sauntered over. Perceiving a presence nearing him, Maxime, out of habit, flicked a sidelong glance. He went rigid, as though struck by a sudden frost. In the next heartbeat, he vaulted off his stool and swiveled toward Lumian, plastering on a toadying grin. "Good morning, Seal." He too had caught wind of the rumors, of Seal's assassination of Margot and the defenestration of Wilson from the fourth floor of Aubert's Du Coq d'Or. A surge of relief washed over him. Thank the stars he hadn't pushed his luck when he'd been nabbed tailing Seal. Considering Seal's penchant for violence, he could have easily ended up as fodder for the rats in some godforsaken corner of underground Trier. This man was a bona fide killing machine. No qualms, no hesitation. Lumian smiled. "Merely Seal doesn't quite ring with the proper respect, does it?" Seeing Maxime blanch, Lumian added, "I'm curious as to when I'll hear Baron Seal rolling off your tongue." This was a jest, yes, but also a thinly veiled indication of his ambition to rise to the ranks of the Savoy mob leadership, and sooner rather than later. Soon, very soon, Maxime replied with a forced smile. His internal dialogue sang a different tune. "I'd call you Baron this very moment if it kept you happy, just like our Baron isn't a real Baron, but a self-proclaimed one." Lumian claimed a stool at the bar and patted the one next to him. "Have a seat. I have a few questions for you." Maxime swiftly obliged, gesturing to the rye beer before him. "Fancy a pint?" "Ranger for me, if you please," Lumian responded without missing a beat. A Ranger, a tangy blend of orange and pomegranate beer, cost 2 licks more than the rye. Though it pinched his pocket, Maxime hollered over to the bartender, "A glass of Ranger." Swiveling back towards Lumian, he flashed a grin. "What would you like to know?" Lumian bided his time until the generous pint of the orange-colored beer was delivered before launching his inquiry. "How did you join our Savoy mob?" "I'm Savoyard born and bred." Maxime gestured to his weather-beaten features. "Hopped over to Trier in search of greener pastures, but my buddy who put me up had already joined the Savoy mob." The Savoy mob was the brainchild of a handful of Savoyards who'd made their living as laborers, servants, and peddlers in the Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. They were a fierce lot, unafraid to put themselves in harm's way, and they'd quickly carved out their own slice of the pie. As the mob's influence grew, they began to pull in recruits from other provinces and even Trier locals, but the heart of the organization still came from Savoy. Lumian gave a slight nod, steering the conversation to his next question. "And is Baron Brignaise the head honcho of the whole Savoy mob?" "No." Maxime stared at Lumian aghast. He'd joined the mob without even grasping the basics. And he'd taken out Margot and severely injured Wilson in the name of the Savoy mob. Lumian took a leisurely sip of his orange pomegranate beer, a playful grin adorning his face. "I was under the impression that Baron Brignaise was the head honcho. I mean, his swagger, his flair, his brawn. How could he not be the top dog?" Maxime recoiled in terror, clapping a hand over Lumian's mouth. Were such words safe to spill in such an open area? If word got back to that person, it could put a serious kink in his relationship with the Baron. Maxime wasted no time in setting the record straight. The Baron is in charge of the Salle de Bal Brise, Avenue du Marquet, and the Loan Shark operations. His peers include Rat Christo, who oversees smuggling, Giant Simon, who runs the dance joints on Rue du Rossignol, Red Boots Franca, who oversees Rue de Blouses Blanches, and Blood Palm Black, who controls half of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. There's a top dog above them, but I've never laid eyes on him, nor do I know who he is. In a hushed voice, Maxime added, "Rumor has it he's a legitimate merchant, a card-carrying member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce." And he's no small fry either. A member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce? So, the Chamber of Commerce is backing a mob to handle their dirty laundry and keep the competition in check. Lumian pieced together the puzzle from his own experiences as a drifter, snippets from Aurora's offhand comments, and a smattering of books, magazines, and newspapers he devoured at home. News of Seal's arrival at the Salle de Bal Brise reached Louis, Baron Brignay's shadow. He made a beeline for the bar, his heart pounding with worry that the audacious country boy was about to stir the pot yet again. He was really worried that the bold country boy would cause trouble again. Finding Lumian engrossed in conversation with Maxime, Louis slid onto a stool on the other side, easing into the chat. "What's got you coming to the Salle de Bal Brise at this hour?" Lumian shot him a sly smile. "I've got a favor to ask." Louis, his forehead still sporting a nasty bruise, shrank back at the sight of Lumian's grin. "What is it?" Sensing they were about to dive into heavier matters, Maxime beat a hasty retreat from the bar, nursing his rye beard closer to the dance floor. Lumian retracted his gaze and said slowly, "I need you to fetch me a lizard's eye, a rock from an eagle's nest, and a snake's venom gland." He kept the full list of the prophecy spell's ingredients under wraps, planning to source them from different places. "What do you need those for?" Louis found the trio of items vile and bizarre. Lumian chuckled. "Remember how Margot bit the dust?" Louis felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like a veiled threat, and it was working. "I'm not trying to rattle you." Lumian snickered to himself. "I stabbed him. My blade was laced with poison." Right? Louis remembered Seal's chat with Baron Brignais. Seeing Louis still hadn't caught on, Lumian mentally berated. "Why is this guy denser than Charlie?" He sighed, spelling it out for him. "Those items are to whip up another batch of poison." "What are you planning?" Louis nearly jumped out of his skin. He had a hunch Lumian was about to stir the pot. "Self-defense," Lumian replied tersely. With no grounds to object, Louis let out a sigh of relief, promising, "I'll get someone on the job to collect those 3 items for you." He ran through the list of items again, making sure he got it straight. Once he confirmed the details, Lumian took a swig of his Ranger, switching gears. "Ever heard of the Salle de Bal Unique?" Louis eyed Lumian suspiciously, advising, "Best steer clear of that place." The dance hall's owner, Timmins, is tight with the police commissioner of Quartier de l'Observatoire, and there's a shadowy organization pulling his strings. Anyone who's tried to squeeze them has found themselves in a world of hurt, and some have even vanished off the face of the world. Each quartier and trier had its own police headquarters, each headed by a commissioner. The police commissioner's official title was the Commissioner of the Trier Police Affairs Committee, answering to the Minister of the Trier Police Department. So that's why the poison spur mob never had the guts to chase up Timmins' debt. Lumian nodded, deep in thought. Seeing the worry etched on Louis's face, afraid he was about to stir up a hornet's nest, Lumian threw him a curveball. "Who else in the poison spur mob ranks up there with Margot? And who's their boss? What are you trying to do?" Louis almost blurted out. Could it be that Seal's planning to knock off all the heavy hitters in the poison spur mob? "Are you out of your mind?" Keeping his cool, Louis replied, "That's none of your concern right now." Lumian responded with a knowing smile, not pushing the matter. He downed his Ranger. In the shadowy enclave of Quartier de l'Observatoire, nestled near the catacombs, Lumian found Asta Troll huddled by the bonfire. He laughed mockingly. "You're the most professional person I've ever come across." Like clockwork, Asta was here 7 days a week, peddling his con. "I'd love to be soaking myself on some beach, but my debts tell a different story." The thought of hopping a steam locomotive out of Trier and dodging his outstanding loans had crossed Asta's mind. Yet each time he made it as far as the station, Baron Brignais's goons would be there to give him a good thrashing. This had instilled in him a healthy fear of the Baron's reach, and he'd since abandoned any such ideas. "I need you to fetch me a few things." Lumian cut to the chase, settling down beside Asta. "For each item you bring, there's an extra 5 Vril d'Or in it for you." Asta's eyes sparked with interest. "What are you after?" Lumian stared into the fire, his voice low. "Lynx innards, hyena tongue, stag bone marrow, and any deadly herb. They're not easy to come by." Asta tried to haggle. He'd already made up his mind to scour the eateries in Quartier de l'Observatoire. Lumian brushed him off, changing the subject. "Where can I find aquatic monsters in Trier?" Asta pondered a moment before replying, "There's an underground river in the catacombs nearby, fed by the Srenzo River. Every so often, someone claims to have run into an aquatic monster. And occasionally, some surface along the Srenzo riverbanks, but they're quickly dispatched by the purifiers or the machinery hive mind. Lumian nodded. Do you know the Salle de Bal Unique? Sure do. Asta pointed skyward. It's over on Rue Ancienne, right by Place du Pertory. Inferdo. Show me the way. Lumian rose to his feet. He planned to scope out the place, gather what intel he could. If it was a dead end, he'd move on. In no time, Asta was leading Lumian topside, veering into Rue Ancienne near the square and halting in front of a vintage edifice. The building, a somber shade of blue-gray, retained its pre-Roselle charm. Classic pediments, a chevron roof, and leaded windows. The Salle de Bal Unique occupied the ground floor, its entrance resembling a giant maw. It happened to be past noon, and a carriage pulled up to the curb as 3 men and a woman alighted. Dressed in dark short suits, they sauntered towards the Salle de Bal Unique. As they neared the entrance, each member of the quartet produced a monocle, fitting it over their right eye. Watching this, Lumian turned to Asta, amusement written all over his face. Asta, flashing a knowing smile, enlightened him. That's one of Salle de Bal Unique's rules. Everyone who steps inside must be donning a short suit and a monocle. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 154, Mini-Theater. Taking in Asta's revelation, Lumian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, what kind of strange rule is this? His mind flicked back to the turtle walking, the space bridge, clutching a candle while touring the catacombs, and sprinting just to keep up with the latest fad. He felt that this seemed inconsequential, but perhaps not for the folks of Trier, who seemed to relish something unique. As the stream of monocle-clad patrons flowed in, Lumian queried with a casual air, what happens if a newcomer isn't privy to the rule? Asta gestured to the far end of Rue Ancienne. There's a place selling monocles and short suits there. I'd wager the proprietor of Salle de Bal Unique is behind it. No doubt about it. Lumian murmured under his breath. He wouldn't put it past Timmins to concoct such a rule for the Salle de Bal Unique to cash in on the monocle and short suit trade. Undeniably, it was also a nod to the citizens of Trier's relentless pursuit of the latest trends in fashion. How long has this joint been in business? Lumian nonchalantly gestured toward the Salle de Bal Unique across the street. Over 2 decades. It's been here since I first landed in Trier. Rumor has it, it opened when dance halls became the rage. Asta stole a glance toward Place du Pertory. Anything else? I need to get back underground. His mind was on making money, wary of missing out on potential clients seeking his divination and assistance. Lumian swung his gaze onto him. Asta's heart stuttered, feeling as though he were in the crosshairs of a formidable predator. What's the matter? He subconsciously forced a smile again. Lumian withdrew his gaze, nonchalantly advising, stay sharp for the next couple of days. What? Asta found himself flustered, bewildered, and somewhat frightened. Seal isn't threatening me, is he? We just had a smooth collaboration. He even tasked me with finding some materials. A grin played at the corners of Lumian's mouth. Exactly as I said, but it's got nothing to do with me. Also, do me a favor and dig up more details on the aquatic monster. The more comprehensive, the better. Same pay as before. Is he implying that I might be getting unlucky and be beaten up? Asta tried to decipher Lumian's cryptic message. At the same time, he found something oddly familiar about Lumian's demeanor and tone, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Retracing his steps toward Place du Pertory, Asta resolved to cast a divination for himself to see if ill fortune truly loomed ahead. As a secret suppliant, his divination prowess was remarkably superior to the average person. Suddenly, it struck him why he found the whole exchange eerily familiar. Wasn't this the exact manner he addressed his own customers? Across from the antiquated building, Lumian contemplated whether to invest in a short suit and monocle to infiltrate the Salle de Bal Unique and gather intel. If Timmins is indeed part of some mysterious organization and chummy with a police commissioner, snatching him for a bounty of Vrildor isn't a smart move. It'd muck up my operation. Wouldn't the money spent on the short suits and monocles go down the drain? They don't come cheap after all. Lumian was never one to hold back on expenses, with Trier teeming with generous souls, but he knew when to pinch pennies. Mulling over his options, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on an alone bar diagonally across the Salle de Bal Unique. Patrons of a dance hall would likely frequent a bar too. They must be rivals. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lumian's head. After all, enemies often knew one another best, and those most familiar with a dance hall would likely be its competitors. Even if their accounts were likely embellished, they could still offer some grains of truth. Without missing a beat, Lumian swiveled around and sauntered into the alone bar. The buildings on Rue Ancienne were steeped in antiquity, with most dating back to pre-Roselle times. Their windows were mere slits, letting in scant daylight. The overarching theme here was one of darkness. Unperturbed by the unlit gas lamps, Lumian navigated through the dimly lit hall, sparsely populated by patrons, and took a stool at the bar. Removing his cap, he ordered a gin on the rocks. The bar counter was tucked away in the darkest corner of the joint. The lean bartender was shrouded in shadows, his features obscured, revealing only a silhouette. Despite Lumian's keen eyesight, he could barely discern the man's curly black hair, slightly blue eyes, and a somewhat low bridge of his nose. As he awaited his gin, Lumian flashed a casual smile and remarked, "Business seems slow here." The Salle de Ball Unique across the way appears to be drawing quite the crowd. The bartender slid a lemon wedge and iced gin across to Lumian. Casting a glance at the door, he replied, "We do all right, but most folks are downstairs waiting for the play. How about it? Fancy a peek? Patrons with drinks can gain entry to the cellar for 5 licks. Make it 8 for your gin." A play? Lumian couldn't hide his astonishment. This was a facet none of the Rue Anarchy bars could boast. The bartender sighed, explaining, "They can dance, sing, shoot pool, play cards across the road. We've got to stand out somehow to lure in customers." Many bars and cafes on the North Shore now had their own mini-theaters. Lumian was at a loss for words, resorting to a mere sigh. Has the bar scene gotten so cutthroat? He then produced 3 20-kopek silver coins etched with gears and a 5-kopek copper coin, handing them to the bartender. The total amounted to 13 licks or 65 kopecks, including the ticket to the mini-theater for the performance. The bartender promptly pointed to the stairs next to the counter leading down. "You can head to the cellar anytime. Feel free to take your drink with you. No ticket required." Lumian wasn't in a rush to vacate the counter. He smiled, asking, "The Salle de Ball Unique across the way seems rather unique." "It certainly is." The bartender lowered his voice. "Did you get swindled over there? Is that why you're so curious?" "Exactly." Lumian nodded without missing a beat. He saw no reason of hiding it. The bartender chortled. "We get scammed hopefuls straggling in here every day, but none ever pull it off. Heck, I once spotted the police commissioner of Quartier de l'Observatoire, Condé, strutting into the dance hall, all decked out in a short suit and a monocle. Timmins is no pushover." Lumian quickly abandoned any notion of conning the proprietor of Salle de Ball Unique. Gin in hand, he pushed away from the counter, making his way down to the cellar. Before he could reach the timber door, the bartender's shout echoed, "Patron coming through." The door creaked open with a groan. Lumian slowed his stride, taking in his surroundings as he stepped inside. It was a makeshift theater, a half-height wooden platform stretching across the far end. 2 gas wall lamps cast a feeble light. Where the illumination fell short, stools and chairs were scattered sparsely. At that moment, over 20 guests were settled in, engrossed in a show unfolding on the stage. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the sporadic clink of glasses, the dimly lit cellar rendered almost eerily hushed. Lumian claimed a chair near the exit, his eyes drifting to the stage. The performer was not a person, but a puppet half the height of a person. Adorned in a palette of yellow, white, and red paint, regardless of gender, each puppet bore an overstated grin. Guided by nearly invisible threads, the puppets moved, opening their mouths, turning, running, carrying out a variety of plays. From somewhere, a deep male voice and a slightly shrill female voice took turns delivering the lines. Bathed in the faint, yellowish glow from the gas lamps, against the looming darkness, the painted clown puppets took on a sinister edge. Lumian was instinctively put off by the ambience. Not one to squander the ticket cost, he stuck around a bit longer until the play wrapped up. Throughout, not a sound was made. The audience, some faces bathed in a yellow light, others shrouded in darkness, were far more engrossed than Lumian had imagined. Having drained his gin, Lumian took his leave of the mini-theater, where only 2 gas lamps held off the darkness. As Lumian made his way back to Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, he claimed a window seat in a public carriage. As the shops and pedestrians retreated in the backdrop, he mulled over his next moves. First order of business, secure some aquatic monster flesh and collect the necessary components for the prophecy spell. Second, elevate my standing in the Savoy mob, aiming for a leadership position sooner rather than later. What's the plan? Lost in his thoughts, his eyes snagged on a familiar figure. There was Wilson of the Poison Spur mob, clad in a white shirt and black jacket, his craggy face framed by a mop of curly brown hair. With his 2 goons in tow, Wilson navigated Avenue du Marquet, disappearing down a side alley. He moved with an assured stride, his posture unscathed. Lumian was taken aback. He's up and about after being thrown down by him? The fall was from 4 stories high. That was some recovery. Made cockroaches look like amateurs. A theory started to form in Lumian's mind. The poison spur mob has extraordinary healing powers? Possibly plantar pathways, doctor. As he pondered, a memory surfaced. In his dream, Madame Pualis had demonstrated the power to heal wounds instantaneously. Although the dream might have distorted or exaggerated the reality, Madame Pualis' anomalous pathway did encompass a sphere related to life. And Louis Lund was suspected to show up on Avenue du Marquet. Could the force behind the poison spur mob be linked to the evil god worshipped by Madame Pualis? As Lumian ruminated over this, a smirk slowly crept onto his face. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 155, Jenna. The circumstances of Wilson's rapid recovery were riddled with uncertainty. Lumian toyed with the idea that it was the work of a Sequence 8 doctor from the plantar pathway, or a Sequence 9 apothecary from its namesake pathway. Yet, his heart clung to the hope of unmasking Madame Pualis and her subordinates. Had he pieced together the puzzle sooner, and had Wilson and his crew not gone far off into the distance, Lumian would have thrown himself from the moving public carriage, hot on their trail. He envisioned wrangling Wilson into some clandestine quarry cave, pressing him for answers about his miraculous recuperation. If this saga bore no link to the evil god that Madame Pualis revered, Lumian was prepared to swallow his pride and apologize to Wilson, who, in turn, would owe Lumian his life for not permanently silencing him. But to snuff him out was also on the table. The ball was in Lumian's court. As the carriage came to a halt at its station, Lumian was the first to alight, retracing his steps to the alley where Wilson and his crew had disappeared. No barricades existed here. It was a bustling place, with people constantly coming and going. Wilson and his gang hadn't left any clear trail. Lumian devoted a painstaking quarter of an hour to trying to discern any signs of them, finally admitting defeat. But he wasn't beaten down. Wilson may have slipped through his fingers, but there were others like Will or Williamson. The poison spur mob was a hydra of sorts, with a plethora of leaders just a notch above Wilson. Each had their own turf, their own dealings. They could run, but they couldn't hide. Lumian just needed patience. Sooner or later, he'd cross paths with 1 or 2 of them. And they undoubtedly were more intimately involved with the shadowy forces pulling the strings behind the poison spur mob than Wilson. They knew more. Phew. Exhaling a deep breath, Lumian wrestled his impatience into submission, deciding to lay low and watch for a while before concocting a hunting strategy. If the poison spur mob truly was entwined with the evil god that Madame Pualis worshipped, then the leaders on par with Margot were either Sequence 8s, endowed with Beyonder characteristics, or they were spawn of an evil god, gifted with boons akin to a Sequence 8 Beyonder. They could even be stronger. If Lumian didn't arm himself with enough intel and set an appropriate snare, he was likely to end up on the losing side. I can't forget I'm a hunter just because I've become a provoker. Chiding himself, Lumian slipped down Avenue du Marquet and strolled into the Salle de Balbrise. Given it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, the place was practically deserted. No music played, no one danced. His eyes immediately found Louis, the thug, nursing a glass of pomegranate ale at the bar counter. Soda. Lumian grinned, sauntering over. How about drinking something an adult would drink? Louis swiveled, meeting Seal's amiable smile draped over the bar counter. The sight left him momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't quite place the young man before him. Was this the same Seal who masked his wild ruthlessness behind a constant grin, one who'd resort to violence over the slightest disagreement? He seemed more like a greenhorn, a naive country boy who had just been roped into the Savoy mob. Louis gave his soda a wistful swirl, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I've got to be at the Baron's side later. Can't afford to get sloshed. Lumian's eyes flicked to the bruised knot on Louis's forehead, a chuckle bubbling up. He pointed at his forehead, commenting, still nursing that bump? How long's it been? I ran into Wilson earlier. After I broke his arm and tossed him from the 4th floor, you'd think he'd be worse for wear. But he looked perfectly fine. Louis was taken aback. You're saying Wilson's back on his feet? Seems so, at least on the surface. Wanted to say hello, but he hightailed it out of there too fast. Lumian's tone carried a hint of regret. Say hello? More like you want to rough up Wilson again and not even give the guy a chance to heal, Louis thought, but he didn't dare voice it. His face took on a grave cast as he muttered to himself, When we clashed with the poison spur mob in the past, their wounded always bounced back in just a few days. The Baron thinks they've got some beyonders with a knack for healing. But for someone like Wilson to recover so rapidly from such serious injuries, that's unheard of. Could it be because you guys have never managed to put a serious dent in any of the poison spur mob members? Lumian's voice was laced with mockery. Lewis pondered, then conceded. There have been a few, but not many. Plus, we usually don't see them again for a good long while. By then, they're all healed up. So, Wilson's recovery outpaces even doctor and apothecary beyonder powers? Lumian managed to glean a crucial tidbit from Lewis's words. Although it could point to a higher sequence beyonder on the corresponding pathway, it at least narrowed down some possibilities for him. Just as Lumian was gearing up to probe the progress on gathering concoction ingredients, a stunning figure swept into the room. A woman ostentatiously attired, with her chestnut hair tied up, loose tendrils framing her ears, cheeks, and falling down her back. Her face was dusted with powder, black eyeliner accentuating her blue eyes, lending them a deep, decadent allure. At present, she was decked out in a bold red dress that left little to the imagination, sequins catching the light at strategic spots. Isn't this the chanteuse known for her bawdy songs at the poison spur mob Sal the Gristmill? Lumian did a double take. This was the Savoy mob Sal the Ball Breeze. Still, Lumian couldn't be entirely sure if it was the same woman. The singer had a mole by her lips, while this woman sported one at the corner of her left eye. Catching your eye, is she? That little minx. Lewis followed Lumian's gaze. Lumian chuckled. How about we use a more respectful moniker? Manners matter. You sound just like the Baron sometimes, Lewis mused. Her stage name is Little Minx Jenna. She's known as a showy diva. And what exactly is a showy diva? Lumian didn't attempt to cover up his ignorance. After all, he was a newcomer to Trier, straight out of a backwater like Cordu. Lewis took a moment to recall the Baron's words and then delivered smoothly. It's all about her performance style, her acting, her flamboyant outfits. She's a standout singer. She's a chanteuse too? Lumian probed. She performs at the Sal de Gristmill as well? Sure does. As long as she's getting paid, she'll belt out tunes in any dance hall on Rue Anarchy. As Lewis spoke, Little Minx, Jenna sauntered over. Her blue eyes roamed the room, lingering on Lumian before moving to Lewis. 10 songs, 4 Vrildor. I'll keep a third of the tips thrown on stage. Deal. Lewis had the Baron's approval. Only 4 Vrildor for a night's performance? Lumian found himself questioning. Had he overpaid Ostatroll? In unfamiliar territory, he was woefully out of touch with the going rates. Spotting his lingering gaze, Jenna swiveled her head, flashing him a grin. Feel free to let your eyes wander a bit lower. She was referencing her scantily clad chest. For Lumian, whose only exposure to such scenarios was through novels, this was uncharted territory. Yet his face betrayed no unease. Flashing a smile, he said, I was merely wondering. The last time I spotted you, your mole was by your lips. Now it's nestled by your eye. Jenna's reply came in the form of a captivating smile, which made Lewis swallow hard. Are you from out of town? Jenna queried. Lumian bobbed his head in affirmation. With a playful grin, Jenna leaned in, a finger tracing her cheek as she softly elucidated. It's all the rage here in Trier. Ladies often sport a faux mole. Right in the middle of the cheek for elegance, smack in the middle of the nose for audacity, at the corners of the eyes for passion, by the lips for allure, and nestled in the décolletage for secrets. As she spoke, she sent Lumian a saucy wink as if to say, Today, I'm all about passion. Trier. Lumian could only shake his head in amazement. Given their proximity, the intoxicating blend of Jenna's natural scent and the heady perfume she wore invaded his senses. This led Lumian to instinctively rub his nose. Jenna's reaction was immediate. Don't tell me you still have your virginity. I'm not a street girl, but for you, I might make an exception. She took a moment to appraise Lumian, seemingly pleased with what she saw. Virginity? Something that magically returns every morning at 6 a.m.? Lumian scoffed inwardly, his smile nonchalant. Right now, I'm afraid you might miss your performance tonight. Back at the old tavern in Cordu Village, Lumian often had to match the locals in their coarseness, else he'd become the butt of their jokes. Jenna's response was a hearty laugh and a dismissive wave of her hand. I'll find you after my set tonight. With that, she sauntered off towards the modest wooden stage at the front of the dance floor, keen to get a feel for the place. Isn't she jumping the gun a bit? Where's the agreement on a time and place? Lumian mused to himself. She was clearly just yanking his chain. Lewis chimed in, a tinge of envy coloring his voice. Don't fall for her act. She gets a kick out of toying with good-looking men. She won't actually follow through. I reckon she's Franca's sweetheart. Franca, Red Boots Franca? Lumian's surprise was palpable. Red Boots Franca was a key figure in the Savoy mob, ruling over Rue de Blouse's Blanches, and rumored to be a woman. Exactly, Lewis affirmed. Franca appears to be the boss's mistress, but she seems to swing both ways. She and Little Minx are thick as thieves. A lover's lover. Lumian once again marveled at the peculiarities of Trier. Lewis watched Jenna, now swaying gracefully on the stage, look of longing etched on his face. She wasn't this mesmerizing when she first arrived in the market district. Over the past couple of years, she's become more adept at presentation, more feminine. What a shame. If you manage to climb the ranks and stand toe-to-toe with Red Boots, you might have a shot. Lumian teased, stoking Lewis's ambition. He then shifted gears. Any luck tracking down those 3 items I needed? Lewis tore his gaze away from Jenna to respond. I was just about to tell you. We've managed to gather them all. That quick. Lumian was taken aback by the Savoy mob's efficiency. Why not start a factory? Why stick with a mob life? Lewis elaborated. Rat Christo keeps a variety of critters, some rare, some less so. Some we could take off his hands for the right price. That's how he got the lizard's eye and the snake's venom sac. The eagle's nest rock was a bonus. Rat Christo, the one in charge of smuggling? Lumian mulled over this newfound information. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 156, Landlord. Lewis carried on. I'll arrange for someone to bring those 3 items to Aubert's Du Coq door later. And the cost. Lumian was prepared to offer Lewis an extra reward for his diligence. Lewis merely shook his head. The Baron says you needn't worry about the payment. He believes your strength building equates to our Savoy mob strengthening. Even without Baron Brignay's spelling it out, Lewis deduced his ploy of roping Lumian in. In any case, the cost was under 10 Vroldor. So according to the Baron's logic, I can have him refund the materials I require to progress to Pyromaniac? Lumian mused with a hint of sarcasm. Lewis was taking a sip from his pomegranate soda when a group sauntered into the Salle de Bal Brise. The group's leader was strikingly tall, towering over 1.9 meters. His light yellow hair, short and plush, clung to his scalp akin to high-grade velvet. He had a huge nose, light blue eyes, and a roughly textured face. He was dressed in a figure-hugging black suit, topped off with a wide-brimmed round hat. Lewis's features tightened. He carefully placed down the soda bottle, turning to Lumian. I need to attend to the Baron. Just then, the beefy man in his early 30s walked a crew that had the air of gangsters about them towards the cafe staircase. Who's he? Lumian questioned, unable to hide his curiosity. Lewis rose, offhandedly answering, That's Giant Simon, runs the dance halls on Rue du Rossignol. Isn't he a part of our Savoy mob as well? Lumian probed further. Lewis nodded. True, but he's not on good terms with the Baron. He's always arguing that the Baron, since he oversees the loan sharking, ought to relinquish control of the Salle de Bal Brise. I'm heading up. Need to see what he's here for. Lewis had barely taken 2 steps when he noticed Lumian, still planted at the bar counter, from his peripheral vision. He couldn't resist an inward sigh. He just doesn't grasp how to seize the moment. Shouldn't he have shown some initiative and backed me up with the Baron? If Giant Simon dares say anything unsavory, stare him down, threaten him with a gun. Only then will he start to earn the Baron's trust. Yes, he may be ruthless, mad, and powerful, but he remains a greenhorn when it comes to these things. Naturally, if Lumian truly wanted to accompany him to the 2nd floor and aid Baron Brignay's in maintaining appearances at the cafe, Lewis would turn him down. After all, the Baron and Giant Simon could potentially be discussing confidential matters concerning the Savoy mob. It was no place for a rookie to eavesdrop. Lumian ruminated. The Savoy mob seems riddled with internal strife. Suppose there's a showdown between Baron Brignay's and Giant Simon, and one bites the dust. And then the head honcho needs a strong hand to quell the storm and take over their positions. Wouldn't I be the perfect candidate? When that time comes, as long as I pass muster, I'll have fulfilled Mr. K's mission. Besides the leaders, I can't see anyone else in the Savoy mob who could take out Margot single-handedly. Now the trick is to pit Baron Brignay's and Giant Simon against each other without arousing suspicion. Lost in his strategic contemplation, Lumian requested a glass of absinthe. Before he could savor the last of the enigmatic emerald elixir, he spotted Giant Simon emerging from the staircase, henchman in tow, a thunderous expression on his face. Well, he doesn't seem pleased. Lumian noted, retracting his gaze. He wasn't rushing to translate his thoughts into action. He was still woefully short on the ins and outs of the Savoy mob. Later that evening, on his return to Aubert's Ducoque door, Madame Fels, seated at the reception desk, rose and informed him, "Monsieur Ive has arrived. He's waiting for you in the first-floor dining room, by the window." Not bad. He came quite quickly. Lumian nodded approvingly, making his way to the small dining room opposite the lobby. "Monsieur, I've had heard tell of Seal's eccentric yet stylish hair." On seeing him step into the dining room, he rose, all smiles. "Monsieur Seal, right this way." He was a man on the cusp of his 50s. His blonde hair, streaked with silver, was neatly arranged. He sported a faded dark suit with a pair of chestnut tweed trousers. His eyes were a bright blue, and he bore a thin beard. Lumian glanced at the cane resting against the dining table, then approached, a congenial smile playing on his lips. "Good evening, Monsieur Ive." Once both men were seated, I beckoned the waiter to begin serving. "My apologies for the delay in visiting. I've been swamped recently," I've expressed remorsefully. His accent distinctly belonged to the Trier region. Feigning ignorance, Lumian questioned, "Do you own more than one motel? Otherwise, what's kept him so busy?" I was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lumian would take his polite remark literally. He stammered, "There are some other affairs, but they're neither here nor there." As their conversation flowed, the waiter brought in the evening meal, a serving each. Bean soup, pork sausage, faina pot of rice, and a sauce that occupied a fifth of the plate. "This is their signature meat sauce," I've informed, bubbling with enthusiasm. "Is that all?" Lumian's perception of the landlord's miserliness took a new dimension. It didn't overly concern him, though. He dug into the faina pot of rice, smothered in the mildly meaty sauce, laced with pepper and vinegar. After consuming his meal for about a minute, Lumian looked up, addressing Monsieur Ive with a wry smile. "With your penny-pinching tendencies, why provide each room with sulfur?" He purposely avoided the softer term frugal, his tone saturated with sarcasm. Monsieur Ive's face clouded over, evidently displeased. He kept his emotions in check, forcing a strained smile. "The motel is riddled with bedbugs. Nobody would stay here without the sulfur we provide." "Really? As long as the price is low enough, those hard up for cash won't fuss about a few bedbugs." Lumian casually sectioned off a piece of sausage, taking a bite. After mulling it over a bit, he suggested, "Why not employ a couple of regular cleaners for daily cleaning? That could effectively cut down on the bedbugs. 2 full-time cleaners would send me back 130 to 150 Vrildor a month, while a thorough cleaning once a week only costs 18 Vrildor." Monsieur Ive protested, visibly pained at the prospect. Lumian simply smiled. "I meant, why don't you do the cleaning yourself, get your kids to help? That would shave off 18 Vrildor from his weekly expenses." Monsieur Ive appeared to mull over the proposal, seeming to see the merit in it. However, after a reflective pause, he sighed and said, "Sadly, we're otherwise occupied." "Doing what?" Lumian didn't push for an answer. He had already established that I was nothing short of a tightwad. "Monsieur, I've studied Lumian," hesitating before he offered. "I used to hand Margot 20 Vrildor weekly." "Which day would you prefer?" Lumian scoffed. "No need to hand it over to me. Invest in an additional thorough cleaning each week." Monsieur, I was somewhat surprised but raised no objections. After all, the cleaning service cost only 18 Vrildor, and if contracted for twice a week, he could haggle for a better rate. Having polished off his plate, Lumian queried, "Do you happen to know what happened to the tenant from 504? He was speaking of the man who'd plastered Susanna Mattis' portrait in Charlie's room, a frequent face on Rue de la Murelle, Rue de Breda, and Rue du Rossignol, who had since moved on." Lumian had sought this information from Madame Fels earlier, but she'd offered no insight. As far as she was concerned, her interest in tenants ceased as soon as they paid their rent and didn't damage anything. Monsieur Ive appeared taken aback, glancing at the leftovers on his plate before replying, "I'm not sure who you mean. I don't often visit the motel. I'm unaware of who's occupying which rooms." That response smacks of guilt. Lumian's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't push the issue. He watched as Monsieur Ive tidied up his plate, not a morsel of rice or a trace of sauce left behind. After Monsieur Ive had taken his leave, Lumian emerged from the motel some 20 seconds later, tailing the landlord from a safe distance. He tracked Monsieur Ive to a beige 6-story apartment block, situated in the heart of Avenue du Marquet. From what he gathered from Madame Fels's usual chit-chat, this was most likely Monsieur Ives' residence. Lumian didn't rush to make a house call. There were certain activities best carried out under the cloak of night. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure whether the official Beyonders were still probing into Susanna Mattis' affairs or hoping to find any leads through Monsieur Ives. An accidental encounter could be rather awkward. If it came to that, Lumian would have to make himself scarce promptly. Under the warm glow of the street lamps, he circled Monsieur Ives' apartment, taking in his surroundings. What struck Lumian most was the 3-story, brick-red edifice diagonally across from the apartment on the opposite side of Avenue du Marquet. The foyer, propped up by pillars, bore a sign overhead, Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. People streamed in continuously. Every now and then, bursts of applause and strains of music floated out, creating a lively atmosphere. Lumian knew that this was a theater catering to common folk with its affordable ticket prices, holding a monopoly in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. An ideal spot for evading pursuit. Lumian was reminded of theater-related incidents from various novels. Grinning, he crossed the street and entered the foyer of the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Posters advertising current and upcoming plays, as well as a few past classics, adorned the walls. As Lumian considered how best to exploit the theater, he stood there, earnestly examining the photographs, sketches, and captions. Suddenly, a familiar face caught his eye on a poster tucked away in a corner. Playing an extra in the background, a man with a shock of starkly blonde hair, blue eyes, and a wispy beard was featured. It was none other than Monsieur Ives, the man he'd been tailing. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 157, Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Monsieur Ives a theater actor as well, or merely an enthusiast? Lumian pondered the enigma. His immediate impression was, as proprietor and landlord of the Auberge du Coq d'Or, Monsieur Ives could be classified as affluent. Moreover, he managed several other enterprises, so the notion of him dabbling in acting appeared improbable. Nevertheless, taking into account Ives' proclivity for hoarding wealth and his frugal tendencies, Lumian couldn't completely rule out the possibility of the man dabbling as a minor actor during his idle hours. It was an opportunity, after all, to rake in a few more coins and avoid squandering valuable time. Once satisfied that the small-time character indeed was Monsieur Ives, Lumian's eyes drifted to the poster's title, Forest Fairy. From the additional script, Lumian deciphered that this was a classic production from the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, occasionally revived for new runs. The actress portraying the Forest Fairy boasted distinct facial contours, an ethereal and captivating aura, and lake blue eyes filled with innocence and sanctity. However, Lumian found her less than bewitching, given her adornments of bracelet, necklace, and belt fashioned from tree branches and verdant leaves, topped off by a floral laurel crown. She stirred memories of Ava, the spring elf from his dreams, and Susanna Mattis with her cascading turquoise tresses. For Lumian, these were not nostalgic musings. Especially the latter, bereft of the unusual allure her hair had once commanded, now evoked an eerie and revolting image. Charlotte Calvino. After noting the actress's name, Lumian scrutinized the other posters for more clues. Ultimately, he deduced that Monsieur Ives had performed in 3 plays at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, yet in each, he was but a mere supporting actor, easily replaced. Entering the theater with a thoughtful demeanor, Lumian forked out 10 licks for a ticket. The Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons was a well-designed edifice. A large stage dominated the far end, illuminated by gas wall lamps, cloaked by lofty curtains, and equipped with several steam-powered machines. Neat rows of seating lined the theater, progressively ascending like terrace staircases. Lumian took his ticket stub and located his seat. The ongoing play was Princess and the Beast. The actor's attire tended towards the liberal, with hints of risque, entirely in keeping with the aesthetic sensibilities of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Watching the performance unfold, Lumian was struck with an internal gasp of awe. Could this be Trier's standard for acting? Such theatrics only earned them keep in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman? What caliber do the theaters in Quartier de la Maison d'Opera hold? Lumian wasn't a stranger to the world of theater. Despite Aurora's homebody tendencies, even she occasionally craved the outdoors. Sometimes she borrowed a pony from Madame Poalis, or chatted with courteous old ladies, narrated stories to local children, and occasionally she'd even take Lumian to Dirige to attend plays, opera, circus performances, or visit the underground book market for creative inspiration. In comparison to the Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, those theatrical performances seemed akin to amateur efforts. The lead actors on the stage were simply spellbinding. Whether through their facial expressions, physical gestures, or delivered lines. They were as though plucked from the narrative's pages and set into the world of the living. Lumian, initially focused on scouting for anomalies, found himself unexpectedly engrossed in the unfolding drama. He felt a pang for the beast's tangled turmoil of self-doubt, brutality, and torment, and for the princess, her unspoiled innocence, kindness, and heartfelt distress. Any one of these principal performers could easily steal the spotlight in a dirige theater. As the curtain fell, Lumian found himself rising to his feet, clapping his approval, a twinge of disappointment in his heart that the performance had concluded so swiftly. He detected nothing suspicious with the actors, nor could he discern anything out of the ordinary within the theater itself during his regular sojourns to the restroom during intermissions. On exiting the ancien cage aux pigeons, Lumian raised his eyes to the honey-colored apartment building diagonally opposite, taking note of the yellow gas lamp glow illuminating the windows of the 6th floor. Madame Fels had hinted that Monsieur Ive cultivated a rooftop vegetable garden as a cost-saving measure. Lumian deduced that the Ive residence must, therefore, be on the apartment building's top floor, the 6th to be exact. After a brief scrutiny, Lumian's gaze landed on the faintest of the glowing windows. In keeping with Ive's penny-pinching character, he probably refused to light an additional gas lamp. Finding a secluded, dark corner, Lumian set himself up, his focus locked onto the dimly lit window, a silent sentinel awaiting any sign of activity. As the hours wore on, a homeless man wandered by, hoping to claim this sheltered nook as his makeshift bed for the night. However, catching sight of Lumian's shadowy figure, he reluctantly shuffled off elsewhere. Such encounters barely registered with Lumian anymore. Unperturbed, he maintained his vigil. Close to 11 p.m., the feeble light in the window blinked out. Roughly 15 minutes later, Monsieur Ive, garbed in a faintly dark suit and chestnut-hued tweed trousers, materialized at the apartment door. With cautious glances cast about him, clutching a carbide lamp, he made his way along the street's shadowy cloak towards the underground trier entrance a stone's throw away. Lumian bore witness as a living statue, observing the retreating illumination of Monsieur Ive's lamp until it was swallowed by darkness. Several minutes later, with no signs of official beyonders tailing Monsieur Ive, Lumian arose, dusted off his attire, and crossed the Avenue du Marquet towards the hidden stone staircase leading underground. Lumian did not attempt to follow him. First and foremost, he had no source of light. His only candles were those used in ritualistic magic, their scent too conspicuous. Second, he lacked knowledge about Monsieur Ive's true capabilities, his motives for venturing into underground trier, or the extent of power he might command. Retracing a few steps, Lumian melted into the shadow of a nearby building's pillar, shrouding himself in the comforting dark. A tedious wait ensued. As midnight loomed, the blue radiance of the carbide lamp punctuated the darkness at the underground entrance. The elongated shadow of Monsieur Ive once again graced the scene. Just as he came to the bottom of the stone staircase, Lumian tugged his cap lower over his eyes and stepped forward, barking out, "This is a hold-up." The strategy behind this sudden ploy was to gauge Monsieur Ive's strength. Should the landlord be a formidable force, Lumian suspected he would merely dismiss the mugger with lethal efficiency. In that case, Lumian would have the opportunity to make a swift exit, his greatest risks being some minor injuries and a dent in his pocket. If, however, Monsieur Ive failed to exhibit significant ability, the faux robbery would quickly morph into a real kidnapping. Lumian would then corner the landlord in a remote pocket of the underground trier, demanding answers about his secretive behavior around room 504's tenant and his nocturnal trips to the underground world. At Lumian's gruff demand for a hold-up, Monsieur Ive visibly flinched. Seeming to accept his fate, he pulled out a worn brown leather wallet, extracting a single silver coin valued at 1 Vrildor. An unexpected surge of avarice flooded Lumian at the sight of the silver coin. Its intricate design, with a cherubic relief on the surface and radiating lines, drew him in. Almost against his will, he found his right hand reaching out to snatch the coin from Monsieur Ive. With a swift pivot, he spun on his heel and took off, playing the part of a robber to perfection. 5 or 6 steps into his escape, a niggling thought started to bother Lumian. What sort of robber would flee after pilfering a solitary 1 Vrildor coin? And why did I even seize the coin? Lumian's senses abruptly reignited. Channeling Dancer's agility, he made a forceful twist of his frame and skidded to a halt. He noticed Monsieur Ive was also on the run. The landlord of Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or darted across Avenue du Marquet and made a beeline for Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Lumian, originally preparing to pursue, abruptly dropped his pace. Monsieur Ive, now a victim of robbery, didn't aim for the sanctuary of his home nor the aid of law enforcement in the bustling market district. Instead, He elected for the theater, situated at an angle from his dwelling. Could it be that he perceived a more effective guard there? Lumian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Then, within the span of a heartbeat, he spun around and resumed his faux robber's role. He was anxious that Monsieur Ives might rally a force capable of reclaiming his pilfered silver coin. Given Monsieur Ives' infamous miserliness, such a response was within the realm of possibility. Although Lumian was not particularly concerned about losing a single vol d'or, getting caught would undoubtedly unmask his identity. Exiting Avenue du Marquet, he nonchalantly flipped the silver coin to a destitute vagabond dozing at the street's edge. At the metallic ring, the man's eyes flickered open, resting on the gleaming piece nestled under the nearby lamplight. Once back on Rue Anarchy, Lumian peeled off his cap and coat, tucking them under his arm as he resumed his leisurely stride. His test had confirmed his suspicions. Monsieur Ives was no ordinary man. He possessed beyonder abilities, albeit seemingly ill-equipped for combat. He had elected to gift a silver coin to an apparent burglar and retreat. This little episode filled me with a sudden, overwhelming desire for that silver coin. A desire so fierce, I nearly abandoned my true intentions, almost succumbing to madness. Lumian reflected on the strange encounter. It was a sensation he recognized. He had experienced a similar one when facing Susanna Mattis. One filled him with paralyzing fear, the other stripped him of rational thought, substituting it with raw hatred. The similarities of these abilities' manifestations. Could Monsieur Ives be linked to Susanna Mattis? What fate could have befallen room 504's tenant? The forest fairy, the foliage, laurels. Does Theodore de Lancienne Cage of Pigeons have ties to Susanna Mattis as well? Lumian speculated as he retraced his steps to Aubert's Du Coq door. He slipped into the underground bar to find Charlie, glass of beer in hand, belting out a tune with a few of the inn's tenants. We impoverished souls, dwelling in the attic. Catching sight of Lumian's return, Charlie excused himself and ambled over to the counter, heaving a sigh as he began. You wouldn't believe what transpired this afternoon. The hotel manager nicked my drinks twice, and then had the gall to say that because of Madame Alice's situation, he couldn't promote me to an official attendant. I'm stuck as a lowly handyman. How utterly odious. Just how unlucky can I get? Suddenly, Charlie fell silent, muttering to himself, unlucky, unlucky. After repeating it a handful of times, he glanced up at Lumian, a look of surprise registering on his face at the sight of Lumian's subtle smile. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 158. Report. As he pondered on Seal's early morning warning of potential misfortune, Charlie was dumbstruck. The very afternoon he had lost the job prospect he'd been eagerly awaiting and even squandered a few vol d'or hosting a round of drinks. The thought of it all intensified the weight on his shoulders. Seal's smirk hit him, and Charlie's voice instinctively dropped to a hush. You can predict the future? His forecast had hit the mark with uncanny precision. Didn't I tell you? Just a wild guess, Lumian stated, his lie rolling smoothly off his tongue. Yet, it wasn't entirely untruthful. It was more an educated guess, based on the luck patterns he perceived. It was akin to devising the method after having the final answer. Charlie's expression reflected his disbelief, yet he didn't challenge the claim. Instead, he asked hopefully, has my run of bad luck ended? Lumian turned, his focus shifting, and his eyes growing stormy. His face soon mirrored the seriousness of his thoughts. Charlie, witnessing Seal's shift in demeanor, felt his pulse quicken and his mouth go arid with anxiety. What's going on? Lumian pressed his lips together before stating, You're in for a disaster. Charlie's countenance faltered, his complexion turning pale, a stark contrast to its earlier flush. Lumian chuckled. Just pulling your leg. You may not have the best luck for a while, but you won't be particularly ill-fated either. It suggested that even if the issue with Susanna Mattis hadn't been entirely handled, it wouldn't escalate anytime soon. Charlie couldn't quite grasp Lumian's words. Really? It's a tall tale. Believe it if you wish. No skin off my back if you don't, Lumian remarked, ordering a glass of absinthe fennel with a dismissive smile. Lumian's nonchalant demeanor helped Charlie breathe easy. He nestled onto the bar stool next to him, sipping his rye beer. I thought the whole situation wasn't quite done yet. That's not out of the question. Lumian made no effort to unnerve Charlie further. Charlie's gaze fell on the bar top as he murmured, You know, in that moment, I wish to be a lowly handyman and leave the market district ASAP. Lumian glanced his way. If disaster is on its way, you won't be able to outrun it no matter where you relocate. A raw bitterness bared itself on Charlie's face. Lumian suggested further, "You might as well pay a visit to the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral and pray more. And, by the way, I dined with our landlord, Monsieur Ive, today. He seemed a bit odd when room 504 came up in our chat, almost as if he knows something about the previous tenant but isn't keen on sharing." Charlie froze for a moment before comprehending Seal's reference. He lowered his voice again. "The one who hung that woman's portrait?" Lumian confirmed with a slow, assertive nod. Charlie stayed quiet for a beat before muttering, "Did that woman have any ties to Monsieur Ive? Does he suspect something off about the portrait? I should inform the authorities. I'll head to the nearest cathedral at dawn and speak to the priest." "Not bad. A few days under my wing, and you're much sharper than Louis from the Savoy mob. You caught my hint right away." Lumian raised his glass, taking a sip of the visually appealing green liquid. Lumian was not well versed in the details of theater, the Lancian cage op pigeons, hence the severity of the problem was a mystery to him. Any self-led investigation would take at least a couple of weeks to gather any meaningful information. Even then, he might not possess the means to tackle it. As such, his best course of action was to alert the authorities from the get-go, allowing them to take the reins. Once he'd reached a decision, Charlie shot a covert glance at Pavard Neeson, who was engrossed in the art of mixology. Confirming that he had the man's undivided attention, he leaned in and whispered to Lumian, "If they query the source of my information, what should I say?" "Just tell them that it cropped up during our chat," Lumian responded candidly. With Charlie previously singing his praises, the police and the Marquis du Quartier du gentlemen were aware that Aubaird's du Coq d'Or had fallen under Seal's jurisdiction. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Seal and Monsieur Ive, the landlord, crossed paths over a meal and some idle chatter. When the time came, the official Beyonders could make casual inquiries and ascertain that all was in order. They would have no reason to cast suspicion upon Lumian. All right. Charlie's demeanor noticeably relaxed. Lumian savored another sip of his La Fée Verte before posing a question. "Which of the leaders of the Poison Spur mob do you know?" Charlie had previously alluded to the leaders of the Savoy mob, the Poison Spur mob, and several other smaller gangs having a certain notoriety in Le Marquis du Quartier du gentlemen, enough to frighten the youngsters. "What are you scheming?" Charlie's countenance lit up with excitement. "I intend to ask them a question or two." Lumian chose to frame it in the most courteous manner possible. Charlie's enthusiasm dipped a notch, realizing he wouldn't be privy to any spectacle. "Besides Margot, I know of two others. One's Hammerate. He was a regular at Le Marquis du Quartier du gentlemen, but he's been frequenting Rue Anarchy of late. Then there's Harmon, sans any nickname. I've observed Margot in his company on multiple occasions, showing him considerable deference. He's bald, by the way. The head honcho of the Poison Spur mob is Black Scorpion Roger. He appears to reside somewhere on Avenue du Marquis. Garnering Margot's respect implies Harmon's status and power within the Poison Spur mob superseded his. Perhaps Hammerate has taken control of Salle de Gristmill and Rue Anarchy since his regular appearances here." Lumian pondered, setting his sights on Hammerate. His plan was to shadow the gang leader over the ensuing days, familiarizing himself with his routines and behaviors. Should he fail to locate Wilson in due course, he would contemplate making an example of 8. After emptying his glass of absinthe, Lumian and Charlie made their way upstairs. Upon reaching room 207, Lumian noticed a wooden crate, adorned with the black-painted emblem of the Savoy mob, a bullet and a dirk, placed near the entrance. Could it be the ingredient sent by Louis? Lumian stooped to pick up the crate, subsequently unlocking the door to the room. As he flipped open the lid, the foul stench of bird droppings wafted up from a dark stone, accompanied a pair of eyeballs, bloodshot and haunting, and a poison sac, securely encased within a glass jar. Avenue du Marquis was bathed in a yellowish glow thanks to the gas lamps. Ive, the landlord of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, was guiding someone towards a vagrant, slumbering soundly with eyes tightly shut. "Here lies my silver coin," he pronounced. The person behind him threw a skeptical glance towards the sleeping tramp and queried, "Did he rob you?" "Absolutely not," I've replied with firm conviction. The differences in height, physique, even clothing are too significant. A robber that tosses stolen loot to a tramp, this situation is undeniably peculiar. The figure, teetering on the edge of the lamp's glow, nodded in near imperceptibility. "We must remain vigilant, prepared for unforeseen complications or potential investigations." I've simply grunted his agreement, grumbling under his breath. Had he not cast my silver coin to this vagrant, we could have traced him directly. He possessed the unique capability to sense the location of his possessions, but only for a limited time. The following morning found Lumian holed up in Aubert's Ducoque door, engrossed in Aurora's grimoire. He needed to keep an eye on Hammer 8 and his cohorts, which meant altering his study routine to the morning. These gangsters only made their appearance in the afternoon, and their nightly escapades ended in the early morning hours. Charlie had left at dawn for the closest eternal blazing sun cathedral. Upon his return, his calm demeanor was underscored by a radiant smile. He seemed to have found a source of solace and received validation. As the clock approached noon, Lumian stowed his grimoire and ambled over to Avenue du Marquet. He positioned himself a short distance from Monsieur Ives' apartment and the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, hoping to witness any activity from the official Beyonders. The streets were bustling as usual, the shops brimming with activity, and carriages weaving in and out. Yet, none bore any hints of the recent events. After observing for some time, Lumian was about to seek out a restaurant to satiate his hunger when he spotted Monsieur Ives in the distance. Still clad in his faded formal suit and chestnut tweed trousers, donning a gray wide-brimmed hat and grasping a black cane, he made his way towards his apartment. The official Beyonders haven't made their move yet? Lumian contemplated briefly before crossing Avenue du Marquet to intercept the landlord. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Ives." "Out on an errand," he greeted, all smiles. Monsieur Ives looked slightly disoriented before scrutinizing Lumian, a touch of trepidation in his gaze. "I'd something to attend to at the police station." So the official Beyonders roped in Monsieur Ives through the police station, but delegated the interrogation to someone with the required abilities? Lumian surmised the situation, albeit with a lingering query. The officials didn't uncover that Monsieur Ives possessed Beyonder powers? Lumian responded with a gentle nod and a reassuring smile. "Is there something I could assist you with?" "No need," Monsieur Ives responded, his tone veering between guarded and resistant. He gestured towards the beige apartment. "I need to get home." In an effort to not arouse any suspicion, Lumian made no further attempts to detain or probe him. As Monsieur Ives walked away, Lumian was left behind, a slight furrow marking his brow. Looking back at their brief exchange, nothing seemed off. Yet certain details felt out of place, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. On impulse, Lumian shifted his focus to the retreating figure of Monsieur Ives, attempting to gauge his recent string of luck. It seemed pretty ordinary, nothing too fortunate or adverse. Nonetheless, Lumian found his suspicion intensifying rather than alleviating. During their dinner the previous night, Lumian had instinctively assessed Monsieur Ives' luck. It had leaned towards the unfortunate end of the spectrum. And now, in a span of a day, his luck had taken a turn for the better. What could have transpired? Lost in thought, Lumian sauntered down Avenue du Marquet, his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 159, Savage. The tide of fortune seems to have taken a turn for Monsieur Ives. His handling of the robbery the previous night must have laid bare his secret, especially in the face of a disguised Beyonder masquerading as a police officer. Had they sniffed out something amiss and laid a trap in anticipation? The gears in Lumian's head whirred ever faster, his growing suspicion suggesting that his robbery attempt on Monsieur Ives had alerted the man and his unseen benefactors. Still, he couldn't verify any peculiarity regarding the landlord without attempting some sleuthing. Realizing the eyes of the figure at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons could be upon him, Lumian abandoned the thought of paying a visit to Monsieur Ives, making a hasty exit from Avenue du Marquet. An urgency overwhelmed him to execute the prophecy spell in order to unravel some of the mysteries plaguing him. Within the confines of Quartier de l'Observatoire, near the subterranean cemetery, warmed by a flickering bonfire, Lumian spotted Asta Troll's peculiar stance. "Did you manage to procure the items I asked for?" Asta responded with a genuine grin. "Indeed. The entrails of a lynx, tongue of a hyena, marrow of a stag, and some gray henbane. It all amounts to 5 Vril d'Or. Including the reward you pledged, it comes to 20 Vril d'Or." Per their agreement, Lumian was to hand him an extra 5 Vril d'Or for each item. But noticing the sum worth of the items was only 5 Vril d'Or, Asta's conscience wouldn't allow him to charge full price, hence the discount. Lumian didn't mind. The arrangement saved him a great deal of time. Naturally, he didn't push to pay more, handing Asta a sum of banknotes amounting to the quoted price of 20 Vril d'Or. The 4 items were contained either modest glassware or small wooden boxes and cloth bags. Lumian inspected them individually before sliding them into his pocket. His gaze once again fell on Asta Troll. "Any further insights on the aquatic monster?" Asta nodded. "Indeed." His expression bore a plea for affirmation. In my effort to gather more information about the aquatic monsters, I even ventured into the underground river myself. Regrettably, the ground was treacherous, and I ended up taking a tumble. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the distinct marks of his slip on his forearm. So that's why his posture seemed off. If I hadn't requested Asta to gather information on the aquatic monster, would he have avoided the injury? Yet I only enlisted him after foreseeing an imminent accident. What could have transpired if I had rescinded? A feeling of inevitability wrapped Lumian. He was also a pawn in the game of destiny, his actions and will embedded in the luck he sensed. Lumian curtailed his musing and responded with a light chuckle. I did advise you to be cautious. Asta appeared taken aback. The recollection of Seal's warning for the upcoming days suddenly sprung to mind. Did it manifest so rapidly? Is his divination prowess truly this potent? Amid his astonishment, Asta queried, "You divined I would be injured within the next 2 days? What sequence does Seal belong to? Not only does he appear combat savvy, but his divination skills are impressive." A grin played at the corners of Lumian's mouth. It's not divination. He held back further explanation, leaving Asta to his own conjectures. Seeming to take the hint, Asta didn't press further. Instead, he shifted the conversation back to the aquatic monster. I've been able to piece together the whispers and conjecture, and it seems there are 3 kinds of aquatic monsters in the underground river. The first appears to be a drowned corpse, bloated and eerily pale. The second resembles a grotesquely mutated fish, standing nearly as tall as a man, covered in sturdy scales that seem impervious to harm. The third bears an uncanny resemblance to strands of black hair floating atop the water, only to suddenly reach out and ensnare the unwary souls on the banks, dragging them under. These aquatic monsters, however, aren't particularly formidable. Most of their attacks on humans end in failure, which accounts for the abundance of tales and rumors. They're an elusive lot, sometimes seen 2 or 3 times a month, sometimes they disappear entirely. I ventured down there last night myself, but aside from my unfortunate slip, I found no trace of them. Lumian scoffed at this, saying, "With your level of combat prowess, I wouldn't bet on your return if you ran into one of them." Asta only managed a sheepish smile in response, not deigning to refute the comment. The only reason he dared to venture there was due to the aquatic monster's reputed weakness and his own divination. Lumian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Given the aquatic monster's record, any Beyonder team from the 2 churches or Bureau 8 could effortlessly eradicate them. So, why were they still prevalent? If the underground river concealed a greater peril, any poor soul encountering the aquatic monster should have no chance of escape. As these thoughts spun in his mind, Lumian took the materials Ostatrol had provided and carefully concealed them between a pair of nearby rocks. He was cautious, thinking that should he engage in a heated battle with the aquatic creature in the future, these delicate items might get damaged. Afterward, Lumian handed Asta a 5-roll door note. "This is for your insights about the aquatic monsters." Lumian picked up his carbide lamp and, following Asta's instructions and the tunnel signs, began his journey towards the underground river. A few moments of hesitation later, Asta quickly rose, grabbing his own carbide lamp and hurriedly following Lumian. Upon hearing the rapid footsteps, Lumian spun around, his puzzled gaze landing on Asta. Asta managed a strained smile and said, "I'll come with you. I might be of some assistance." "You?" Lumian couldn't veil his incredulous disdain. Asta cleared his throat before divulging his actual motive. "The aquatic monster is a spiritual being. It's improbable that you'll want everything. I am hoping to scavenge what you leave behind." If fortune smiled upon him and he found a buyer for the parts, he could make a tidy sum of more than 10 Vrildor. Lumian merely stared at Asta, letting the tension build before finally breaking into a grin. "You're welcome to tag along, but don't expect me to play your bodyguard." From what he could discern, Asta's luck was veering away from a bloody end and instead showing promise of a minor financial windfall. Essentially, if Asta joined him on this underground river expedition, it implied that the hunt might be relatively safe and potentially lucrative. Of course, Lumian couldn't be entirely sure that his decision wouldn't sway the course of Asta's luck. "No problem," Asta replied, devoid of apprehension. In his mind, he'd merely be tailing Seal from a distance. If they happened to encounter an aquatic monster, he'd simply keep a wider berth. The threat to his own life seemed minimal at best. Asta's unwavering resolution prompted Lumian to study him a moment longer. Seeing that his luck hadn't shifted, Lumian lifted his gaze, picked up his carbide lamp, and resumed his journey forward. In a way, having someone like Asta trailing behind had its benefits. Sometimes, the art of fishing required bait. On other occasions, in the face of a formidable monster, one needn't outrun the beast. One just needed to outpace their so-called allies. The two of them ventured deeper into the subterranean world, each step guided by the flickering light of their carbide lamps. After roughly 10 minutes, they were engulfed by an escalating humidity, and Lumian could discern the faint murmur of flowing water. He held his lamp aloft, casting an eye over the tunnel signage before veering into a pathway shrouded in darkness to his right. Soon, the telltale shimmer of water, distorted by the lamp's radiance, beckoned ahead. Lumian approached the underground river with caution. It stretched 5 to 6 meters wide, ensconced beneath a naturally formed stone dome peppered with stalactites. The water was relatively clear, meandering through the carved gullies. Apart from a scattering of moss, Lumian detected no signs of life at first glance. Asta had already ceased advancing, observing from a safe distance as the dangerous beyonder meticulously combed through the riverside. The pair maintained a distance of over 10 meters, sporadically progressing and halting. 15 minutes elapsed, and Lumian's search bore no fruit. Half an hour passed, and the situation remained unchanged. As the path ahead began to constrict, Lumian's keen eye spotted some anomalies. By the riverbank, several rocks lay scattered, their edges tinged with soil. A struggle here? This thought nudged Lumian's heart as he cautiously neared the area. He crouched down, setting the carbide lamp aside and examined the vicinity with careful scrutiny. Soon enough, he discovered a pair of footprints and signs of something being dragged away. Yet, where these traces led, the river flowed transparent and calm. The riverbed was clearly visible and bore no hint of lurking dangers. Drip. A solitary droplet of liquid landed on Lumian's nape. It was chilly and adhesive. An immediate sense of peril overwhelmed Lumian. Without delay, he jerked his head upwards. In the cavernous interlude between stalactites, a glistening figure of grayish-white writhed. Its head resembled a python, the body slick with scales akin to a fish. From where fins should have been, emerged 2 arms and a single leg, eerily human-like. The monster's mouth gaped open, unveiling a neat row of ferocious white teeth. From its mouth corner dripped a viscous and foul-smelling liquid. In the following heartbeat, the monster pounced, soaring towards Lumian. Crouched on the ground, Lumian tumbled backwards. Simultaneously, his body coiled like a spring, catapulting his right leg upwards in a swift whip-like motion. With a satisfying crack, Lumian, teetering on the brink of falling, landed a solid kick on the airborne monster who failed to evade the strike, hurling it towards the opposing stone wall. Crash! The monster collided with the rocky facade. Lumian was back on his feet, charging at his opponent with the feral urgency of a cheetah. As the monster slid off the wall, Lumian's form was mirrored in its muddy yellow eyes. Lumian reached out, seizing its arm. The monster didn't evade but opened its palm to welcome the assault. Each of its digits sprouted sharp scales, glinting ominously with a deep blue sheen. Without warning, Lumian twisted his elbow and flicked his wrist, clasping the monster's wrist with both hands to thwart the menacing blue scales. He then extended his right foot, sweeping away the monster's lone leg. With just one leg, the monster was powerless to resist. Its only option was to harness Lumian's grip on its wrist to propel itself upward, its solitary leg trailing behind and its monstrous maw leading the charge, ready to devour Lumian's entire head. At this critical moment, Lumian relinquished his hold, lowered his stance, and rolled towards the stone wall. Thud. The aquatic monster landed heavily behind him. In a fluid motion, Lumian swiveled, snatching the monster's leg. Channeling his strength from the core, he swung it towards the stone wall. Crash! The monster's skull crumpled upon impact. Lumian didn't pause. He maintained his swinging momentum, battering the monster against the pillar, the wall, and the floor, with dark red blood and pale yellow fluid splattering everywhere. Amid the pounding sounds, craters formed on the stone wall, and the monster's skull started to fragment, the contents spilling out in a gruesome red tide. More than 10 meters away, Asta stood agape, utterly mesmerized by the violent spectacle. How savage! Incredible! Lumian unceremoniously dropped the mutilated, lifeless aquatic monster onto the ground. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 160, Pervert. Asta had never questioned Seal's competence in tackling the aquatic monster, yet the ruthless efficiency with which he dispatched it caught him off guard. It felt much like witnessing an adult landing a blow on a child. A persistent inquiry bobbed to the surface of Asta's thoughts. To what path and sequence could Seal possibly belong? Why could he engage in combat and appear to wield formidable prophetic capabilities? Within a region speckled by dark crimson and dull golden symbols, Lumian crouched, brandishing his ceremonial silver dagger. He slid the blade into the monster's open wound, cleaving through its flesh, and deposited it in a hollow timber container prepared earlier. Once two containers brimmed with the monster's flesh and scales casting a dim cerulean glow, he uncapped a metallic flask and began collecting the monster's blood that burbled ceaselessly. Witnessing this, Asta methodically closed the gap between him and the vanquished monster, lingering nearby. Before too long, Lumian rose, pivoted, and retraced his steps. Scrambling, Asta hastily crouched and started amassing blood, scales, and what he believed to be spiritually rich organs. His gaze frequently darted to Lumian, who was steadily increasing his distance, showing no signs of halting for Asta. A sense of unease began to seep into Asta. After all, Seal had dispatched the aquatic monster with terrifying ease. Given his earlier performance, Asta feared that Seal could also eliminate him without much effort. Should he remain alone by this subterranean river in the depth of the darkness, and should another monster be lured by the scent of blood, he would find himself in dire straits. With a sense of urgency, Asta hastily stowed the harvested materials, not daring to dawdle. Fighting the temptation to salvage more of the monster's remains, he left a good 90% behind and hurried after Lumian. As their carbide lamps winked out at the tunnel's end, darkness reclaimed the area, save for the perpetual whisper of water. After an indeterminate time had passed, a group of thrill-seeking university students made their way through the cavernous labyrinth, kerosene lanterns in hand. They discovered a partially collapsed stone wall and a pathway disordered and fragmented. Apart from that, all was serene and silent. Not a trace of the aquatic monster or bloodstains were found. Having bid Asta Trull adieu, Lumian found himself a seat in a public carriage, bound for Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Retrieving the remainder of his ingredients from a Baird's du Coq d'Ores room 207, he grasped his carbide lamp and plunged once more into the realm below ground. His destination was the former site of the ritual, a quarry cave. His goal was to prepare the mystical concoction required for the prophecy spell before the veil of night descended. Come nightfall, he intended to make his way to the nearest hospital and procure a recently departed body from the morgue. As Lumian descended from the floor, mimicking the surface world, his pace slackened. Under the glow of the carbide lamp, he noticed fresh, evident footprints marking the slightly damp path. Heavy footprints. Lumian studied them for a moment, voicing his puzzlement. From the looks of these prints, he concluded that the passerby must have weighed upwards of 100 kilograms or been shouldering something hefty. Who could it be? An underworld smuggler? Lumian had his suspicions, but he didn't intend to tail them. Tryer's subterranean labyrinth was brimming with people. Obsessing over each footprint would only exhaust him. Besides, the other party had no quarrel with him. Provided they didn't interfere with his upcoming ritual magic, he had no concern even if he was ready to ensure their silence. Turning the lamp's dial, Lumian tempered the reaction between carbide and water, thus dimming the flame's intensity and casting less light. He was concerned that the maker of the footprints was near and might detect the bright light closing in from behind. Continuing his journey, Lumian suddenly halted, nose twitching. He detected a familiar aroma, a musky perfume designed to awaken masculine desires, intermingled with a citrus hint. After a brief moment of mental rifling, Lumian identified the scent's owner. Little Minx Jenna, the showy diva. Could these be her footprints? Preposterous. Surely, she doesn't weigh more than 100 kilograms. She's not cast of iron. Besides, the prints were clearly a man's. Lumian mulled over two possibilities. Either Jenna is adept at concealing her tracks, leaving no corresponding marks, or she's been hoisted by a man. It's quite ordinary for two individuals collectively to exceed 100 kilograms. Judging by the footprints, the man stands between 1.65 and 1.7 meters tall. His gait seems slightly peculiar. As Lumian turned this over in his mind, his brow furrowed. Piqued by curiosity, he resolved to tail the trail and ascertain what predicament Jenna had stumbled upon, or rather, what scheme she was brewing. It was crucial to note that this showy diva was suspected of being Franca's paramour. Her entanglement might reveal a clandestine secret of the Savoy mob. This could potentially provide Lumian, who was pursuing loftier heights, with an opportunity. Lowering the carbide lamp's intensity further, he hoped that once switched off, the flame would snuff out promptly. Sticking to the tunnel's shadows, he tracked the footprints, vigilantly gauging the distance. Should anything go awry, he was ready to extinguish the light. As the footprints appeared increasingly fresh, As though only moments old, he extinguished the carbide lamp and ventured forward in the darkness, relying on his memorized path. Before he knew it, Lumian had reached a divergence in the path, a faint blue light emanating from the stone wall's end on his left side. Slipping his black gloves on, Lumian inched closer, a wraith in the shadows. The blue light radiated from a small cave nestled at the end of the stone wall. Stationed against the stone, Lumian tucked himself into the shadow's embrace, craning his neck ever so slightly to catch a glimpse of what lay within. At the cave's heart, a rather primitive iron-black carbide lamp sat in a relatively flat expanse. Nearby, a capacious bag of grayish-white fabric bulged, seemingly at its full capacity. A man loomed beside the bag, adorned in a blue cap, a common tweed suit of brown that one would see in Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, with a linen shirt peeking out from beneath his darker jacket. The man's breathing was noticeably labored. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, his side profile revealed a thin and slightly worn countenance, his brown eyes ablaze with unmasked desire. Lumian's gaze dropped, registering the man's arousal. He inwardly chided, "Impatient, aren't we?" No wonder he was lagging. That explains the irregularity in his footprints. Lumian grew more convinced that the bag concealed none other than Jenna, the little minx. She must have fallen prey to a kidnapper and rapist. The man proceeded to remove his cap, casting it aside as his heavy panting echoed through the cave. His countenance was laid bare before Lumian. His eyebrows, pale and disordered, were sparse. His eyes sagged slightly at the corners. His nose was a hint of red at the tip, and his mouth bore dry, cracked lips. His complexion was a shade too pale, betraying signs of fatigue and exertion. The man squatted, loosening the bag's ties, revealing its contents. Lumian's intuition proved correct. It was indeed Jenna, the showy diva. Her customarily tied brownish-yellow hair was in disarray, cascading over her body. Her eyes were sealed shut, framed by a layer of deep shadows. Adorned in a white blouse and a beige fluffy short skirt, it was unclear whether she had lost or hadn't yet donned her mole. As the man drew Jenna from the bag, his breathing was so labored that Lumian could discern it effortlessly, even if he wasn't a hunter. Such a strong desire, bordering on the perverse. Lumian found himself thinking this almost subconsciously. Stumbling upon such a scenario, he resolved to come to Jenna's aid while he was here. If the Savoy mob's boss ever considered appointing a new leader, Red Boots Franca might vouch for him. But a hasty rescue wasn't on his agenda. Lumian intended to observe further, ascertain whether the man possessed any unique abilities that emboldened him to cross a leader of the Savoy mob, Red Boots Franca. He would swoop in once the man was mid-stripping, incapacitated in his haste. If only I had a long-range weapon. This wouldn't be such a chore. Lumian heaved a sigh, pondering on getting the Savoy mob to supply him with a firearm. The man's hands found their way to Jenna's face, patting it lightly twice. Next, he withdrew a small metal bottle, unscrewing the cap and brought it to Jenna's nose. Achoo. A sneeze jolted Jenna awake, her eyes fluttering open. The man's visage reflected in her wide blue eyes, sparking alarm. An instinctive urge to rise seized her. But in the next moment, she registered the absence of strength in her body, rendering resistance futile. Damn you, T. What do you think you're doing? Jenna mustered enough strength to spit out the words. A twisted smile spread across the man's face. Do you know, I've watched you sing countless times. Each time, the desire to tear away your clothing and have you perform solely for me is overwhelming. Jenna hurled back, her voice seething with rage. You lunatic, a bastard who deserves being ked by a donkey. You're done for. The Savoy mob will have you sleeping with the fishes. The man remained silent, his brown eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Jenna's cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing grew shallow. Her body twitched involuntarily, her eyes widening in shock at her own reaction. This is just perfect. Not only a hint of resistance, but a subconscious acquiescence too. The man stood up, brimming with anticipation, rapidly disrobing his clothes, trousers, and shoes. Lumian, observing from his hidden spot, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Jenna's reaction is abnormal. Could she be under the influence of some beyond her power? Did every human and dog in Trier have access to beyond her powers? Has Jenna been coerced into arousal? This bears an uncanny resemblance to Susanna Mattis and Monsieur Ives' act. Lumian's thoughts spiraled as he drew out the ritual silver dagger, tucking it into his right pocket with the blade pointed inward and the hilt pressing against the outer cloth. Lowering his body, he silently moved from the stone wall into the cave, stealthily approaching the man from the shadow's edge. The man's attention was fully riveted on Jenna. His eyes blazed with a fanatic light, his face twisted into a perverse grin. As he worked his belt loose and shed his trousers, his gaze roved over Jenna's form. Emerging from the shadows, Lumian sprang forth like a cheetah on the prowl. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 161, Special Traits. It was only when Lumian sprung from the darkness that the man, his gaze fixated solely on Jenna, realized the invasion of his secluded lair. Bang, bang, bang. Lumian stormed in, raining a barrage of fists, elbows, knees, and feet upon the intruder. The man was taken aback, yet not feeble. His resistance was robust, fending off blows with forearms while retreating. His chest, calves, and thighs bore the brunt of Lumian's missed strikes, but he held his ground. With a shake of his head, his brown eyes morphed into a haunting green, casting an eerie reflection of Lumian. Suddenly, Lumian was overwhelmed by a powerful surge of desire. Beside him, showy diva, Jenna radiated a captivating allure as she strained to watch the struggle, her whole being pulsating with magnetism. This desire exploded within Lumian like a live grenade. He ceased his assault, eyes smoldering with a reddish hue as his breaths quickened. Whirling around, he lunged towards Jenna. Jenna sensed the abnormality and bellowed out, her voice a mix of anger and fear, "Pull yourself F***king together." But her words were smothered as Lumian pinned her down. In tandem with this action, a hard object pressed against Lumian's right side. What was that? Reacting instinctively, his hand grazed the hilt of the ritual silver dagger he'd strategically placed for self-injury. A vague understanding of his intent to use it flickered back into his mind. In the next heartbeat, Lumian, now mostly irrational from his burgeoning desire, seized the handle of the silver dagger and drove it into his own flesh. The silver tip sliced through cloth, skin, and muscle alike. Excruciating pain thundered into Lumian's consciousness, restoring some rationality from the grips of his wild desire, allowing him to regain some lucidity. Pretending nothing had changed, he continued his actions on Jenna, his hands wandering aimlessly. "Are you F***king useless? Can't even handle a pervert?" Jenna scolded, hoping to jolt her lone protector back to reality. Seeing his opponent under control, the man hastily retrieved his own concealed dagger, preparing to strike Lumian from behind. Just then, Lumian's hand slid and he steadied himself against the cool cave floor beside Jenna. With a swift motion, he flexed his waist and kicked his right foot backward. Whack. Lumian struck, his attack to the man's groin swift and precise, akin to a whip snap. A guttural crunch echoed, the man's visage draining of color as pain contorted his features. Clatter. His weapon slipped from his grasp. He crumpled to the ground, writhing as he clutched his violated area, rendered helpless in the throes of debilitating agony. Not one to squander an advantage, Lumian lunged, ensnaring his prey in a swift embrace. His right arm snaked up, seizing the man's head and wrenching it with an unyielding force. Crack. The man was granted a view of his own back, his focus mercifully diverted from the torment below. Once his adversary's life was unequivocally extinguished, Lumian withdrew his arms and produced his ritual silver dagger. With a white bandage he had in his possession, he attended to his own wound. He held no fear of infection. Even if such an eventuality arose, his provoker constitution would endure until the 6 a.m. of the next day. The primary purpose of his first aid efforts was to prevent the cave from retaining traces of blood. Jenna, sprawled on the cold ground, mustered the strength to hoist herself up. She observed as Lumian retracted his deadly grip and the man crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Just like that, a shiver of shock rippled through her, effectively quelling her previously stoked desires. She was no naive observer. She had gauged the formidable, almost magical aura of that lecherous man, but he was annihilated in mere seconds by this handsome rural lad. Barely a heartbeat, 8 or 9 seconds at most, had transpired before a life was extinguished. Upon tending to his injury, Lumian collected the man's outer garments and moved towards Jenna. She blinked out of her stupor and queried curiously, "Why are you here?" Almost reflexively, she added jokingly, "Don't say you're enamored by me and have been trailing me?" Lumian's response was a soft chuckle as he squatted down, drawing Jenna's hands behind her back. "What are you doing?" Jenna's voice teetered on panic. Despite her feeble struggles, Lumian effortlessly secured her wrists using the man's shirt. In the blink of an eye, he pulled a dark jacket over Jenna's head, blocking her sight completely. "T, bastard, pervert. What do you want?" Jenna's words tumbled out, a jumble of anger, anxiety, and confusion. Lumian dismissed her outburst. Ripping off the remaining piece of his shirt, he wadded it up and thrust it into Jenna's ears and mouth. Jenna was silenced. A resignation washed over her as she thought, fine, I'll endure this like a dog bite, as long as he doesn't kill me. Yet, her apprehension was met with stillness. Lumian had risen, leaving her side to approach the lifeless form on the cave floor. Upon purifying his ritual silver dagger and wiping it clean, Lumian circumnavigated the petite cave, weaving a wall of spirituality. Next, he commenced the summoning dance. His intention was to invoke a spirit via this rite. Despite this method's efficacy falling notably short compared to traditional psychic spells, the goal of the summoning dance wasn't strictly spirit invocation. Nevertheless, it was far better than the alternative, doing nothing. His spirituality melded with natural forces and diffused in every direction, but was confined within the wall of spirituality enveloping the cave. Thus, the summoning wouldn't attract any unwanted entities. In the midst of the chaotic, mesmerizing dance, Lumian perceived the spectral form of the man. Drawing the ritual silver dagger, he let a droplet of blood fall, commanding the spirit to bond with him. Almost instantaneously, Lumian was gripped by a chilling sensation as an unusual and fervent heat ignited within him. This was accompanied by an overwhelming desire for women. Is this an actual side effect? Does it parallel the insatiable hunger experienced with a mouth orifice monster? Lumian made a conscious effort to avoid glancing at Jenna, who was now bound and blindfolded, as he noted his newly acquired head. Since the man had recently perished, his other head was saturated with lingering emotions such as lust, pain, fury, loathing, and the instinctive urge to utilize his distinctive traits. Also present were traces of obsessions and the most profound memories. Analyzing the situation, Lumian understood that this pervert possessed far more abilities and traits than the mouth orifice monster. Inciting avarice in others, becoming miserly and greedy, able to detect items that once belonged to him, stimulating others' appetites, maintaining a robust and healthy physical state, existing in perpetual hunger and thirst, constantly utilizing mental faculties to augment strength, reflexes, agility, and resilience, employing one's gaze, speech, and actions to subtly induce a measure of lust in the target. Through direct contact and spell-like abilities, the target will experience varying degrees of lust, preparing rape drugs and the like, differentiating hormonal information of various individuals. Did Monsieur Ive utilize the first one? This pervert is indeed connected to Monsieur Ive and Susanna Mattis. A constant state of hunger and thirst. No wonder he targeted Jenna and dared to abduct her. Can this be categorized as a negative effect? Indeed, Jenna may not be his first victim. Lumian didn't select any specific trait. He was limited to general observations of the spectral companion and was unable to comprehend any of the more nuanced abilities. Lumian made an attempt to amplify the man's most profound memories. Suddenly, he was in the midst of a bustling theater. On stage stood a young woman clad in a divine white dress, her deeply carved features accented by lake-like eyes, crystal clear and rippling with innocence and charm. Charlotte Calvino. Lumian identified the woman instantly. She was the reigning star of the theater, the Lancienne Cage aux Pigeons. Simultaneously, Lumian felt the man's excitement, the predatory hunger within him intensifying. However, with the crowd around, he refrained from any untoward behavior. He bolted to the lavatory as soon as the scene concluded. As the memory faded, Lumian ceased the summoning dance, letting the man's spirit withdraw from his being. Almost immediately, he performed the summoning dance again, inviting the spirit to rejoin him. This was because each possession allowed Lumian to select only one trait, one memory, or one obsession. Once chosen, it was irrevocable. Lumian had opted for one of the spirit's most poignant memories. In the next instant, Jenna appeared before him, giving an overtly dramatic performance on stage. The situation became clear to Lumian. He couldn't resist clenching his jaw and cursing. Is there nothing else in your mind but women, women, women? He abandoned the idea of spirit channeling, regretting that he hadn't yet achieved the status of a contractee, unable to forge a long-term contract with the spirit and borrow his skill. Lumian appraised the man's traits, certain that some of them would prove immensely useful in combat. If only I could rear this spirit. Lumian sighed, conceding his present limitations. Subsequently, he dissolved the spiritual barrier, sheathed his ritual silver dagger, and returned to Jenna. He removed the jacket shrouding her eyes and the shirt binding her hands. Jenna winced, plucking the cloth from her mouth and ears. She massaged her reddened wrist, Throwing a skeptical look at Lumian, who was busy searching the pockets of the man's clothing. She inquired, "Why did you blindfold me and block my ears earlier?" "I was protecting you. You shouldn't see or hear what isn't meant for you." Lumian responded in a half-jesting tone, his search yielding a total of 8 Vrildor coins and 3 somewhat antiquated metal canisters. Perceiving no threat from him, Jenna huffed. What could possibly be unseen or unheard here? Unless you didn't with the corpse. Her voice faded as she connected a few dots, roughly guessing that Lumian might have been using some power to extract information from the corpse. Upon noticing Lumian evaluating the 3 metal canisters, Jenna deflected the topic and reminisced. "One of these bottles contains a gas that knocks you out, leaving you feeble. That's how he abducted me. Also, another bottle has this gas, extremely foul-smelling, but strangely enough, it wakes you up. Damn, that pervert deserves being kid by a donkey." I don't know what's in the remaining bottle, and I can't distinguish between the other two. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 162, Fresh Corpse. Lumian crouched down, clutching the 3 metal canisters in his hands. He cast a glance at Jenna, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "I know just the way to confirm it." "What?" Jenna's curiosity piqued, but soon a hint of nervousness and panic crept into her expression, triggered by Lumian's enigmatic smile. Unfazed by her reaction, Lumian responded with a smile of his own. "Help me determine which canister is which," he suggested. What sort of joke is this? Jenna thought, grateful for the fact that had Lumian not saved her, and aware of her own weakened state, she would have unleashed a stream of curses. However, Lumian's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, if it contains the gas that knocks you out, the worst that can happen is you fainting again. I won't harm you, and even if I wanted to, you wouldn't be able to resist. Besides, once we ascertain which canister is which, I can use a stimulating gas to revive you and bring you back to normal. If luck is on your side and you encounter the stimulating gas, you'll regain most of your strength immediately," Lumian added. "That makes sense. Regardless of the outcome, it can't possibly be harmful." She was almost convinced by Lumian's words. However, snapping out of her daze, Jenna clenched her teeth and voiced her concerns. "But what if you end up selecting the other canister? We have no idea what it contains. If it turned out to be poisonous gas, there was no one present with the knowledge to treat her." Lumian responded with a mocking tone, a smile still tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Are you daft? Canisters filled mostly with gas and those containing liquid have a significant weight difference. This particular bottle should be filled with liquid." He picked up one of the metal canisters and gave it a slight shake. He clearly heard the unmistakable sloshing sound of liquid inside before pocketing it. "Is that so?" Although Jenna had been mocked, her attention was focused on the experiment, and anger didn't consume her. After a few seconds of hesitation, she closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, determined. "Go ahead, give it a try." Lumian stowed one of the metal bottles in his pants pocket, leaving only one in his grasp. With a leisurely pace, he brought it near Jenna's nose. In the next moment, Jenna slowly cracked open her eyes. Lumian chuckled, twisting open the cap. In an instant, an intensely pungent odor, reminiscent of fermented excrement, assailed Jenna's senses, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and her nose threatened to drip. However, each sneeze served as a catalyst, restoring a significant portion of her strength. As Lumian sealed the canister and rose from his crouch, Jenna leaped to her feet, instinctively stretching her limbs. Jenna happily adjusted her clothing and skirt, muttering to herself, "Seems like luck is on my side." On her first attempt, she managed to obtain the canister with the foul-smelling gas. But then she noticed Lumian's playful expression. Jenna's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was off. Curiosity getting the better of her, she inquired, "Did you already know which gas canister was which from the start? Is that the reason he was able to accurately select the metal canister containing the pungent gas?" Lumian grinned and handed the metal canister to Jenna. "Smell the cap for yourself." Jenna eyed the canister suspiciously before cautiously sniffing the bottle. A faint odor lingered, not particularly stimulating or potent, but still unpleasant. "The other canister has no scent," Lumian added with a smile. Jenna's flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. She felt foolish, having believed the words of the other party and willingly taken part in a so-called experiment. Any feelings of gratitude she had prepared were instantly quashed. Ignoring Jenna's enraged state, Lumian pocketed the 8 Vrildor banknote and marked the metal canister with a scratch before stowing it away. Though the man possessed the ability to sense the whereabouts of items that had once belonged to him, Lumian wasn't afraid of being tracked since the man was already dead. As for the function of the liquid in the remaining metal canister, he planned to test it on rats, stray dogs, and other animals. Having completed the necessary tasks, Lumian pointed to the pervert's lifeless body and instructed Jenna, take a good look at him and commit his face to memory. We'll need to investigate who he is. He probably has accomplices. All right. Jenna strode toward the corpse, earnestly engraving his face into her memory. After observing for a while, the recent events flooded back into her mind, fueling her anger. She raised her right leg and ruthlessly kicked the pervert's groin. Again and again, without restraint. T, pervert. Damn your mother, damn your entire family. Jenna vented her emotions to her heart's content. Lumian winced, feeling a twinge of pain, as he lowered his head to clean up the remnants at the scene. Once Jenna had calmed down, he approached her with a large grayish-white cloth bag. As he stuffed the corpse and clothes inside, he casually inquired, "How did he abduct you?" Jenna smoothed her disheveled brownish-yellow hair and tied it back into a simple ponytail. Gritting her teeth, she recounted, "I encountered him in an alley next to the Salle de Bal Brise. He claimed to be a fan of my singing and asked for an autograph. The paper he handed me was sprinkled with that odorless gas. As soon as I signed it, I sensed something was wrong and lost most of my strength. After that, he attacked me, restrained me, and brought the bottle to my nose. That's when I passed out." Lumian couldn't help but mock. "Aren't you being too careless?" Jenna didn't agree. "I've seen him several times while singing. I was certain that he genuinely enjoyed listening to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him the time of day. And as an unknown singer, it's an honor to have someone ask for your autograph. Besides, the gas doesn't have any smell. How could anyone have guarded against this?" Lumian scoffed. "That's not what I meant. It's obvious that the gas dissipates quickly on paper. It needs to be used within a short period of time to have a certain effect. In other words, that pervert has been tailing you for a while and has probably figured out your routines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cornered you so accurately in an empty alley and tainted the paper with a gas 10 to 20 seconds in advance. Didn't you notice despite being followed for so long?" Jenna fell silent, at times clenching her teeth, at times frustrated. Lumian shifted his gaze and chuckled. It was understandable that she didn't notice. That guy could discern hormonal information from different individuals. If it weren't for the fact that Monsieur I was clearly weaker than the pervert and probably hadn't mastered the power of lust, Lumian would have suspected that his identity as a robber had been exposed. He resealed a grayish-white cloth bag and used it to further erase any traces at the scene. Observing this, Jenna lent him a hand. She's quite skilled at dealing with evidence. Lumian glanced at Jenna and left the cave with the cloth bag slung over his back, harboring some suspicions. Due to Jenna intentionally not mentioning her unusual behavior under the influence of the pervert, Lumian believed that this showy diva had some understanding of the beyonder world, or she might even be one herself. And her source of information or power most likely stemmed from Red Boots Franca from the Savoy mob. When Lumian arrived at his hiding spot, he ignited the carbide lamp and held it in his hand, glancing back at the depths of the path. The path descended. There was darkness in the distance. A void that swallowed everything as it lay in wait for its prey to approach. "What are you looking at?" Jenna asked curiously. She sensed that Seal was acting mysterious. Lumian ended his gaze and smiled. "I'm wondering where we'll end up if we keep going down. Perhaps the trier from the fourth epoch." In reality, what he was truly pondering was, the abnormal ability displayed just now was strikingly similar to Monsieur Ives. If the two of them were accomplices, would they instinctively choose a familiar place in the underground world for the crime? The same underground destination where Monsieur Ives had entered that night? If that were the case, perhaps he would uncover something if he continued down this path. Disappointed, Jenna remarked, "That's not a good place." Lumian remained silent as he retraced his steps along the path. Lost in her own thoughts, Jenna followed silently, clutching the carbide lamp left behind by the pervert. Just as he was about to reach the level that roughly replicated the layout above ground, Lumian halted and said with a contemptuous smile, "Do you need me to escort you to the surface?" "You're not going back?" Jenna asked, surprised. Lumian shrugged. "I need to find a suitable place to dispose of this corpse." Jenna nodded and refrained from prying further. "I can ascend on my own. I've been underground before. Does that imply you possess the means to protect yourself?" Lumian watched Jenna depart with light footsteps, inwardly sighing. Does every human and dog in Trier have access to beyonder powers? Is something amiss with Trier, or is something amiss with me? Why do I always encounter such individuals? Shaking his head, he hoisted the corpse onto his back. As he dealt with the footprints, he made his way toward the hidden quarry cave where he had previously sought the boon. Along the way, he performed 2 instances of anti-tracking to ensure no one was tailing him. Upon reaching the underground quarry cave, Lumian tossed aside the grayish-white cloth bag containing the corpse and arranged the altar. Initially, he had intended to visit the nearest hospital morgue during the night to acquire fresh corpses, but now he had a better option. After setting up the altar, lighting the candles, and constructing a wall of spirituality, Lumian retrieved the pre-drawn faux goatskin adorned with the corresponding symbol. The central pattern on the paper consisted of a ring formed by thorns, encircled by symbols representing eyes, curves, and rivers. Just tracing these patterns in room 207 had drained Lumian's spirituality. With the faux goatskin in place, Lumian took 2 steps back and gazed at the flickering candles, preparing for the subsequent incantation. In this ritual, one couldn't employ the phrase, I summon in my name to beseech oneself. Instead, they had to craft a 3-line description of their being and feign the role of a creature from the spirit world. It could be done in any manner, devoid of any wielding of authority, as long as it could pinpoint the location within the wall of spirituality. Lumian parted his lips and muttered in Hermes, Cordu Village's trickster king, Aurora Lee's younger brother, an entity known as Lumian Lee. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 163, 3 questions. The flame of the orange candle, representing the focal point of the prayer, flickered as though stirred by an unseen breeze. Apart from that, it remained unaffected, maintaining its ordinary hue without any hint of transformation. Lumian sensed an unusual pulsation deep within his soul, as if a distant cry had reached his ethereal essence. Temporarily unable to respond, he continued to recite the incantation. I implore you. I beseech to be bestowed the prophetic concoction. In this ritualistic spell, words like help create couldn't be used. It had to be bestowed or gifted. Lumian's spirit trembled with each uttered word, like ripples extending outward, leaving him with an unsettling sensation of both elevation and dizziness. Taking 2 steps forward, he surveyed the aquatic monster's flesh, the lizard eyes, and the gray henbane. Retrieving the faux goatskin adorned with enigmatic symbols, he positioned it atop the orange candle's flame, symbolizing the target of his prayer. Once the faux goatskin was ignited and placed within the natural hollow of the stone altar, Lumian meticulously gathered tulip powder and other ingredients, sprinkling them into the flames. A peculiar fragrance swiftly permeated the ethereal barrier, causing Lumian to experience hallucinations. He witnessed a profusion of mystical symbols adorning the faux goatskin, materializing in the void, in constant motion and reconfiguration, perpetually altering their collective form. Lumian stepped back and scrutinized the diverse materials on the altar. In a resonant voice infused with Hermes' power, he invoked, Tulip, herb that belongs to inevitability, please pass your powers to my incantation. As Lumian uttered the final word, his spirit's ripples merged, granting him the illusion that he could graze the candle's flame with a mere touch of his palm. Simultaneously, a searing sensation ignited within his chest, accompanied by a faint hum resonating in his ears. His surroundings spun, akin to being tossed into the air, and spun around repeatedly. Guided by his spirituality, Lumian extended his right hand, pressing it toward the candle's flame. His vision dimmed as his spirituality surged forth, intertwining with the flames. The candle's flame promptly expanded, casting a radiant and ethereal glow upon the entire altar. The disparate ingredients of the prophetic concoction, once gathered, stirred and converged. Blood churned and shadows undulated, crafting an exceptionally sinister tableau. Struggling to maintain a steady flow of his spiritual essence, Lumian observed the physical components fade into specters, completing their reassembly. A dark crimson phantom, infused with silver-black tincture, materialized before him, condensing into a murky liquid. The liquid incessantly bubbled, each burst releasing sinuous tendrils of silver-black light, reminiscent of slithering serpents. Lumian advanced 2 steps, seizing a metal canister from the altar. Unscrewing its lid, he positioned it beneath the liquid surface. The dark liquid swiftly coalesced, streaming into the canister, nearly filling it to the brim. Having placed the vessel containing the prophetic concoction back on the altar, Lumian composed himself, preparing his mental state. As Lumian calmed the ripples within his spirit, he recollected the entire process of the ritual. If the thorn symbol hadn't reached a certain level of activation, elevating my status, I wouldn't have been able to respond and the endeavor would have failed. I can only perform 2 similar ritualistic spells consecutively. Lumian ruminated, gradually finding his thoughts settling. Completing the 5 ritualistic spells required a minimum of Sequence 7, or even Contract T. Lumian, an alms monk of Sequence 8, could only accomplish it by relying on the corruption within his body. Correspondingly, his spirituality couldn't endure for much longer. After concluding the ritual and tidying the altar, Lumian dispelled the ethereal barrier and approached the grayish-white cloth bag to drag out the lifeless body. With gentle care, he twisted the other party's head to its original position and opened the mouth. Bathed in the glow of the blue carbide lamp, Lumian retrieved the prophetic concoction, unscrewed its lid, and poured the dark liquid into the corpse's mouth. Rather than immediately permeating through the larynx, the liquid remained within, akin to a pool of water. Suddenly, Lumian sensed the quarry's breeze turning colder, and the carbide lamp's light deepened to a richer blue. Almost simultaneously, he heard a rumbling sound, witnessing the corpse's throat writhe as it consumed all of the prophetic concoction. In the next moment, the naked corpse sat upright, engulfed in an unnatural darkness that defied illumination. His eyes snapped open upon his pallid, worn face. The once brown irises had lost their color, now crystal clear and devoid of hue. Within the depths of those translucent eyes, layers of vibrant colors seemed to reside. A pure light hung high, countless nearly imperceptible figures, and flickering silver radiance. Withstanding the bone-chilling cold, Lumian composed himself and inquired, "Where will Guillaume Binet, the former padre from Cordoue village in Dirige-Riston province, Intis Republic, appear in a month?" During the interim, Lumian had contemplated the 3 questions he wished to pose. 4 primary rules govern the questioning. First, it must pertain to the future. Inquiries regarding someone's whereabouts or past actions were forbidden. Secondly, the description had to be precise enough, or an unanswered query would arise. The name Guillaume Binet was commonplace in other parts of Intis. Numerous individuals shared the same name. Unless the village of origin was specified, the corpse might reveal the future fate of a different Guillaume Binet. Thirdly, regardless of the corpse's country of origin or familiarity with the corresponding language, it would respond in the same language as the question posed. Lastly, a question could only contain one element requiring an answer. It could not be framed in the manner of, "When and where will it be?" The corpse's pale countenance took on a dark green tinge. It parted its lips and uttered an incision, "Trier's Quartier de la Princesse Rouge." The voice resonated with an illusory and ethereal quality, as if it emanated from another realm. It bore no resemblance to the deceased's living voice. So, it can only be narrowed down to the Quartier de la Princesse Rouge? Lumian's brow furrowed slightly. He could comprehend the reason behind it. This was not a prophetic concoction obtained from hidden entities. Its creator was essentially an alms monk, hence the effects naturally wouldn't be outstanding. Lumian proceeded to raise his second question. "Where will I encounter Louis Lund, the former butler of the village administrator in Cordoue village, Dirige-Riston province, Intis Republic?" He refrained from mentioning Madame Poalis, since he was uncertain of her connection to Madame Knight. He feared that her elevated status might interfere with the prophecy's accuracy. The corpse's eyes remained vacant and translucent as it gazed ahead. It responded with an ethereal voice, "Trier's Le Marquet, du Quartier du Gentleman Avenue du Marquet. Avenue du Marché?" It seems Louis Lund's presence there isn't mere happenstance. Lumian mused, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. As he contemplated, he noticed the strange visions reflected in the corpse's transparent eyes gradually fading. Acting swiftly, he posed his third question. "Where will Monsieur Ives, the proprietor of Aubert's du Coq d'Or in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, be from 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. next Friday?" Having observed Monsieur Ives previously entering the underground at this time, Lumian sought to ascertain the specifics of his destination. Considering that Monsieur Ives had recently been robbed and had visited the police headquarters, he might refrain from venturing into the underground for the time being. Lumian specified it to be the same time and day next week. The corpse swiftly replied, "Trier's Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons." With that, the corpse thudded to the ground and closed its eyes once more, emanating the putrid stench of death. Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons again. Lumian bundled the corpse back into the cloth bag, intending to bury it even deeper underground. In front of a beige 3-story building, a stubby bearded tramp found himself cornered by 2 valets beside a pillar. "I'll leave now," he stammered, trembling. At that moment, a man dressed as a butler approached, his face filled with surprise. "Master, is that you?" "Master? What?" The tramp was perplexed. The butler couldn't contain his excitement. "Don't you remember? You're the owner of this place, and we are all your loyal servants. You suffered a head injury and lost many memories. One day, you suddenly ran away from home. It's been months. I've finally found you. You've returned. I'm not. The tramp remembered his past clearly. However, the butler and the two valets refused to listen to his explanation. They encircled him and led him into the building. Madam, oh madam, the master has returned, the butler shouted with elation. Before long, the tramp laid eyes upon an elegant and beautiful woman. She wore a light green dress, her eyes exuding a mature allure. Overwhelmed with joy, she burst into tears and threw herself into the tramp's arms. You're back. You're finally back. As he inhaled the sweet scent of her perfume and felt the softness of her body against his, the tramp attempted to argue that he wasn't her husband, but the words caught in his throat. In a daze of confusion, he was guided to the dining room. There, under a crystal chandelier, he beheld a sumptuous feast, a dozen oysters, a pot of succulent chicken, a plate of beef stewed with prunes, suet pudding, salad, and a bottle of white elixir wine. Simultaneously, the tramp's gaze fell upon the oil paintings adorning the walls of the dining room. One of them was a portrait, strikingly similar to him. Could it truly be me? But I recall every experience. Could there be another who bears my resemblance? The tramp grew even more bewildered. After indulging in a hearty meal and savoring fine wines, he was led to the bedroom. Soon the beautiful and elegant madam entered, dressed in a silk nightgown. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she spoke. Do you still remember my passion? The tramp's breathing quickened, and he couldn't resist taking a step forward. The two of them embraced passionately, tumbling onto the bed, their desires overwhelming them. In that moment, the tramp began to believe that he truly was the owner of this grand house. He had a beautiful wife, a professional butler, and a multitude of servants. Even if the original master were to return, he would ensure that the other was exposed as a fraud. Lumian resurfaced and entered a Baird's Duke door, carrying the extinguished carbide lamp. Madame Fells, who manned the front desk, immediately stood up upon seeing him. Seal, Monsieur Seal, Baron Brignaise wishes to meet you at the Salle de Bal Brise after dinner. Baron Brignaise is seeking me? What could it be about? Lumian nodded. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 164, Intelligence. Salle de Bal Brise, the cafe on the second floor. Lumian strolled over to Baron Brignaise with an air of nonchalance and took a seat. Not only did he lack any sense of deference or humility, but he also showed a blatant disregard for basic politeness, as if they were equals. Louis, standing discreetly behind Baron Brignaise, silently shook his head. He had encountered many such individuals before, and their fate had always been the same, either handed over to the police by the Savoy mob or gravely wounded in a violent gunfight, losing their capabilities in the process. They had no choice but to become subservient, like dogs wagging their tails, in exchange for the gang's protection. Some met their demise due to various reasons, their bodies cast into the dark recesses of the underground world or packed into wooden barrels filled with stones and thrown into the depths of the Srinzo River. Good evening, Baron, Lumian greeted with a disarming smile. Baron Brignaise betrayed no sign of anger on his face. He leisurely took a puff from his mahogany-colored pipe and casually inquired, Where have you been this afternoon? Underground, Lumian responded, resembling the corpse that had imbibed the prophecy concoction. He answered the other party's questions without any elaboration. If Little Minx, Jenna, and Red Boots Franca concealed the fact that he had dispatched the pervert and saved the former, his response would have been a display of utmost candor. Baron Brignaise appeared momentarily taken aback but refrained from further probing. As he rubbed the mahogany pipe in his hand, he calmly stated, I have a task for you. Without waiting for Lumian to inquire, he explained with a smile, I hold great expectations for you. I believe you can become a crucial member of our Savoy mob, entrusted with significant matters. However, my favorable opinion alone is insufficient. You must demonstrate strength that surpasses most and make contributions that garner their recognition. A carrot dangling before a donkey? Lumian scoffed inwardly. Outwardly, he deliberately narrowed his eyes. And what might this be about? Baron Brignaise set aside his mahogany pipe, took a sip of his coffee, and adopted a soothing tone as he spoke. Assault any prominent member of the poison spur mob. It would be best if you inflict severe injuries. Killing them outright works too. Lumian chuckled. Just 2 days ago, you cautioned me against causing a commotion and provoking an all-out conflict between the poison spur mob and us. Aren't you concerned that such actions might transpire, ultimately leading to you becoming a target of the police headquarters? Although he had intended to lie in wait for the poison spur mob's hammer 8, Lumian refused to be treated as a fool by Baron Brignace. Baron Brignace nodded, pleased with Lumian's astuteness. You are far more intelligent than those who surround me. For the past 2 days, I've been closely observing the poison spur mob's reactions, and it seems they have no immediate plans for revenge against you. What does that imply? It means they're terrified of our Savoy mob, Lumian replied with a jest. It was, of course, a jest. If the poison spur mob feared the Savoy mob, they would never have grown to become the second largest mob in Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. Baron Brignace shook his head. In the past, they would have undoubtedly retaliated, exacting a higher toll than just medical expenses from our Savoy mob. Moreover, after Margot's demise, they merely put on a show on the surface. In reality, they took no actions that would attract the police's attention. It seemed they were searching for the true assassin amidst the chaos. These recurring anomalies lead me to believe that the poison spur mob is preparing for something significant, something very, very important. That's why they remain patient and restrained. I can't be certain whether their forthcoming actions will impact our Savoy mob, but we cannot idly wait for answers. At least you're astute. Lumian grudgingly commended Baron Brignace within his thoughts. With a smile, Lumian posed a question. Are you suggesting that I eliminate their key members and observe their reactions? If they endure it without retaliation, it signifies a considerably grave problem. We would need to instigate a full-blown conflict and compel them to expose the issue, wouldn't we? Baron Brignace chuckled. I enjoy conversing with clever individuals. So, are you willing to undertake this task? Though his tone appeared inquisitive, his posture, gaze, and actions left no doubt that it was an order. Should Lumian refuse, the Savoy mob would withdraw its protection. Lumian chuckled. I require information on all the significant members of the poison spur mob, names, appearances, capabilities, distinguishing traits, and whether they have immediate family or spouses. Louis, who stood behind Baron Brignace, was taken aback. Why is he asking about the family members of the poison spur mob leaders? Is he planning to use them? Among Trier's mobs, an unspoken rule prevailed, one that everyone abided by unless it was an exceptional circumstance. Never target family members who weren't involved in the mob. Most individuals had parents, spouses, and children. If they were to abandon all moral boundaries and kill without hesitation, none would be spared. Everyone would be in jeopardy. Secondly, dealing with the families of low-ranking mobsters held no value. However, at Baron Brignace's level, his family remained confidential, known to only a select few. Furthermore, they resided outside Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. Thirdly, those who held a certain status within the mob could be deemed ruthless. Threatening them with their families would only ignite their fury. Fourthly, the annihilation of a family would inevitably make headlines, angering the higher-ups at the police headquarters and triggering a severe crackdown. Thus, it was only in the process of eliminating a faction that they would confront the family of an enemy leader, avoiding the sowing of seeds of animosity and serving as a deterrent to other mobs. What was Seal's intention inquiring about the immediate family and wife of a crucial member of the poison spur mob? Baron Brignace gazed at Lumian for a few moments before a slow smile crept across his face. The boss of the poison spur mob is Roger, known as Black Scorpion. He resides at 126th Avenue du Marquet. I'm uncertain if he has a wife or immediate family. Even if he does, they aren't in the market district. They might not even be in Trier. He possesses sinister spells and magical powers. Even I wouldn't dare to confront him. Baron Brignace seized the opportunity to caution Lumian about the formidable strength of Black Scorpion Roger. It was wise to avoid any designs against him, for death will be the only outcome. Sinister spells. A Beyonder focused on spellcasting. Considering Roger's ability to subdue Margot, he must be at least a sequence 7. He might even possess a mystical artifact or Beyonder weapon. If Beyonders of this caliber lack robust bodies or special life-preserving abilities, they may resort to traps, close-range assassinations, and other methods. If their bodies aren't weak and they excel in close combat, or if they possess a substitution spell like Leah's paper figurine, I'll have hardly any chance of victory. Unless I employ the luck transference spell to prearrange his misfortune and make him sufficiently unlucky. Lumian's thoughts raced like lightning, fleeting as they disappeared. He nodded and inquired, what about the others? Baron Brignace took a leisurely puff on his pipe before responding. The poison spur mob once had 4 powerful and significant members who were slightly inferior to us in the market district. However, after Margot's demise at your hands, his replacement, Wilson, is quite feeble. Their overall strength has greatly diminished. Roger's deputy, Baldy Harmon, is one of them. Initially, he and Roger arrive in the market district, establishing the Sal de Grist mill, and gradually recruiting a group of individuals to form the Poison Spur mob. He's highly skilled in combat, on par with Margot in that regard. Additionally, he possesses peculiar abilities. For instance, he can withstand a blade and only suffer minor injuries. At times, he exhibits sudden bursts of violence, as if under the influence of some drug. He can instill fear in others. Oh, and he wields a knife coated with poison. He's exceedingly cruel. He doesn't have a family or a mistress, but he takes a keen interest in women. He often dallies with street girls under the Poison Spur mob. His usual residence is Black Scorpion Roger's house. When he seeks the company of a woman, he opts for a relatively clean motel or hotel within the market district. Lumian listened attentively, gradually formulating a plan. There's a highly effective trap for Baldy Harmon. Regardless of how Harmon acquires such formidable defenses that only result in minor injuries after being slashed, it suggests a high probability that he's willing to trade injuries for victory. He relies heavily on his strengths in this aspect. If that's the case, I can provide him an opportunity. However, Fallen Mercury will be the one to inflict those minor injuries upon him. Even minor wounds can bleed. Baron Brignays continued. Most of the dancers under the Poison Spur mob are under the supervision of Christina from Fainapotter. She was abducted to try her and later became Black Scorpion, Roger's mistress. Short-Legged Candlestick was her nickname back when she worked as a dancer, owing to her relatively petite stature. Lumian envisioned a compact candlestick and formed a rough image of Christina in his mind. Christina doesn't engage in frequent fights, but she exhibits remarkable combat skills when she does. She's cold and merciless when dealing with disobedient dancers. Perhaps she's forgotten the hardships she endured. Baron Brignays remarked with a touch of gentlemanly courtesy. She resides in an apartment at 19 Rue du Rossignol. We're unsure of the specific floor or room she occupies. She often frequents Roger's house. What right do you have to speak of her like that? Why don't we discuss the person who became a singer at Salle de Balbrise after her father was forced to die due to a debt? Lumian never believed that mobsters possessed a true conscience. No matter the camaraderie, loyalty, or care they exhibited toward their peers, they were merely wildflowers adorned with mud. They essentially sought out victims among the dancers, street girls, ordinary individuals persecuted by loan sharks, and the peddlers they extorted. Brignays proceeded to introduce the final leader of the Poison Spur mob. Hammer 8 was originally a member of our Savoy mob. He possessed courage, intellect, and a sturdy physique. I held him in high regard and planned to recommend him to the boss. However, he betrayed us and joined the Poison Spur mob. He swiftly acquired beyond her powers. I suspect he consumed a potion from the warrior pathway and has already reached sequence 8. His towering height, nearly 1.9 meters, and his conduct during conflicts lead me to this deduction. Hammer describes his fists, which possess the hardness and force of iron hammers. He typically fights unarmed, but he's also adept with a revolver and a dirk. He resides at 25 Rue de Paves, adjacent to La Marque du Quartier du Gentleman. There is a sizable contingent of Poison Spur mob members in that area. Pugilist? Will Beyonder characteristics manifest upon his demise? Lumian nodded and queried Baron Brignays. I also require their approximate travel patterns. Additionally, provide me with a revolver, an ample supply of bullets, and a portable weapon. A dirk, dagger, triangular spike, or axe will suffice. No problem. I'll have Louis deliver them to you tomorrow morning. Baron Brignays nodded with satisfaction. After observing Seal depart from the cafe, Louis lowered his voice and inquired, Baron, are we truly going to let him confront the leaders of the Poison Spur mob? Baron Brignays chuckled. Didn't you hear my explanation earlier? I didn't deceive him about this. However, the leaders of the Poison Spur mob are not easily dealt with. Whether he struggles and requires our aid and protection afterward, or if he fails and finds himself on the brink of death, we can crush his arrogance and make him obedient. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 165. Meeting Jenna again. Louis exclaimed in surprise, what if Seal fails and gets done in by the Poison Spur mob? Baron Brignays chuckled and replied, when has our Savoy mob ever kept all its members? On the way back to Aubert's Du Coq d'Or, Lumian found himself in quite a good mood. Initially, he intended to apprehend a significant member of the Poison Spur mob, probing into their source of power and their affiliation with the wicked deity Madame Pualis worshipped. But now, the Savoy mob had assigned him a similar task. It aligned perfectly with his desires. This way, he not only swiftly gained detailed information about multiple targets, saving valuable time, but he could also fully utilize the Savoy mob's resources, such as weaponry, manpower, and connections. A moment ago, Lumian contemplated requesting explosives from Baron Brignaise, mulling over the possibility of setting a trap to blow up one of the leaders of the poison spur mob. In the end, he decided against it. Firstly, he felt it was too brazen and would attract unwanted attention from the police. Secondly, being a wanted criminal, he couldn't afford to be investigated. Thirdly, if he obliterated his target entirely, how could he gather any information? Of course, he could employ the summoning dance and the wall of spirituality to allow the deceased spirit to cling to him and enhance the memories that left the deepest imprints. However, this method was entirely unpredictable. Who knew if those individuals' minds would be as deranged as the previous perverts? Moreover, each summoning dance could only amplify a single memory. If luck wasn't on his side, it could take a significant amount of time to find useful information. This contradicted his intention of swiftly departing from the scene of the assassination. Initially, Lumian planned to deal with Hammer 8, but upon hearing Baron Brignaise's description, he considered Baldy Harmon as a viable candidate as well. Compared to 8, Harmon had notable weaknesses that hunters could exploit to set traps. His power granted him exceptional body resilience. On numerous occasions, he sustained only minor injuries despite being slashed with knives. Lumian recalled Aurora's words, "Those skilled in swimming are prone to drowning." In Harmon's case, one could interpret it as, those adept at blocking weapons with their bodies are more susceptible to perishing by weapons. As for Lumian, he possessed Fallen Mercury, the cursed blade. Furthermore, in comparison to Hammer 8, who frequently traveled with a large entourage and resided within the Poison Spur mob settlement, Baldy Harmon ventured out alone occasionally, seeking street girls and dancers. Consequently, he proved to be a simpler target for assassination. Moreover, he was closer to the core power of the Poison Spur mob and held more secrets. However, the conundrum arose. If Lumian were to set a trap and employ Fallen Mercury to deal with Baldy Harmon, capturing him alive and extracting information would be impossible. If Lumian could overpower Baldy Harmon after stabbing him and dragging him to a secluded corner in underground Trier, why bother stabbing him initially? If he couldn't, his only recourse would be to stab the enemy and allow him to flee. Alternatively, after his escape, Lumian could await the intervention of the Montsurus ghost to assist in the target's demise. Whether this would implicate the target's family wasn't his concern. Hence, the pursuit of Baldy Harmon and Hammer 8 presented their respective pros and cons. Lumian was not yet able to reach a decision. He intended to contemplate his target selection after receiving more detailed information, weapons, and ammunition from Baron Brignaise the following morning. Upon entering Baird's Du Coq door, Lumian immediately spotted Roer and Michel, the short, gray-haired couple. They were clad in tattered, foul-smelling garments, laboriously hauling a large swollen bag made of flaxen-colored cloth up the stairs. "What's all this?" Lumian inquired curiously as he traversed the lobby. Weren't these the same elderly folks peddling counterfeit street maîtresse d'atelier photos at Suet Steam Locomotive Station? Why were they bringing back such a sizable bag? Roer ceased pulling at the cloth bag, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He forced a smile and replied, "Don't you know, Monsieur Seal? We moonlight as scavengers by night. We salvage discarded items that might still hold value." Informed by Charlie's advertisement, the couple was aware of Seal's newfound leadership role in the Savoy mob. Consequently, they saw no issue with Seal seeking answers from them since Baird's Du Coq door was his turf. From their perspective, as the guardian of Baird's Du Coq door, Monsieur Seal needed to stay informed about the establishment to prevent any mishaps. Juggling two occupations, one of which involves deception. It certainly reeks of all sorts of rubbish. Lumian pinched his nose and silently muttered. He pondered and asked thoughtfully, "Do you hoard all this trash in your room?" Roer wore an ingratiating smile and confirmed, "Indeed. We visit the waste disposal site every few days. People drop off various items there. Heh, while scavengers are filthy, without us, Trier would be overwhelmed by foul odors. Every nook and cranny would be brimming with refuse. In Trier, scavengers served as supplementary cleaners. No wonder there's a stench in the room. No wonder you perpetually reek and forgo bathing." As Lumian ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, he stole a glance at the wrinkled faces and slightly stooped postures of Roer and Michel. He casually inquired, "You're not young anymore. Why do you still toil so diligently for money?" Roer and Michel were taken aback, their smiles faltering subtly. After a brief pause, Roer mustered a pained and helpless smile. It is precisely because we are old that we must labor so strenuously. We arrived in Trier when we were very young and took up various occupations. We had a child, but he did not survive to adulthood. The monthly wages we received merely sustained our survival. As our health began to decline and our strength waned, fear gripped us. We were uncertain of what the future held. What if we grow too old to engage in our usual work someday? What will we do? Deplete our meager savings within a few months and rely on the charitable acts of the church and the government to eke out a meager existence until we perish from hunger? I do not wish for such a fate. Lumian was suddenly reminded of something his sister had once uttered. Intis is exceedingly harsh now. There is no protection for hardworking individuals in their twilight years. Stirred by his thoughts, Roer continued, "Thankfully, our appetites have diminished with age. We don't eat or sleep much. That leaves us with more time to earn money. We don't have to worry about anything else. We can save most of what we earn. In the coming years, we should be able to enjoy a few more good ones by relying on our savings." Had truth be told, compared to most people, we're considered fortunate. None of them made it to our age. Madame Michel, standing beside him, wore a wistful expression. "Once we've saved enough, we'll return to Ormer and purchase a plot of land to cultivate grapes. Even if we lack the strength in the future, we can hire assistants. We don't have extravagant expenses anyway." Ormer stood as the provincial capital of Champagne province, renowned as the foremost hub of wine production in the northern continent. Silently, Lumian nodded as he observed the elderly couple laboriously hauling the bag of trash upstairs. After a brief respite, he put on simple makeup and changed his attire. Clad in a linen shirt, brown overalls, loafers, and a dark bowler hat, he made his way straight to Sal the gristmill. Since Hammer 8 remained one of his targets, he needed to personally observe him. It was the late hours of the night, and Sal the gristmill buzzed with activity. Amid the pulsating music, men and women gyrated on the dance floor, releasing their frustrations. Concerned about being recognized by the poisoned spur mob, Lumian approached the bar and ordered a glass of rye beer before making his way to the dance floor. As he swayed to the rhythm, he surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he spotted little minx, Jenna, appearing on the raised wooden platform in front of him. She wore a similar outfit to the one she had donned in the afternoon, a short white blouse and a flouncy skirt showcasing her fair chest. This time, she sported a mole on the bridge of her nose. It signified audacity. Impressive mental strength she possesses. Despite the afternoon's events, she's back at work in the evening. Lumian couldn't help but marvel. In his opinion, since Jenna was Red Boots Franca's lover, there was no need for her to be so committed. The rhythmic drum beats halted, and all eyes on the dance floor turned to Jenna, panting. Jenna began with a high-pitched tone. "Ernest, stay away from my wife and pipe." Laughter erupted from the crowd as if a collective realization had struck them. In sync with the cheerful and bawdy singing, they swayed their bodies gently. As Jenna sang, she executed high kicks, shifting her position and winking at the audience from different angles, even performing an exaggerated split. During this display, her gaze briefly crossed paths with Lumian. She appeared momentarily stunned before returning to her normal demeanor. Once she finished her song, the intense drum beats resumed. Jenna wasted no time resting. She leaped onto the dance floor, navigating through the sudden eruption of cheers, whistles, and men vying for proximity. She approached Lumian and shouted with a playful smile, "Handsome lion dance." In Intis, the lion was often used to describe alluring men due to their radiant mane, akin to the sun. Lumian sensed that Jenna had something important to share. He set aside his beer and joined her on the dance floor, engaging in a lively dance with the showy diva face to face. Just as they were about to embrace, Jenna threw herself into Lumian's arms and whispered into his ear, "You're quite the talented dancer. By the way, I've discovered the identity of that pervert. His name is Hedsey. He used to reside in room 504 at Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or." Charlie's room? The occupant of room 50, for who put up Susanna Mattis' portrait? Lumian was taken aback. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 166. In return. Lumian had always believed that the tenant, like Charlie, had been enchanted by Susanna Mattis in his dreams. His vitality had been gradually drained until he met a sudden demise in the room. Monsieur Ive, the hotel owner, had secretly transported the lifeless body to a secluded spot in underground Trier. Little did he expect that the tenant would transform into a pervert with beyond her powers. He now roamed Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, preying on attractive women. Lumian was convinced that Hedzi's newfound abilities stemmed from a boon granted due to the absence of beyonder characteristics after death. It was clear that these powers originated from the same source as Susanna Mattis and Monsieur Ive. In essence, not long after Susanna Mattis' portrait was plastered, something extraordinary had occurred to Hedzi. He had become a devout follower of the Mother Tree of Desire and received 2 to 3 boons within a few short months. As a result, he had gained significant strength and mastery over various mystical techniques. For beyonders who progressed by consuming potions, such speed was unimaginable, unless they possessed profound understanding and were at a remarkably low level. However, Hedzi's boons also came with a downside. The recipient would be influenced by the power and gradually deviate from their true self. In certain aspects, they will become increasingly extreme, often engaging in actions that seemed irrational to ordinary individuals and inviting disaster upon themselves. Both Monsieur Ive's miserliness and Hedzi's insatiable lust for women fell into this category. Lumian suspected that nearly all boons had similar repercussions to some extent. Over time, they would inexorably draw the bestowed closer to the bestower and induce corresponding mutations. The reason Lumian remained unaffected by the powers of the dancer and alms monk was that they didn't directly come from the hidden entity known as Inevitability, but rather the corruption within his body that had been filtered through the seal. Additionally, Lumian had always maintained a vigilant stance in such matters. He not only refrained from altering his style and way of life to exploit the traits of the dancer and alms monk for greater control over his strength, but at times even went against their influence. Furthermore, Lumian would advance in sequence and have a preliminary digestion before obtaining the corresponding boon. He sought to preserve the balance of power within his body. Lowering his head, Lumian whispered to Jenna in a hushed voice, "How did you discover this?" As Jenna swayed to the rhythm, she pursed her lips and replied, "It's quite evident that the pervert cannot exist without women. Kidnapping a woman every day and dragging her underground simply isn't feasible, or else he would have been apprehended long ago. Damn it, there must have been several victims. Do those incompetent black-skinned dogs even notice? Then, how does he usually solve his problem? Clearly, relying on himself isn't sufficient to satiate his desires. So I enlisted Franca's help and inquired with the dancers and street girls from the Savoy mob. I swiftly obtained an answer. How can that pervert, who deserves to be kid by a donkey, possess such virility? He can perform multiple times a day. Why doesn't he pursue those wealthy old ladies? Both parties would be satisfied." Jenna recounted her investigation with a sense of pride, showcasing her intellect. Throughout the afternoon, she had been brooding over Lumian's earlier prank, which had made her appear foolish. Before embracing the beliefs of the Mother Tree of Desire and receiving the boon, Hedzi was a regular visitor to Rue de la Muraille, Rue de Breda, and Rue du Rossignol. However, after obtaining the boon, his mind became consumed with thoughts of women. Lumian couldn't help but acknowledge that Jenna occasionally demonstrated some intelligence. With that in mind, Lumian decided to share some information. That abnormal desire must be a result of his beyonder powers' influence. Beyonder powers? Jenna glanced up at Lumian. She had expected him to feign ignorance, just as they did in Underground Trier, where neither side openly acknowledged Hedzi's displayed beyonder powers. To her surprise, he spoke candidly. After a brief pause, Jenna, who was dancing closely with Lumian, whispered in confusion, "Why do beyonder powers make him so perverse?" This was unlike the beyonder powers she was familiar with, which at most had a slight effect before losing control. Lumian smirked once again. "It's an abnormal beyonder power. Do you think I can't tell that it's abnormal?" Jenna grew infuriated once more. Lumian chuckled. "As for why it's abnormal, go back and ask Franca. If Franca doesn't know either, have her inquire with the boss." He shared this information with Jenna because he was concerned that there might be more to the issues surrounding Monsieur, Susanna Mattis, Hedzi, and the others. If the official Beyonders failed to uncover the truth, his only hope lay with Mr. K's finger and the Beyonders associated with the Savoy mob. Jenna snorted and dropped the matter. She refocused on dancing with Lumian. As the music neared its end, she suddenly reached out and touched Lumian's chest. "Ah, nice bod." Jenna grinned, then retreated, heading towards a half-height wooden platform in front of the dance floor. It seemed as though she had finally exacted her revenge for what had transpired underground. She was filled with elation. Lumian scoffed and left the dance floor, once again picking up his glass of rye beer. As he listened to the music, he swayed his body gently, all the while observing the situation within Salle de Gristmill. As Lumian surveyed the area, his attention was drawn to a group of mobsters congregating near the stage. They wore a mishmash of outfits, surrounding a towering man who stood at a staggering height of nearly 1.9 meters. The burly man bore a striking resemblance to Giant Simon. His black shirt and formal attire emphasized his bulging muscles, but the dark blue canvas pants and strapless black leather boots seemed out of place, creating a peculiar ensemble. With his tousled brown hair and slightly set-apart brown eyes, his ordinary facial features were complemented by a chiseled jawline. His hands and legs were longer than those of an average person. Hammer 8. Lumian averted his gaze, suspecting that this man was one of his targets. In Trier, there weren't many individuals towering at nearly 1.9 meters. Lumian wasn't concerned about Hammer 8 and his subordinates recognizing him from this distance. The ballroom was dimly lit, with only the soft glow of gas wall lamps and a chandelier above, providing enough illumination for dancing and discreet conversations. Unless someone was intimately familiar with Lumian or had just seen him, they wouldn't be able to identify him. Furthermore, Lumian had taken precautions to disguise himself. He hadn't anticipated Jenna recognizing him at first glance either. After Jenna finished singing another song, Hammer 8 led his subordinates off the dance floor and ascended to the second floor. Lumian continued his observations when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure entering the room. It was Monsieur Ives, the proprietor of Aubaird's Du Coq d'Or, his attire slightly faded from washing. His anxious and worried expression was evident as his blue eyes scanned the surroundings. Is he searching for Hedzi? The pervert didn't return after leaving in the afternoon. They suspect something happened to him, so they're scouring the dance halls, seeking clues with the street girls. Lumian withdrew his gaze thoughtfully and shifted his attention back to the dancers on the floor. Based on the characteristics exhibited by Hedzi's spirit body, Lumian sensed that Monsieur Ives was much weaker in comparison. He likely possessed the power of a Sequence 9 boon, focused on greed, possibly with elements of appetite. As for Hedzi, he was likely on the level of Sequence 8, with a slim chance of being a Sequence 7. Lumian leaned more towards the former, as the few Sequence 7 individuals he had encountered before were formidable adversaries, difficult to overcome even with preparations and traps. Of course, had Lumian not carefully observed and realized that Hedzi had the ability to trigger others' desires, he might have been swiftly dealt with. In that environment, without Jenna's presence, Lumian would have relied on his own strength to resist the influence and not completely forget the existence of the enemy. With Shoei Diva, it was challenging for him to restrain himself. He had to rely on pain to awaken his senses. From the corner of his eye, Lumian observed Monsieur Ives engaging in conversation with the part-time street girl dancers. The way they scolded him, wearing expressions of disdain, struck Lumian as amusing. Is he pretending to negotiate a price in order to gather information about Hedzi's whereabouts? In the end, he's just too stingy, always bargaining down the other party's offer by half or more, resulting in their scolding. Charlie was worried that Monsieur, an old widower, wouldn't be willing to spend money on a licensed prostitute and risk contracting a disease. It seems he's overthinking it. Monsieur Ives can't even bring himself to spend money on an unlicensed street girl. The negative effects of a boon are truly potent. If there are women in that group who possess the same boons as Hedzi and are on the same level, they should be in a constant state of hunger and thirst. Monsieur Ives wouldn't need to seek out another street girl. He would only end up despising himself for being a man. He would be on the verge of being drained dry, with his desires forcibly aroused. The best disguises for those women be dancers and street girls? Something doesn't add up. If there really were such women, Hedzi wouldn't need to come out and harm others. Could it be that everyone at this level has advanced or died with no replacements? Or is there an imbalance in the number of men and women? Is Hedzi the one being ostracized? As Lumian contemplated these thoughts, the band struck up another lively dance tune. After finishing her song, Jenna leaped off the half-height wooden stage once again and approached Lumian, inviting him to dance. This elicited boos from the surrounding crowd. Knowing that Jenna had something else to say, Lumian deliberately maneuvered to provoke those who were jeering. He stepped onto the dance floor, drew closer to Jenna, and began swaying his hips. Jenna looked up at him, smiling, and asked, "What brings a Savoy mobster like you to the Salle de Grist Mill?" Lumian clicked his tongue and chuckled. "Don't you think I'm fond of you?" "Of course, I'm here to listen to your singing." Jenna scoffed. "Your target is Hammer 8, isn't it? You want to repeat what happened with Margot." "You're quite clever," Lumian praised in a taunting tone. Jenna smirked confidently. "I can assist you and provide important information." Lumian suppressed his nonchalance and asked thoughtfully, "What do you desire in return?" Jenna snorted and cursed. "Are you F*** king underestimating me? Although I didn't thank you this afternoon, I won't forget that you saved me. Coincidentally, I'm familiar with all the dance halls in the market district. Moreover, I just had a chat with 8 about some matters after the performance. I should be able to help you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she gritted her teeth and continued. "Hammer resides in the innermost room on the 2nd floor, towards Albert's Du Coq door. He has 10 thugs by his side. 4 stationed at the door, 2 inside and 2 outside. 2 by the window, 2 near the sofa, and 2 always behind him. They're all armed. The security wasn't this tight before, and there weren't as many people. It's all because of what you did to Margot. That room has an attached washroom. It's currently unoccupied. If the window is fully open, it can just about accommodate a person. From the ventilation pipe in the ballroom kitchen, you can climb up to the 2nd floor and bypass the guard stationed at the stairs. Then, enter the adjacent room and leap from the windowsill onto a narrow ledge outside the washroom. It requires considerable skill to pull off successfully." Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 167, Convergence. Upon hearing Jenna's account, Lumian instinctively twirled and spun, his surprise evident as he asked, "How do you know all this?" It made sense that Jenna would have a basic understanding of the room layout and the thugs' positions after venturing to the 2nd floor room and conferring with Hammer 8. However, how did she know about the ventilation pipe in the ballroom kitchen leading to the 2nd floor? Or jumping from the neighboring windowsill to the washroom? And what about the ledge on the outer wall of that specific room? Were these details within the grasp of an underground singer, known for her bawdy songs and exaggerated performances? She shouldn't possess such knowledge. Jenna, her face adorned with black eyeshadow and a fake mole, sported a smug expression. "Don't fret about how I know. I avoid seeing what I shouldn't, hearing what I shouldn't, and asking questions I shouldn't," she retorted, cleverly turning Lumian's words back on him. This brought her considerable satisfaction. Only those planning an assassination or devising an escape in dire circumstances would pay attention to such particulars and observe with a purpose. Which category does Jenna fall into? Her powers of observation in this environment are nearly on par with a hunter's. Sequences leaning toward assassination required gathering environmental information. Assassination. Lumian's mind raced, concocting a plan to bluff Jenna. Grinning mischievously, he uttered, "So you're an assassin." He stressed the word assassin. Jenna's expression changed, her smile freezing. "How did you figure it out?" she blurted out, shocked. "By using my brain," Lumian replied, his smile unwavering. There were still a few sequences that excelled at environmental observation. Lumian had taken a bold guess, considering Jenna as an assassin. He recalled Ryan and his companions mentioning that demoness was a relatively common pathway in the central and northern regions of Intis, especially Trier. In any case, he had nothing to lose if he was wrong. Meanwhile, Lumian pondered to himself, "Not long after arriving in Trier, I encountered an assassin and came to her aid. Can this be seen as a manifestation of the convergence of beyonder characteristics? Jenna can't have reached sequence 7. She isn't a witch. Otherwise, even if weakened by the sedative on the paper, she could have effortlessly overpowered Hedzi with her mystical abilities. The term which clearly indicates proficiency in spells and curses, as Aurora's notebook had mentioned. She is unlikely to be a sequence 8 instigator. How could an instigator be fooled by me repeatedly? But it isn't out of the question. Perhaps Jenna had been more foolish in the past and relied on the instigator path to enhance her intelligence. Furthermore, her willingness to provide information on Hammer 8 could be interpreted as a form of instigation. Jenna is a woman, so there's no need to worry about her gender changing after consuming the witch potion. Where had Jenna obtained the potion? Had Franca given it to her? Could Franca also be a beyonder following the demoness pathway? If Franca is only a sequence 8, that would be fine. But what if she were a sequence 7 witch? Who knows if Franca had been male or female before? Well, her behavior towards women is certainly peculiar. She is in a romantic relationship with Jenna. Jenna quietly contemplated her recent words, but she didn't uncover any information that might have revealed her own sequence. She decided not to dwell on what she couldn't figure out. She kindly reminded Lumian, "If you plan to confront Hammer 8 in the washroom, you must think it through. According to what I heard from Franca, 8 is a pugilist. He excels in close combat more than any other sequence. Relying solely on your beyonder abilities to target him won't be as effective due to his physical prowess. Although you can fight, I believe there's a high chance you'll be killed on the spot if you engage him in a place like the washroom, which isn't spacious enough. Madam, are you persuading me or taunting me?" It seems you still possess some potential as an instigator. Lumian candidly voiced his thoughts, not holding back his criticisms. He realized that Franca knew Hammer ate better than Baron Brignace. She had mentioned a crucial point that the latter had omitted. Setting aside the possibility that Franca had a personal grudge against Hammer 8, Franca either had a formidable background or had earned the trust of the boss of the Savoy mob, gaining access to more mysticism knowledge and sequence information than Baron Brignace. Jenna was taken aback. You know about instigators. Is this still a country bumpkin from the countryside? How does he possess such extensive knowledge about the Beyonder pathways? Franca had mentioned that he's wanted by the authorities. It seemed he had been involved in a Beyonder incident. I know more than you think, Lumian replied, smiling. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled a title that had recently belonged to him, Mysticism Illiterate. Lumian swiftly pushed aside his melancholy and earnestly considered Jenna's warning. Indeed, while hunters were also skilled in combat and killing as sequences, if traps and abilities like provocation were excluded, they still couldn't match the prowess of pugilists in close combat. Especially in a confined and cramped environment, they couldn't employ their combat intelligence effectively. It would be difficult for them to achieve the feat of the weak defeating the strong. Taking into account the modifications to his dancer abilities and the utilization of various unorthodox tactics, Lumian felt he could just about hold his ground. He wouldn't fail immediately. If he wanted to eliminate Hammer 8, he could only rely on Fallen Mercury and escape after a successful strike. But what set this apart from killing Baldy Harmon? There was no need to factor in the presence of 10 thugs and 10 revolvers. Lumian assessed his possessions to see if anything could be useful in such a battle. Over 1,700 Voldor. Fallen Mercury. Blood from the aquatic monster. Poisonous scales from the aquatic monster. A vial of the sedative that rendered Jenna powerless. A bottle of stimulating gas to counteract the effects of the sedative. A bottle of liquid with unknown properties. A dagger left behind by that pervert. A ritual silver dagger. Several white bandages. As he contemplated, a plan gradually took shape. As he swayed to the rhythm, he cast a sidelong glance at Jenna and posed his question. Is that washroom spacious? Jenna made confirmation. No, it's not. Besides the bathtub, toilet, and sink, it can only accommodate 4 to 5 people. In other words, if Lumian and Hammer 8 engaged in close combat, there wouldn't be room for anyone else. Is there a curtain outside the bathtub? Lumian inquired further. Yes, Jenna pondered for a moment. Do you have a gun with you? I believe it would be better to use a gun. It's safer and gives you a higher chance of success. I don't, Lumian replied, shaking his head. Jenna sneered. You intend to carry out the plan tonight with just that? She paused briefly before continuing. If you truly wish to kill Hammer 8 tonight, I can lend you my revolver. You still have a revolver on you? Lumian was surprised this time. He hadn't suspected that Jenna had a concealed revolver. The showy diva wore a short white blouse with a wide collar that allowed her bra to peek out. Her beige fluffy short skirt and black boots that didn't reach her knees added to her attire. Moreover, she kept raising her legs as she danced. It seemed impossible for her to have a gun holster strapped to her inner thigh. Lumian speculated that the only possible place for her to hide the revolver was within her pair of boots. Jenna assumed Seal was questioning why she carried a revolver, so she responded with a disdainful sigh. I perform in dance halls and places like the Market District. Do you think all those monsters are upstanding citizens? Do you think they won't act impulsively and try something on me? Those pieces of filth have twisted minds all day. When their thoughts are controlled by their desires, they won't consider that I have a connection with Franca and a good relationship with her. Damn it, if deterrence always worked, there wouldn't be so many criminals. While speaking, Jenna followed the rhythm of the drums and crouched down, searching inside her boots. Swiftly standing up, she pressed herself against Lumian. Twisting her body, she slipped her hand into his naturally lowered and swaying palm. Lumian immediately felt the cold metal texture and the solid wood. Without missing a beat, Lumian withdrew his hand and discreetly tucked the gun into his pocket. Afterward, Jenna continued, I bought it with most of my savings when I first arrived in the Market District before meeting Franca. That blasted black market merchant even tried to bed me, but I kicked his shin, making him scream in pain, carrying a gun for self-defense at all times. You're quite vigilant. Otherwise, those mobsters could have controlled you before meeting Franca. You might have even become a part-time dancer or a street girl. Lumian replied with a smile. Well done. As the accompanying music reached its end, Jenna fell silent. With the drum beats fading away, Lumian observed Jenna as she walked toward the stage. He left the dance floor and returned to the outer circle. Taking advantage of the opportunity to visit the washroom, he carefully examined and familiarized himself with the revolver Jenna had given him. It was a compact revolver with a short barrel, ideal for concealed carry. Its color was a dark iron black, and the grip was crafted from walnut wood. It held a total of 6 bullets. After tinkering with the revolver for a while, Lumian realized a predicament. His shooting experience was lacking. Previously, he had primarily relied on the shotgun's wide spray of pellets. Oh well, I don't expect to kill Hammer 8 with a single shot. Injuring and weakening him will suffice. At such close range, with my grip and some shooting experience, I can't miss by much. In an environment like the washroom, there's only one opportunity for a shot. Hammer 8 won't provide me with a chance for a second shot. Lumian swiftly made up his mind. Exiting the washroom, he headed toward the kitchen of the Salle de Gristmill, taking advantage of the absence of people in the vicinity. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 168, Prayer Target. As Lumian made his way, his nimbleness served him well in evading servers bustling with trays of food and busboys returning used utensils. He pressed forward until he reached the kitchen, only to find it in complete disarray. Stacks of unwashed utensils lay haphazardly in the sink, coated in layers of greasy oil. 2 dishwashing maids stood by, tirelessly scrubbing away at the never-ending pile of dishes. The stoves emitted fierce yellow flames, turning the small space into a sweltering inferno. Sweat poured down everyone's faces as they toiled away. 3 chefs, adorned in white aprons, each prepared their own dishes. They would occasionally taste their concoctions by dipping their fingers in the sauces or sampling a morsel, wiping their hands casually on their aprons before moving on to the next dish. Once the chefs approved, the servers would whisk the plates away, oblivious to the fact that their thumbs often grazed the food in thick soups. They paid no mind to it whatsoever. The kitchen helpers scurried around the chefs, chopping vegetables, handling fish, tidying up ingredients, taking out the trash, and fetching various seasonings and supplies. They never ceased their efforts, yet the kitchen remained in disarray. Vegetable leaves, fish scales, and fruit peels were strewn about, oily and scattered across the floor, near the stoves and close to the sink. The clamor of the chefs and kitchen helpers filled the air with shouts and curses, creating a chaotic symphony. Lumian could easily mistake it for a battlefield if he closed his eyes and listened closely. Taking advantage of the chaotic scene, Lumian deftly navigated through the busy crowd and reached the cabinet brimming with ingredients. Using partitions, handles, and the grayish-white gas and water pipes, he skillfully ascended to the ceiling and slipped into the ventilation shaft. The overpowering smell of oil and smoke assailed Lumian's senses, nearly overwhelming him. But with the tolerance of an alms monk toward extreme environments, he pushed himself forward, crawling through the ventilation shaft and occasionally climbing higher. After about 10 seconds, he poked his head out from above a second-floor washroom. Ensuring the coast was clear, Lumian agilely leaped down and swiftly made his way to the door, carefully scanning both ends of the corridor in secrecy. The area was eerily silent, with only 2 henchmen guarding the stairs, their focus solely on the first floor. They paid no mind to what lay behind them. Relieved, Lumian let out a sigh and pinpointed his target. Crouching down, he leaped to the adjacent room. Although the door was locked, Lumian encountered no obstacle he couldn't overcome. Utilizing a half-broken wire he had brought along, he managed to pry open the wooden door after a few attempts. Just as Jenna had described, the washroom attached to Hammer 8's room lacked a protruding windowsill. It only had a decorative ledge, barely providing enough space to stand on its side. Even for a hunter, leaping from the windowsill to the narrow ledge posed a significant challenge, demanding perfect balance. Fortunately, Lumian possessed the extraordinary flexibility of a dancer, almost surpassing human limits. After careful observation, he jumped up and landed precisely on the ledge with his right foot. His left side wavered, threatening to tip him over. In a crucial moment, Lumian's body quivered like a coiled spring, propelling him back toward the washroom. He swiftly grasped the window frame with his right hand, regaining stability. Squatting down, he revealed only half of his head, peering silently into the room. The washroom door stood ajar, and occasional mobsters passed by. Lumian exercised patience, studying their movements until he discerned a pattern. Seizing the opportune gap when the washroom door was momentarily unattended, he skillfully pried open the window using Hedzy's dagger and clambered inside. Maintaining composure and confidence, he swiftly closed the glass window before hurrying to the space beneath the bathtub, concealing himself with the undrawn curtains. Lumian, having successfully infiltrated the premises, arranged his few essential items in easily accessible positions. He took a moment to double-check their locations, ensuring he wouldn't fumble in a state of panic. Standing there motionless, he strained his ears to catch the activities in the adjacent room. Hammer 8 occasionally inquired about their recent earnings to the dance hall manager, scolded his subordinates with anger, or engaged in flirtatious exchanges with the star dancer, accompanied by seemingly intimate gestures. After a while, when the dance hall manager and the star dancer departed, 8 seemed to rise from his seat and began pacing slowly. He addressed the mobsters in the room, saying, "In the following days, send out all your boys and have them visit every individual within our territory. I want you to ensure that we know who can be elected as the Market District's Member of Parliament in next week's election." "Oh, so your mob is meddling in the parliamentary elections?" Lumian felt a mixture of surprise and lack thereof. The growth of Trier's mobs was impossible without some form of backing. They either maintained favorable relations with the police department and influential figures within it, enjoyed protection from powerful political figures, or acted as the black glove enforcers for influential merchants. The latter undoubtedly had connections to high-ranking government officials, upper echelons of the churches, and military generals. Lumian had never anticipated that the mastermind behind the Poison Spur mob possessed the audacity to vie for a parliamentary seat. He had initially assumed their ambitions would extend no further than becoming the Market District's police commissioner or a member of the Trier City Council. Intis functioned as a parliamentary republic, where members of parliament represented various constituencies and formed the National Convention. This convention held the authority to appoint the president, prime minister, who in turn appointed ministers, although their decisions required approval from the convention. The National Convention also possessed the power to legislate, declare war, and determine the government's budget. Each member of parliament held considerable influence and authority. At present, the National Convention consisted of over 300 individuals, with 1/10 of them being former nobles. The Sauron family, once part of the royal lineage, served as their leaders. The remaining seats were allocated based on the economic status of different provinces and territories, particularly the prosperous Trier Greater Region. Trier, whether in terms of population or economic prowess, stood unrivaled in Intis in the Greater Trier region. It held nearly 40 seats in the National Convention. These approximately 40 seats were distributed among 20 districts, accommodating as few as one member of parliament or as many as 4 to 5. These representatives also held ex officio positions as councillors in the city council. The Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, a relatively small constituency, possessed only one seat in the National Convention. The individual chosen to fill this seat would wield immense power and influence within the region. Currently, the ruling National Party, the Popular Enlightenment Party, and the Revolutionary Party, seeking to address existing flaws, were vigorously preparing for the upcoming National Convention elections. The party that secured a simple majority in the convention would become the new ruling party. Otherwise, they would have to negotiate, compromise, and form a coalition with another party. In addition to the National Party, the Enlightenment Party, and the Revolutionary Party, Indus also had the Emperor Party, restorationists who advocated Rosel's rule, and the Carbonari. They voiced discontentment with the current system and sought to bring about change through force. The mobsters replied one after another, assuring Hammer 8 that nothing would go awry. However, they remained tight-lipped about which faction or candidate they supported, leaving Lumian feeling a sense of disappointment. "Tell me." After briefing them on the election, Hammer 8 instructed his subordinates, saying, "Leave for a while. Return only when I summon you." What is his plan? Lumian's eavesdropping had taken him by surprise. Soon enough, the mobsters vacated the room, leaving Hammer 8 alone. Lumian refrained from taking immediate action. After careful analysis, he believed that the confrontation between him and Hammer 8 in the washroom would have a more targeted impact than engaging outside, even without resorting to the use of fallen mercury. The room beyond fell into an eerie silence. Lumian strained his ears and managed to catch faint voices. It seemed like Hammer 8 was muttering to himself, "Protector of evil people. The lady who births deities. The lady who births deities? That sounds impressive. Is 8 praying to some secret entity?" There are about 4 or 5 sentences, and it's more of a description. It deviates from the usual 3-stanza template. Lumian made a rough guess at what Hammer 8 was up to. As for whom he was praying to, Lumian couldn't even begin to speculate based on the fragmented description he barely heard. It lay beyond the scope of his current knowledge in mysticism. Lumian felt a vague sense of malevolence emanating from the room outside. Indeed, it was as if the room itself had turned wicked. Holding his breath, Lumian composed himself, refraining from listening to the turmoil outside. After a while, the sinister atmosphere dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Lumian let out a slow exhale, heating up his palm. At that moment, Hammer 8 summoned his subordinates who had previously left the room to return. Lumian continued to bide his time. Seconds turned into minutes until finally he heard the heaviest footsteps approaching the washroom. They belonged to Hammer 8. Lumian had already distinguished their sound. Swiftly, he retrieved a metal canister marked with a symbol. Unscrewing the cap, he inserted a thin, pre-kneaded paper ball into the bottle. Seconds before the footsteps drew near the washroom, Lumian retrieved the paper ball and twisted the cap shut. He then tore the paper ball in two and inserted each piece into his nostrils. The stench, reminiscent of fermented excrement, assaulted Lumian's senses, nearly bringing him to tears. His right hand instinctively moved to remove the thin paper ball. With great resolve and the endurance of an alms monk accustomed to extreme environments, Lumian exercised control. His expression contorted, and his muscles twitched ever so slightly as he stood there, retrieving another metal canister filled mostly with gas. He unscrewed its cap. Clang. Hammer 8 shut the washroom door and approached the toilet bowl. The space now became partially enclosed. Only the gaps between the door and windows allowed a hint of fresh air to seep in. Yes, a gruesome encounter awaits him. Lumian observed the fluctuations in his target's luck, silently tossing the open metal canister into the air, allowing the colorless and odorless gas within to disperse and fill the washroom. This was the sedative concocted by the perverted Hedzi. Even catching a whiff of it at close range could severely weaken an assassin's strength. It was ideal for a confined, partially enclosed space like the washroom. This was the trap Lumian had set for Hammer 8. Of course, it would take some time for the gas to spread throughout the washroom and take effect to a certain extent. After all, Lumian himself wasn't breathing it in at close proximity. What Lumian needed to do next was to prevent Hammer 8 from leaving the washroom or allow anyone outside to open the door. He placed the open metal canister by the edge of the bathtub and retrieved Jenna's revolver, aiming it at the toilet bowl through the curtain. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 169, Battle in the Room. The rush of water persisted, and Lumian grew anxious, fearing that Hammer 8 might sense danger. He needed to calculate the height just right before pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the drapes, leaving behind searing scorch marks. Hammer 8's hair stood on end before any of this happened. He paid no mind to the fact that he was midstream and promptly collapsed to the side. Yellowish liquid splattered in all directions. The bullet grazed 8's arm, striking the wall and narrowly missing Lumian on the rebound. Lumian's revolver flew from his grip after a missed shot. He seized the edges of the curtain, yanked it off, and used it to ensnare 8. Before 8 could recover from the agonizing cramps, darkness enveloped his vision, and he found himself wrapped in a cream-colored shower curtain. Unfazed, he rolled and concealed himself beside the bathtub. Then he grasped the shower curtain with both hands, using it as an improvised weapon. With a soft whoosh, the curtain, now wrapped around Lumian's fist, veered off course, thwarting his attempt to strike 8's head. 8 seized the moment and rose, inadvertently tearing his pants in the process. He swung his heavy fist at Lumian, hammer-like. Lumian quickly raised his arm to shield himself. Realizing that his opponent possessed exceptional strength, he couldn't withstand it. Forced to retreat a step in order to regain his balance, Lumian found himself on the back foot. 8 wasted no time, relentlessly bombarding him with a flurry of punches from both hands. Leveraging his height, long arms, and superior strength, 8 employed straightforward punches akin to cannonballs, neglecting any fancy techniques. It was only then that he could clearly discern the assailant's visage. Golden hair tinged with black, bright and light blue eyes, nostrils stuffed with bits of white paper, creating a peculiar sight. Seal? The same Seal who killed Margot and gravely injured Wilson? 8 felt initial surprise, followed swiftly by delight. He isn't that formidable. I can take him down completely. The washroom proved confining, with Lumian enduring the putrid stench. He suffered 2 blows from the towering 1.9-meter giant before finding himself forced 2 steps back, cornered near the door. At that moment, the mobsters outside heard the gunshots and hurriedly approached. One of them gripped the handle and pushed open the door. Just as 8's leg aimed for a low kick, Lumian's left leg suddenly swung back, forcefully striking the door. With a resounding clang, the partially opened wooden door snapped shut again, narrowly missing the mobster's nose. Realizing they couldn't breach the door for the time being, The mobsters drew their revolvers and aimed at the wooden barrier from various heights, but they dared not open fire. They possessed some modicum of intellect, knowing that the washroom was cramped, and they remained uncertain of the person on the other side. Blindly firing would risk harming or even killing their boss Hammer, leading to unforeseen consequences. Capitalizing on his kick against the rear door, Lumian contorted his body, evading 8's straight punch and positioning himself beside his adversary. Delivering a series of rapid strikes, punches, elbows, knees, and kicks, Lumian sought to disrupt the enemy's assault before they could fully unleash their power. It resembled a pugilist, the kind who habitually expelled force with grunts of heh and ha, but now capable of only a single heh. Each time 8 tried to strike with force, Lumian took the initiative and forcefully blocked him. After altering his combat strategy, Lumian managed to narrow the strength gap between them. Not only did he regain some control, but he also utilized his greater agility to shift his body and change positions. Soon enough, the figure blocking the washroom entrance turned out to be 8, his back against the door. Worried that his subordinates might lack intelligence and open fire from outside, accidentally killing him, 8 quickly diverted his attention and shouted, "Do not fire." Despite Seal utilizing his technique to bridge the gap, 8 remained unfazed. He exuded immense confidence. As long as he acted in a normal manner, he was certain he could eliminate his opponent in the confined washroom environment. The only uncertainty was the duration it would take. Nevertheless, 8 remained vigilant. He continued to unleash powerful punches and kicks, attempting to force Lumian toward the window, creating an opportunity for his subordinates to enter. Fearing that Lumian possessed some kind of beyonder power, 8 believed that using the threat of a revolver would expedite the process of dispatching his enemy. Bam, 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 bam. Lumian faced the relentless onslaught of the pugilist's full-power attacks without showing any signs of surrender. However, he found it increasingly strenuous. Throughout this ordeal, 8's eyes darted to his surroundings, wary of potential traps or powerful allies lying in ambush. His gaze swept across the edge of the bathtub and landed on an open metal canister. What purpose does it serve? Before 8 could ponder further, Lumian's mocking smile appeared, accompanied by a curse as he struggled to block 8's onslaught. Useless piece of junk. What are you waiting for? Those outside, come in and lend a hand. A buzzing anger surged within 8. He discarded all other concerns and launched an unusually ferocious attack. Provocation. Lumian had added provocation to those 2 sentences. Confronted with the raging Hammer 8 and his devastating blows, Lumian fought desperately to hold his ground. Occasionally, he relied on the flexibility of a dancer to shift positions. Unbeknownst to him, he was gradually being pushed toward the wall with the window. This allowed the washroom door to open, but the mobsters outside hesitated, fearing they might collide with Hammer if they kicked it open. They cautiously pushed it inward, inch by inch. In that moment, Lumian, nearly overcome by the putrid odor, keenly sensed 8's waning strength and slower attacks. The sedative took effect. Lumian swiftly dodged to the side, regaining his balance. He threw a powerful punch, channeling all the strength from his arm and waist, launching a counterattack. Bang! 8's arm, which had blocked the blow, visibly trembled, and his eyes betrayed a mix of surprise and panic. Why? Why have I grown so weak? Why have my reflexes slowed? As Lumian grasped the state of his opponent, he unleashed 2 consecutive straight punches, forcefully parting the enemy's arms. Without hesitation, he closed the distance and adjusted his body slightly. With a swift motion, he drove his left elbow into 8's chest. Caught off guard, 8 failed to react in time, unable to dodge the strike. The elbow connected, cracking his sternum. His vision darkened, and he struggled to catch his breath. Lumian didn't grant him a moment's respite. He smoothly shifted his body, allowing his poised right fist to collide with 8's abdomen. He hadn't harbored any lofty expectations of rendering 8 unconscious solely with a sedative. After all, the other party possessed the ability to resist the effects of certain beyonder powers through sheer physical and mental fortitude, suggesting a high resistance to the sedative. Furthermore, despite the compactness and semi-enclosed nature of the washroom, with its bathtub, toilet bowl, and sink, the drug's potency would be greatly diminished. Lumian aimed to exploit the drug's influence to weaken 8's combat prowess, slowing his reactions and substantially reducing his strength. In doing so, the tide of victory would tip towards him uncontrollably. 8, reeling from the blow to his abdomen, instinctively curled up, becoming shorter than Lumian. Seizing the opportunity, Lumian raised his fists and swiftly hammered them behind 8's ears. Bang! Amidst the cacophony, Eight's vision faded to black, and he slumped unconscious. It was the combined effect of a potent strike and a sedative. Lumian squatted down, using Hammer as a shield. The mobsters had already held the washroom door open for several seconds, but with Eight obstructing Lumian from their view, they refrained from opening fire. Now they witnessed their towering boss Hammer being taken down by the assailant. Lumian clasped Eight and offered a smirk to the group gathered at the door. Go ahead. Fire. Why aren't you firing? One of the mobsters caught sight of the assailant's distinctive blonde and black hair, coupled with his rather handsome face, and suddenly pieced together a series of connections. Seal? Your Seal, he exclaimed, his surprise evident. The same Seal who killed Boss Margot and threw Boss Wilson off the 4th floor? Seal the Savoy mob? He's back at it? Lumian keenly sensed the mobster's profound fear. He grinned and gave Eight's shoulder a friendly pat, brushing off the dust. Then he took hold of Eight and proceeded towards the washroom door, one step at a time. Simultaneously, he curled his lips into a smile. You've got 2 options. 1, leave this room now and seek help from your poison spur mob boss. 2, meet your demise here, one by one, at my hands. As he spoke, he advanced, a cold gaze sweeping across the faces of each mobster, as if contemplating the best way to eliminate them. The mobsters couldn't help but tremble, as a similar thought crossed their minds. Regardless, Boss Hammer has been apprehended. If we open fire, we'll only harm him. It might be wiser to seek help from the boss. Well, Lumian snorted, urging them to decide. With a swift swoosh, the first mobster turned on his heels and fled the room. The others followed suit, abandoning any notion of confrontation. When no one remained, Lumian let out a silent sigh of relief. If those men had truly steeled themselves, their hearts unswayed by fear, the confined space of the washroom and their 10 firearms would have posed a lethal threat. Of course, they could forget about survival as well. They have no more than 4 minutes to reach Avenue du Marquet from here. I must conclude the interrogation before Black Scorpion Roger and his comrades depart, granting me ample time to escape the scene and locate Baron Brignays at Salle de Balbrise. Just 4 minutes. As Lumian assessed the current situation, he squatted down and propped Eight against the washroom's door panel. Then he dislocated his captive's shoulder joints and bound his legs together using a shower curtain. Opening the window, he allowed the breeze to circulate from both sides. With these tasks completed, Lumian removed the paper balls from his own nose, retrieved the metal canister containing the pungent gas, and held it to Eight's nostrils. Achoo. Eight sneezed, his eyes fluttering open. Lumian promptly stowed away the metal canister, capping it, ensuring the other party remained in a weakened state. What do you want? Eight asked, fear and anxiety evident in his eyes as he recognized the person before him. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 170, Night Stalkers. Lumian brandished Headsy's dagger, a sly grin forming on his face. I've got a question for you. You could have come straight to me. No need for all this. Eight instinctively tried to stall for time. With a quick glance, he scanned the room from the corner of his eye, but there were no lifeless bodies to be found. Based on his combat with Seal, Eight knew it was impossible for the other party to eliminate 10 armed thugs without a single one escaping. In fact, even Eight himself wouldn't dare to face the encirclement of 10 revolvers in such a confined space. He might take down 3 or 4 of them, but he would surely meet his demise. If Eight, with his abilities, couldn't pull it off, there was no way Seal, who he believed to be somewhat weaker and reliant on cunning strategies, could achieve such a feat. Given the circumstances, Eight assumed most of his 10 subordinates had fled, while a few might have sought assistance from the Black Scorpion. With this realization, a strong desire to survive surged within Eight. As long as I don't anger Seal and can buy myself 6 to 7 minutes, there's a good chance I'll be saved. If I hadn't done this, how else could I have crossed paths with you, considering my relationship with your poison spur mob? Lumian deliberately created the illusion that he didn't intend to spill blood. He raised the dagger, emphasizing his point. Enough with the games. Answer my questions. You know, I'm not a patient person. If you refuse or lie, I'll end your life right here. I can always ask Baldy Harmon later. After all, there are plenty of folks in your poison spur mob who know about those matters. Lumian had compelled the mobsters to depart, not only due to the situation, but also to seize control of the situation. If he didn't make Eight believe he still had a fighting chance, prying answers from him in a short amount of time without employing mystical means would be futile. A person who clung to hope would fear death all the more. Eight promptly responded, All right, He resolved to divulge some information, delving into the details, hoping to hold out for those crucial 6 to 7 minutes. Naturally, he contemplated whether Seal might abandon the inquiry at the last moment and execute him. Yet, aside from cooperating, 8 had no other choice. He could only hope the information he shared would be valuable enough to captivate Seal's interest and prevent an untimely demise. About 3 minutes. Lumian silently counted the seconds and posed his next question. Had you encountered Louis Lund? 8 hesitated. In a swift motion, Lumian swung the dagger, piercing 8's shoulder and eliciting a gush of crimson blood. This is your warning, the final one, Lumian calmly stated, retracting the dagger. 8, his expression contorted, felt the unyielding ruthlessness emanating from Lumian and sensed the specter of impending death drawing near. Fear gripped his heart. He blurted out, yes. Wanted posters for Louis Lund can be found in Salle de Grist Mill and many other places. The moment I laid eyes on him at the boss's hideout, I recognized him. 8 realized he couldn't rely on silence and hesitation to gain more time. That would only lead to uncontrollable consequences. Lying was also risky since he couldn't be certain which question Seal was using to test his honesty. In comparison, offering convoluted yet seemingly valuable information would be more likely to appease the other party. As expected, Lumian was delighted. Having confirmed the connection between Louis Lund and the poison spur mobs Black Scorpion Roger, Lumian had achieved his objective for this operation. The remaining questions were just an added bonus. It would be nice to get answers, but it wouldn't be a deal-breaker if he didn't. Why did he go to Black Scorpion Roger? Lumian inquired further. 8 shook his head. I'm not aware of the specifics, but I've heard that the Lady Louis Lund is loyal to Has Arrived and Trier. She wants our poison spur mob and their respective spheres of influence to coordinate efforts and avoid conflicts. Our boss, with the approval of Madame Moon, took charge of the liaison. Madame Moon. Lumian never expected another Madame Moon to enter the picture. He didn't even know what was happening with Madame Knight. Madame Moon is the one the poison spur mob swears loyalty to. Well, our boss has mentioned that she's not just a madam anymore, but a lady who births deities. We often offer prayers to her. I haven't seen her myself. Only the boss and Baldy have. Not Madam. From Madame Moon to lady who births deities. Had she received more boons and elevated her status? Lumian nodded in understanding. What's the relationship between Madame Moon and Madame Knight? They both belong to an organization called the Night Stalkers. Madame Moon appears to be the leader, or at least a significant figure at the leadership level. 8 provided a convoluted description of what he knew. A secret organization that believes in some hidden existence? Lumian redirected the conversation to the matter that intrigued him the most. Will Louis Lund visit Black Scorpion Roger again? He'll likely come back next Saturday to check if everyone has followed through on their agreements and if any adjustments are needed. I don't know the exact timing, 8 honestly responded. I'll have the chance to reunite with Louis Lund on Avenue du Marquet next Saturday or Sunday, and I'll be stationed there permanently after Friday. Lumian felt a surge of delight and excitement. He then pressed on asking, what kind of power does Black Scorpion Roger possess? He's a heretic spellmaster, it stammered instinctively. Our boss said it himself. The essence of a heretic spellmaster is using their life force to cast spells. It can be their own life force or someone else's, but it seems they need to be controlled beforehand. So he truly is a heretic spellmaster. Truly wicked and cruel. Lumian recalled the battle with the midwife. Observing Lumian's lack of surprise, 8 felt a sense of relief for not lying. He continued, I witnessed him using a few spells. One is a peculiar curse, another involves manipulating blood, then there's a kind of black flame that weakens people, and finally, he has some effects on corpses and ghosts. I don't know much else. There's at least one more. The ability to create a turf filled with undead creatures, allowing him to share damage and mysteriously teleport. Lumian silently muttered, his gaze fixed on 8, gesturing for him to continue. 8 steeled himself and spoke. Our boss also mentioned that if we perform well, he might receive more boons and become a sower. Having said that, 8 regretted his decision not to choose a boon back then and instead opt for a potion. It had caused his progress to be hindered by the need for ingredients and other factors. The hope of reaching sequence 7 seemed distant. As long as one contributed enough and their body could withstand it, they could attain more boons. A sower? A symbol of abundance and life? When Madame Poalis was still Pulet, he had many illegitimate children. He was despised by countless people in the Derige area, to the point that his family had to disown him and pretend he had gone missing. Could this be a manifestation of a sower's powers? Did Pulet lose control under the influence of the boons? And after becoming a sower, it appears that he underwent a gender transformation. Is that the level equivalent to the madams, or is it one sequence higher than them? Lumian's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Observing Lumian's expression, A continued speaking. I don't know what comes after sower. All I know is that Wilson is a villain, equivalent to sequence 9. Harmon is a gardener, and his strength is similar to mine, but he possesses extensive knowledge of botany. He can create potions with magical effects. Yes, he has a potion that temporarily hardens his skin like tree bark. I tried slashing him with a knife, but he only suffered minor injuries. He also has medicines to treat various illnesses and injuries. So, becoming a heretic spellmaster requires being a gardener. No wonder the midwife used those giant scissors as a weapon. Fortunately, I obtained this information. If I had assassinated Baldy Harmon without giving him time to react, he wouldn't have used his body to shield fallen Mercury. Targeted intelligence is truly valuable. Lumian sighed with a mix of emotions. A pondered for a moment and continued. Harmon once mentioned that the spiritual monsters born from trees and flowers become highly frightened when they see him, since he is a gardener and responsible for their pruning. A, who was trying to buy more time, quickly brought up another topic. Our boss mentioned that among the unrecognized paramount beings, only 3 can bestow godhood without much difficulty. One is the great mother of our faith, another has desire and tree in its name, and the third appears to be a mysterious fog. As for the other beings, if they wish to grant godhood, they have to perform a very, very complex ritual that would easily be discovered and destroyed. The mother tree of desire? What sets them apart from the being with the name Inevitability? Why can they bestow godhood without the need for an extensive ritual? Heh, I wonder what will happen when a gardener encounters a fallen tree spirit, the latter undergoing a suppression brought about by their inherent order in the hierarchy? Lumian's thoughts raced, and he suddenly changed the subject. Who is the candidate for parliament you support? It's Hugues Artois from the Enlightenment Party. Eight's anticipation grew as he noticed that quite some time had passed. If those rascals hurry, they'll meet the boss. 8, who was waiting for Lumian to ask about the poison sperm mob's recent plans, suddenly saw the other party raise his right hand and swing his dagger. With a soft sound, the dagger pierced 8's temples and stirred them a few times. 8's mouth hung open in horror, and his eyes grew desperate and unfocused. With a thud, he collapsed, no longer drawing breath. Lumian left the dagger lodged in 8's head and swiftly bandaged his wounds. He then stowed away his belongings, shouldered the lifeless body, and pushed open the room's window before leaping down. Since it was only the 2nd floor, his landing was steady, and he broke into a run. Instead of taking the most direct route, Lumian opted for a detour through Rue du Rossignol, making his way to Avenue du Marquet. The late-night atmosphere offered scarce street lamps, casting a pitch-black darkness that seemed to consume anyone on the road. It took Lumian over 2 minutes to carry 8's corpse to the entrance of Salle de Balbrice. The 2 mobsters guarding the entrance were about to halt him when they recognized Seal's face. As a result, they ceased their interference and allowed him to enter. In the 2nd-floor cafe, Louis approached Baron Brignaise's side, carrying a stack of papers, a black revolver, a triangular spike, and a bag of bullets. Baron, I have everything prepared for Seal. More information and weapons. Baron Brignaise nodded. Send them to Aubert's du Coq d'Or tomorrow morning. After issuing the instructions, Baron Brignaise spoke with anticipation. I wonder what kind of performance he will stage for us and when he will make his move. Do you think he will choose Hammer 8, Baldy Harmon, or Short-Legged Candlestick? Before Baron Brignaise could finish his sentence, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. The mobster guarding the 1st-floor entrance wore a terrified expression as he addressed Baron Brignaise. See, Seal is here. He's carrying someone, or rather a corpse. At that moment, Lumian emerged from the staircase, a smile on his face. His steps seemed heavier than usual. That is, Baron Brignaise looked at the lifeless body trailing behind Seal, a mixture of confusion and seriousness on his face. Lumian tossed the corpse to the ground, clapped his hands, and grinned. Hammer 8. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 171, Rapid Idea. With a resounding thud, the lifeless body crashed to the floor, sending a shockwave through the hearts of Baron Brignaise, Louis, and their comrades. Baron Brignaise rose to his feet and beheld the corpse lying at Lumian's feet. He took in a tangle of abundant, disheveled brown hair, the lengthy limbs, and the imposing, robust physique. It was none other than Hammer 8. Lewis's eyes widened in disbelief at the realization that the treacherous member of the Savoy mob lay dead on the cafe floor. The Baron had entrusted the task to Seal right after dinner, and the hour had not even struck 10. What's more, Seal had managed to accomplish the mission before they could deliver the comprehensive intelligence and weaponry that would have enhanced his chances of success. Moreover, Hammer 8 was a true beyonder, surpassing even Wilson from before in strength. He wasn't as vulnerable as Margot, always surrounded by a retinue of followers. Yet, he had failed to survive 3 hours after the Baron had issued the assignment. Was this any different from purchasing a pig at La Marque, du Quartier, du Gentleman, and slaughtering it? Even if the Baron had taken personal action, it wouldn't have been that effortless or straightforward. It could have even ended in failure. Lewis's gaze shifted from the lifeless body to Seal's countenance, as if only now did he truly perceive the true nature of this rural novice. It was somewhat understandable that Margot had fallen prey to him due to carelessness and the poisoned slash. Wilson's defeat could be explained away by his own feebleness and entrapment within the room. However, Hammer 8 was a beyonder whose combat prowess was not significantly inferior to the Baron's, and he had always been on high alert against potential assassinations by the Savoy mob. He wouldn't have been careless. Yet Seal had managed to dispatch such a formidable adversary within a matter of hours. Just how formidable was he? What were his limits? In comparison to the Baron, who was the stronger one? A cascade of questions raced through Lewis's mind, and his gaze at Lumian now held a tinge of fear. The other thugs shared the same unease. Baron Brignaise's gaze constantly shifted between Hammer 8's lifeless form and Lumian's visage, as if searching for any trace of deceit. Had Lumian Lee effortlessly completed a mission that the Baron himself would have considered challenging? If Hammer 8 was so easily dispatched, why had the Savoy mob, who had long sought to punish the traitor, allowed him to live until now? This guy is even more terrifying than I had suspected. In terms of strength, intelligence, execution, and seizing opportunities, he is no less capable than I am. He must be concealing some secrets. There's more to him than meets the eye. Baron Brignaise barely contained the turmoil within his heart and reclaimed the clarity, rationality, and intelligence he typically boasted. Just as he was about to bestow his usual smile and commendation upon Lumian Lee, signifying his intent to inform his superiors of Lumian's contributions to the Savoy mob, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Baron Brignaise's expression turned to stone as he locked eyes with Lumian. "Does anyone else know that you've taken down Hammer 8? Lumian replied candidly, "Quite a few." Baron Brignaise's countenance underwent a dramatic shift, losing its refined and confident air. In that moment, all he wanted was to unleash a torrent of curses upon Lumian. "Is your King brain filled with shit? So many people are aware of your involvement in Hammer 8's demise, and yet you boldly bring his lifeless body to Sal the Ball Breeze, right in front of me? Do you think that these individuals won't inform Black Scorpion Roger? Do you believe he won't storm into Sal the Ball Breeze seeking revenge? Do you think I can fend off Black Scorpion Roger? Damn it, you're leading me to my own demise. You better find a bloody corner to hide in at Underground Trier." Seizing the opportunity presented by Baron Brignaise's subdued breathing and silence, Lumian smiled nonchalantly and said, "Hammer 8's subordinates must have found Black Scorpion Roger by now. Only you, Baron, can offer me sufficient protection." "Baron, weren't you anticipating retaliation from the Poison Spur mob? That's why you sent me to hunt down one of the trio, Hammer, Baldy, or Short-Legged Candlestick." Bitterness filled Baron Brignaise's mouth at Lumian's question. For a brief moment, he couldn't bring himself to order Lumian to leave. He had made 2 plans in preparation for the potential revenge from the Poison Spur mob. He was confident that he would remain unscathed. Wouldn't it be a fortuitous outcome if Giant Simon and Rat Christo met their end? But the predicament lay in the fact that he hadn't had enough time to implement any of his plans or set them into motion. His intention was to dispatch the intelligence and weaponry to Aubaird's Ducote door tomorrow morning, and only then would he decide on the course of action. Nonetheless, eliminating any leader of the Poison Spur mob was no easy feat. It would likely require days of meticulous effort before he could even set foot inside their domain. Yet, Lumian Lee, that madman, had sought out Hammer 8 without delay upon accepting the mission. He wasted no time, conducted no reconnaissance, made no arrangements, and didn't wait for the opportune moment to arise. What further infuriated the Baron was that the fellow had actually succeeded. In a matter of hours, he had slain Hammer 8 and dragged the lifeless body to Sal the Ball Breeze. F***CK. Is he even human? This caught him off guard. If Black Scorpion Roger were to strike, he might meet his demise alongside Hammer 8. Observing Baron Brignaise's silence and darkened expression, Lumian inwardly chuckled. He had brought Hammer 8's body to Sal the Ball Breeze and presented it to Baron Brignaise not to boast or intimidate the gang leader and his henchmen. His intention was to draw Black Scorpion Roger and the other formidable members of the Poison Spur mob to them. If Baron Brignaise were to fall, a new opportunity would arise. A replacement with sufficient strength would be required. When the time came, Seal, who could fight, contribute, and had aided Red Boot's lover, would undoubtedly be the most sought-after candidate. Lumian wasn't overly concerned about whether Black Scorpion Roger would kill him. Mr. K's finger was in his pocket. Mr. K probably wouldn't mind if I repurposed the finger. After all, I'm doing it to fulfill his mission. Lumian thought casually. Regardless, the threat from Susanna Mattis wouldn't come anytime soon. He could figure out an alternative approach later. Perhaps Mr. K would reward him with another finger once he saw how well and swiftly Lumian completed the mission. Baron Brignaise's expression underwent several changes. He pushed his chair back abruptly and hurried toward an iron-color mechanical safe at the cafe bar counter. He turned the knob and entered the password. Lumian watched with a raised eyebrow, puzzled. What was Baron Brignaise planning to retrieve? Was he intending to take the cash and flee? Or did he possess sealed artifacts that he dared not carry with him, fearing their potent negative effects, and had stowed them away in the safe? Soon enough, Baron Brignaise opened the safe and retrieved 2 bundles of detonators, commonly used in quarries. Setting a trap to explode Black Scorpion Roger? That's quite challenging. He's a heretic spellmaster. Lumian refrained from inquiring as he observed Baron Brignaise walk toward the wall near Avenue du Marquet and push open 2 glass windows. The leader of the Savoy mob placed the bundles of detonators on the windowsill, then lit a match. Subsequently, he ignited one of the bundles and glanced at the dimly lit Avenue du Marquet. Raising his hand, he tossed the explosives into the middle of the road. Lewis and the other mobsters stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the Baron's intentions. Lumian's thoughts raced, and he instantly grasped the plan. He couldn't help but inwardly applaud. Very clever. Boom. The bundle of detonators exploded in the middle of Avenue du Marquet, causing the surrounding glass to rattle. The few pedestrians on the roadside were startled and fell to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. Some screamed, covering their ears, and frantically sought shelter in nearby locations. Baron Brignaise glanced over, lit another bundle of detonators, and hurled it into the deserted road. Causing casualties will be troublesome aftermath. He didn't wish to attract unwanted attention from authorities. Boom. The explosion reverberated once more. The police headquarters on Avenue du Marquet, the eternal blazing Sun Cathedral, and the God of Steam and Machinery Cathedral responded to a certain extent. Sal the Ball Breeze and the occupants of nearby buildings were thrown into disarray, but they dared not venture outside. Baron Brignaise clapped his hands and returned to the wooden table. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Resuming his usual demeanor, he smiled at Lumian. It's all right now. This would surely unsettle the police and the clergyman. Some would undoubtedly investigate the cause. It was highly probable that official Beyonders would be among them. Officers who maintained good relations with the Savoy mob would inevitably inquire. Under such circumstances, how could Black Scorpion Roger dare to launch an attack? They couldn't risk assuming that no official Beyonders would care about the explosion. After all, if they lost that bet, they would be doomed. Lumian hadn't expected Baron Brignaise to find a way to elude Black Scorpion Roger's assault in such a short span of time, and he had accomplished it using only the resources at hand. This had momentarily foiled his plan. True to the reputation of the Savoy mob's brain, Baron Brignaise displays remarkable responsiveness and quick thinking, surpassing even Margot, Hammer 8, and the others in critical moments. Lumian clicked his tongue in acknowledgement, paying no mind to Hammer's lifeless body on the ground. Taking a seat across from Baron Brignaise, he flashed a smile. I made the wise choice to seek refuge here. Baron Brignaise nearly choked, his saliva catching in his throat. Had it not been for his exceptional intellect, he might have been ensnared and faced a grave fate. Exhaling slowly, Baron Brignaise cast a glance at the motionless corpse and addressed Lewis and the rest. Drag it into a private room and conceal it carefully. The authorities will likely come knocking soon. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 172, Superintendent. After concealing the body, Baron Brignaise nonchalantly addressed Lumian, his curiosity piqued. I must say, I'm quite intrigued. How did you manage to eliminate Hammer 8? Lumian didn't hold back, revealing everything. He retrieved an empty metal canister and placed it on the table before him. What's this? Baron Brignays examined it carefully for a few moments. Remember when I ventured underground earlier today? Lumian grinned. I encountered a deviant individual and quite accidentally dispatched him. He happened to possess this gaseous sedative and its corresponding antidote. After infiltrating Hammer 8's washroom, I consumed the antidote and patiently awaited his arrival. When he entered, I unscrewed the sedative and engaged him in close combat. I restrained him, preventing his escape until the sedative took effect. Baron Brignays pondered for a brief moment, confirming the plausibility of this plan. Satisfied, he nodded and remarked, "The washroom is rather confined, and the gaseous sedative will quickly permeate the space. Moreover, there's no ventilation to speak of." Considering Hammer 8's cautious nature and his guard against our Savoy mob, he wouldn't offer an easy opportunity for infiltration. The gunmen stationed outside wouldn't dare to open fire, lest they accidentally eliminate Hammer 8. They might even struggle to unlock the restroom door. Baron Brignays spoke with such conviction that it seemed he had witnessed the scene firsthand. Lewis and the others silently acknowledged the validity of this analysis. Having understood the intricacies, they realized that Seal's ability to dispatch Hammer 8 within such a short span of time wasn't as implausible as they had initially thought. Seal had indeed discovered a path to success and skillfully utilized the resources at his disposal. Under this plan, as long as his combat prowess didn't significantly pale in comparison to Hammer 8's, he had a considerable chance of dealing with the traitor. Naturally, achieving success necessitated strength, a stroke of luck, decisiveness, audacity, and adeptness in gathering intelligence. Seal's terror was undeniable, yet it wasn't as horrifying as they had envisioned. Baron Brignays further commended Lumian's sagacity, albeit slightly displeased that he had transported Hammer 8's lifeless body to Sal de Balbreeze after accomplishing the deed. It had nearly brought calamity upon him. Nevertheless, Baron Brignays harbored no intention of reprimanding him. Upon reflection, he realized that the fault lay primarily with himself. It seems I habitually exude an excessive air of confidence and intellect, as if nothing can perplex me. No wonder he assumes that I can provide ample protection and remain unafraid of Black Scorpion Roger. I even proposed this operation. It's only natural for him to believe that I've already made all necessary preparations. As they conversed, time slipped away. Before long, a guard from the Savoy mob stationed at the entrance on the first floor ascended and approached Baron Brignays, conveying a message. "Baron, Superintendent Everett has arrived. Please bring him up." Baron Brignays stood and made his way toward the staircase. Travis Everett served as the superintendent at the police headquarters of Lamarque du Quartier du Gentleman. He held one of the highest positions when it came to carrying out tasks. Above him stood a few deputy directors with the rank of chief superintendent, and overseeing everything was the police commissioner of the district. Baron Brignays enjoyed conversing with Everett. Emperor Roselle's words describe him as the epitome of a Mr. Nice Guy. He preferred not to delve into the truth, simply hoping for harmonious interactions and a lack of trouble. He possessed a remarkable ability to resolve conflicts between the mobs in the market district. 10 seconds later, the officer led his two subordinates into the cafe on the second floor. Travis Everett appeared to be around 30 years old and stood nearly 1.75 meters tall. His black hair was cropped short, and he wore glasses with relatively large black frames that framed his blue eyes. His chin was slightly broad. Dressed in a black police uniform, his epaulets showcased 5-petaled irises in silver white against the black background. This indicated his rank as a superintendent. If there were 7 petals, he would hold the rank of chief superintendent, and above that, an off-white diamond square. Travis Everett looked at the smiling Baron Brignays and asked with a stern expression, "What just happened?" "Please don't tell me there was an explosion at the entrance of Sal de Balbreeze, and you have no idea who did it. Monsieur Superintendent, please have a seat." Baron Brignays guided Travis Everett to a wooden table and personally pulled out a chair for him. Lumian, disguising himself as one of the thugs alongside Lewis and the others, stood behind Baron Brignays, avoiding direct confrontation with the officers to prevent recognition as a wanted criminal. Baron Brignays picked up his mahogany pipe and gazed at Travis Everett across from him. With a grave expression, he spoke, "Hammer 8 is dead. I was concerned that Black Scorpion Roger would go into a frenzy, so I detonated the explosives and drew everyone's attention. Rest assured, Monsieur Superintendent, I carefully chose the location of the blast. I didn't harm or seriously injure anyone." Travis Everett raised his right hand, adjusted his black-framed glasses, and pointed at Baron Brignays. Can you all refrain from causing so much trouble? The parliamentary election is taking place next week. Do you want us to embarrass ourselves in front of our future superior? I don't care about your intentions, nor do I wish to know your motives. All I desire is a peaceful market district. If something similar occurs again, I will propose to Monsieur Amherst that Bureau 8 and the two churches form a joint investigative team to handle your Savoy mob. Amherst served as one of Trier's police commissioners, overseeing Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman. Travis Everett did not mention the death of Hammer 8 directly, but he employed it as a warning to Baron Brignace. Baron Brignace responded with a smile. Monsieur Superintendent, fear not. For the next 2 weeks, we shall strictly adhere to the law. I am merely concerned about the poison spur mob. Travis Everett nodded and let out a sigh. Emperor Roselle proclaimed that peace brings prosperity. If you do encounter any disputes, you can seek me out for a tribunal. He then turned to the two lower-ranking officers beside him and said, "Let us return now and find someone to keep a close watch on the leaders of the poison spur mob. We must ensure they behave." The superintendent rose from his seat and extended his arms. "Praise the sun! Praise the sun!" Baron Brignace also stood up, echoing the sentiment. As Travis Everett and his companions descended the stairs, Lumian muttered quietly to himself, "Do people in positions of power always enjoy quoting Emperor Roselle? We lower-class individuals are different. We curse and use crude language as needed. The sense of a sentence doesn't depend on who utters it." Nearly half an hour later, Baron Brignace turned to Lumian and spoke, "Black Scorpion Roger and the others should be under surveillance. There is no immediate danger. You may return to Albert's du Coq d'Or to rest now. Come here at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. I will take you to meet the boss." "All right," Lumian replied with a smile. "Thank you, Baron." He then inquired, "According to the rules, since I was the one who killed Hammer 8, all his belongings belong to me, correct?" "That is correct," Baron Brignace confirmed, displaying a generous nature when it came to such matters. He motioned for Lewis to bring over the black revolver, bullet bag, triangular spike, and stack of intelligence. "These are yours as well." Lumian fastened the holster under his left armpit and stowed away the other items before entering the room where Hammer 8's lifeless body lay. Ensuring no one was tailing him, he squatted down and unbuttoned the corpse's shirt. There he discovered a golden red ball resembling the morning clouds and sunset, with a faint flickering light dancing within. This was a pugilist beyonder characteristic. Lumian happily pocketed it and proceeded to search Hammer 8's pockets. He found 116 Vril d'Or and 17 Coppet notes and coins, along with a pair of boxing gloves made of steel-like material, adorned with several sharp spikes. For Lumian, this bounty far exceeded the satisfaction of hunting Margot. On his way back to Albert's du Coq d'Or, only sporadic gas street lamps illuminated the path. Lumian weaved through the intersecting shadows, sensing pairs of eyes fixated on him. Is Black Scorpion Roger commanding the deceased, or using other beyonder abilities to keep tabs on me? Or am I simply being overly vigilant and imagining things? Lumian muttered, raising his right hand to massage his temples. He activated his spirit vision, but found nothing amiss. The unsettling feeling of being watched gradually faded away. In the 3-story building with a garden at 126th Avenue du Marquet, the imposing Black Scorpion Roger, with his piercing deep blue eyes, and the charming Baldy Harmon walked back through the door. The 10 members of the Poison Spur mob, who had been waiting anxiously, felt the air grow tense and their fear heightened. None of them dared to utter a word, as if they were facing an impending storm. After a tense silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds, Baldy Harmon gritted his teeth and spoke up. "That seal doesn't take us seriously. The Savoy mob has been provoking us repeatedly. They must pay the price." Black Scorpion Roger shared Harmon's sentiment, feeling equally provoked by Seal. He spoke in a low, commanding voice. "We cannot let this matter go unaddressed." "Phew." Roger exhaled heavily and motioned for the other members of the Poison Spur mob to leave. Only Harmon remained, and Roger continued, "But we are being targeted by the police. It is highly likely that official beyonders will be involved. We cannot seek revenge for the time being. Brignace is no ordinary opponent. He is cunning and intelligent. When Monsieur Artois is elected to Parliament, Lady Moon will grant us a new boon. At that time, I will extract Brignace's brain and feed it to the stray dogs. However, we cannot remain idle. When the surveillance on us becomes less vigilant, I will seize the opportunity to assassinate Seal. If the Savoy mob can assassinate our men, then we can do the same to theirs. At a Baird's Ducoke door, Lumian had just reached room 207 when he sensed something. He turned his head and directed his gaze towards the nearby balcony. "Come out," he said with a resigned sigh. Madame Jenna, Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 173, Intelligence on the Boss. With her hair tied up in a simple bun, showy diva emerged from the shadows of the balcony, her eyes adorned with dark shadows and a mole positioned neatly on her nose. Curiosity evident in her voice, she asked, "How did you discover me? How did you know it was me?" Being an assassin, she had mastered the art of utilizing darkness and shadows to conceal her presence. Until now, no one had ever detected her in her previous encounters, making this the first time she had been discovered. Lumian scoffed in response. "Next time you plan on assassinating someone, remember not to wear perfume." After reminding Jenna, he jokingly pointed towards the door of room 207 and said, "I thought you would enter the room yourself, but instead, you waited so politely on the balcony. It's unlike you." "Damn it, I've always been polite," Jenna retorted, feeling a hint of anger at the accusation. After a brief pause, she muttered, "You're cold, sinister, cunning, and devious. You might have set a trap in the room, waiting for someone to walk into it." While speaking, Jenna glanced at Lumian and indignantly said, "I understand how you guessed that I'm an assassin. First, you connected the dots from the perfect infiltration route I provided. Then, you deliberately probed me. F*CK, if I had been calmer, you would have said, 'I'm joking.'" "Madam Jenna, your reflex arc is a little long," Lumian laughed. "What, madam or miss? You're not one to be polite either." "Just call me Jenna," she controlled her urge to curse and curiously asked, "What's a reflex arc?" She had a feeling it wasn't something favorable, but she couldn't quite grasp its meaning. "Miss, did you complete your compulsory education?" Lumian criticized. As he opened the door, he casually explained, "For instance, you, Franca, Baron Brignaise, and Hammer 8 hear me telling a joke simultaneously." Franca and Baron Brignaise burst into laughter instantly, but it takes you a whole day to find me and say, how funny." "Damn it. You bastard." Jenna finally realized she had been mocked. Following Lumian into room 207, she asked in confusion, "What about Hammer 8? Why isn't he laughing?" Lumian turned his head and solemnly glanced at her. Dead people don't laugh. Jenna was momentarily taken aback before she burst into laughter, her body swaying slightly. You truly have a sense of humor," she intermittently expressed amidst her laughter. Lumian ignited the carbide lamp in the room and settled on the edge of the bed. He inquired, "What brings you to Baird's Ducoke door?" "I've come to retrieve my gun." Jenna shut the door behind her and dragged over the old, worn armchair. Placing it in front of her, she sat down, resting her elbows on the backrest. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity she couldn't conceal. "So you managed to eliminate Hammer 8. You're even more formidable than I had imagined. But don't tell me how you did it just yet. Let me take a guess. You asked me about the size of the washroom. That means you intended to exploit the environment there. F*CK. I've got it. You have that pervert sedative on hand. It's perfect for a place like the washroom. It's like trapping a pigeon. Damn it, I can imagine Hammer 8's desperate expression as he struggled, realizing his strength was dwindling. The thugs outside couldn't enter, and they didn't dare to shoot randomly. The more Jenna spoke, the more animated she became, as if she were the one who had carried out the assassination of Hammer 8. "At least you have some wits about you," Lumian begrudgingly acknowledged. Jenna waved her hand and peered at Lumian. "What I can't figure out is why you weren't affected by the sedative. Did you smell that bottle of shit beforehand? Can its effects last that long?" Lumian simply smiled. "I recall something you once said. Avoid seeing what I shouldn't, hearing what I shouldn't, and asking questions I shouldn't." Jenna glared at Lumian in frustration and refrained from further probing. Lumian produced her compact revolver and tossed it to her. Jenna caught it deftly and let out a chuckle. "You didn't even dare to come up to me and return it in person?" She smacked her lips and clicked her tongue. "Is there something about me that frightens you?" In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to teasing Lumian when they first met. Lumian appraised her. "You're quite audacious to enter a male stranger's room dressed like this in the middle of the night." Jenna was dressed as she typically would for her evening performances. Her white blouse revealed a generous amount of her chest, and her off-white fluffy short skirt didn't provide much coverage as her legs spread on either side of the backrest. Jenna deliberately covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. I was defenseless down in the underground, yet you didn't make a move, let alone now. Do you still hold on to your virginity? Need some help? A mature and beautiful sister can show you the wonders of the adult world. As she spoke, she intentionally lowered her body, revealing her cleavage to Lumian. Lumian didn't flinch and observed calmly. Who would be frightened by such a thing? Jenna's expectation of a fleeting gaze and a flushed expression from Lumian gradually transformed into discomfort. She sat up straight and muttered, "Lame coward." In the next instant, Lumian stood up abruptly. Jenna's expression underwent a sudden change. "What are you planning to do?" Lumian's lips curled into a smirk as he turned toward the wooden table. "Just pouring some light beer." "Fancy a glass?" A Baird's Ducobe door didn't offer the option of boiling water. The tenants either drank tap water or resorted to light beer as a substitute. "No thanks." Jenna let out a relieved sigh. Lumian took a few swigs of light beer and redirected the conversation. "How can you be so certain that you're older than me? I saw your wanted poster at Frankus." "Well, hello there, Lumian. You're not even 18 yet, while I've already reached 21. Jenna's satisfaction started to surface. "Is your mental age only 12? Lumian taunted before inquiring, "How did you come to know the infiltration route to that room?" Franca had long harbored the desire to carry out an assassination against the poison spur mob. Jenna pursed her lips and replied, "I've been gathering intelligence for nearly a month, awaiting the perfect opportunity to assassinate Margot. But you beat me to it." Margot had previously overseen the Salle de Gristmill. "Do you hold a grudge against Margot?" Lumian asked. "He didn't do anything to me." Jenna lowered her gaze slightly. "When I first arrived in the market district, searching for singing opportunities in various dance halls, I encountered another showy diva singer. She was a few years older than me and took me under her wing. She even helped refine my singing and guided me towards a chance to perform. Over a month ago, Margot violated her. King, damn it. Did he think all showy divas were open for his taking? Afterward, she left the market district. I later heard she was committed to an asylum. That was when I pleaded with Franca to obtain beyond her powers and assist her." Lumian fell silent for a few moments before speaking again. "You see, one mustn't hesitate. When I made up my mind to kill Margot that morning, I carried out the deed that very night." Jenna found herself both enraged and entertained. "Well, everyone has their own style." Lumian changed the subject. "Tomorrow morning, Baron Brignaise will take me to meet the boss. Do you have any insights on what kind of person he is?" Jenna pondered for a moment before responding. "I've never met him personally, but I've heard Franca mention a few things. He resides in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative. He's a bit of a pervert and has a fondness for women, but he's not twisted. His tastes are quite King normal, and every one of his partners matches Franca's preferences. He's a merchant by trade. He owns a depot near the steam locomotive station and holds significant shares in the nearby wrist docks. He also runs a freight company and a construction firm, providing employment opportunities for many Savoyards. You might not know this, but when the Poison Spur mob first gained power, they had a major conflict with the Savoy mob. All the laborers from the depot and the dock workers took to the streets. It was like a protest. A considerable number of people. If armed, they could form an army. Lumian motioned for Jenna to continue. Jenna pulled her collar up slightly. Franca mentioned that he's quite amiable, even with common laborers. Don't be deceived by his appearance. His goal is to make others drop their guard around him. He's cunning and highly intelligent. He enjoys playing mind games with others. Don't provoke him, or Franco won't be able to protect you. He wields significant power. It seems he's adept at fire manipulation and possesses some mystical artifact. Adept at fire manipulation. A Sequence 7 pyromaniac of the Hunter pathway? No, Franca mentioned that he's incredibly powerful, and Franca is likely a Sequence 7 Witch of the Demonist pathway. If she made such an assessment, it's probable that the boss of the Savoy mob is more than just a Sequence 7. The Poison Spur mob's Black Scorpion Roger is the boss with a boon equivalent to a Sequence 7. A heretic spellmaster might not necessarily defeat a witch. Franca could easily be a mob boss herself, yet she willingly becomes this person's mistress. I wonder if she has ulterior motives or if his strength and background truly surpass Franca's. Lumian's thoughts raced as he analyzed the situation. Jenna stood up. You better dress like a man tomorrow. Don't be like Baron Brignaise. The boss prefers aggressive subordinates who resemble wolf dogs. Is that so? Lumian scoffed. I'm afraid I'll appear overly aggressive. Jenna rolled her eyes. That's right. You saved my life, yet there are times when I can't help but want to slap you. Anyway, don't go too far. She reattached her holster to her calf and headed towards the door, yawning openly. I'm heading back now. Sigh, I won't be able to perform at the Salle de Grist mill for the time being. Why do you still live in such a lousy room? Although her own accommodations weren't great either, they were still much better than Aubaird's du Coq d'Or. Lumian smirked once again. This is my turf. Heh. Jenna didn't say anything further. She entered the dimly lit corridor and vanished from sight. Lumian freshened up and settled into bed. Thoughts of meeting the boss of the Savoy mob the next day gradually lulled him into sleep. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 174, Reward. At 10:30 in the morning on the following day, Baron Brignais rendezvoused with Lumian on the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise. Lumian had chosen a simple attire for the day, donning a linen shirt, a black waistcoat, and brown trousers. His cuffs were rolled up to his elbows, and he sported a wide-brimmed brown hat. This ensemble lent him an air of casualness, almost uncouth. Baron Brignais observed it for a few moments, but refrained from commenting. Instead, he merely reminded Lumian, once we meet the boss, it's best to keep your words to a minimum. Understood, Lumian replied, tipping his wide-brimmed hat. Accompanied by Lumian alone, Baron Brignais did not bring Louis and the others. He led Lumian downstairs and directed him towards a four-seater carriage awaiting them at the entrance. Within half an hour, the carriage navigated through Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative and halted on a comparably tranquil street. The terrain in this area stood higher than its surroundings. Detached villas, predominantly white, beige, and grayish-blue, dotted the landscape. Each boasted a front lawn and a rear garden enclosed by barbed iron fences. Lumian's gaze scanned the street signs, revealing the name Rue de Fontaines. Following Baron Brignais, Lumian arrived at 11 Rue de Fontaines and watched as the Baron pulled on the rope hanging beside the gated entrance. Before long, a valet of southern continent origin approached and opened the iron gates. Monsieur Martin awaits you in his study, the dark-skinned valet remarked, his tone laced with arrogance. Without waiting for Baron Brignais and Lumian's response, the valet turned on his heel and strolled along a cement path flanked by 2 green lawns spacious enough for 3 carriages. After crossing the lawns, Lumian and Baron Brignais reached the grayish-white 3-story villa. The villa's door swung open, revealing a man in a black suit and a dark bow tie, typical butler attire, standing in the doorway. Baron Brignais hastened his steps and greeted the man with a smile. Good morning, Faustino. Good morning, Brignais. Faustino, a man in his 50s, replied with a smile. Baron Brignais introduced him to Lumian, saying, This is Monsieur Martin's butler, Monsieur Faustino. Lumian greeted Faustino in the usual manner, maintaining proper decorum. Faustino nodded and offered no further words. Leading them through a hallway adorned with a resplendent crystal chandelier, resembling a dance floor, he guided them into a room lined with bookshelves. Along the way, Lumian surveyed his surroundings, noting an array of oil paintings and an assortment of weapons adorning the walls, single-handed swords, broadswords, hammers, spears, and short bows. The half-tall wooden platform that ought to have showcased vases and sculptures was instead occupied by silver-white suits of armor, stirrups, breastplates, and other items. An enthusiast of cold weapons, Lumian thought, retracting his gaze before entering the study. Behind the desk, positioned beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, stood a man who measured nearly 1.8 meters in height. His hair, typical black as found in Intis, exhibited a few silver strands near his temples. He appeared to be in his early 40s, possessed strong facial features, and his slightly reddened eyes contrasted with his otherwise brown irises. The man possessed full cheeks that contrasted with his sharply defined features. Wrinkles were conspicuously absent from his countenance, and he exuded a relatively amiable temperament. He resembled a businessman who would effortlessly flash a smile before uttering a single word. In that moment, he wore a white shirt and a formal black suit, devoid of a bow tie or necktie. Good morning, Monsieur Martin. Baron Brignais's expression turned respectful. After Lumian offered his greetings, Gardner Martin smiled and let out a sigh. So young, aren't you? I'm beginning to understand Emperor Roselle's words. Heroes often exhibit a different demeanor from others when they are young. Should I address you as Lumian or Seal? Seal, Lumian replied respectfully. As Gardner Martin strolled away from the floor-to-ceiling windows, he offered warm praise. In just a week, you've slain 2 Sequence 8 Beyonders and gravely injured a Sequence 9. I couldn't have achieved such feats at your age. What's your sequence? Sequence 8, Provoker. Lumian responded candidly. Gardner Martin expressed great satisfaction with Lumian's frankness. He nodded and remarked, "What I said earlier wasn't quite comprehensive. When I was a Sequence 8, I couldn't have accomplished what you did." "Very well. Our Savoy mob could use an exceptional lad like you." Without waiting for Lumian's reply, he proceeded to ask, "Did you find anything noteworthy on Hammer 8? This person is aware of the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation. Judging by his demeanor, even if he isn't aware of conservation, he believes that human Beyonders are akin to Beyonder creatures. They manifest Beyonder characteristics upon death, or some residual parts or ingredients that can be employed in potion brewing." Lumian contemplated for a moment and withheld nothing. From his pocket, he produced a fist-sized sphere resembling the morning clouds and the evening sun. "I found this." Gardner Martin regarded it with approval. "Excellent. Sell it to me. It holds no value for you." "How about 18,000 Vroldor? That's considerably higher than the 15,000 Vroldor at Mr. K's gathering." Lumian pretended to be unaware of the exact price of the Beyonder characteristics. "Is it truly worth 18,000 Vroldor?" Baron Brignaise, standing beside Lumian, couldn't fathom what peculiar object had prompted his boss to offer such a sum. Something from Hammer 8? An ingredient employed for advancement? Or do Beyonders resemble Beyonder creatures? Baron Brignaise entertained numerous speculations in an instant. He suddenly regretted agreeing to surrender all of Hammer 8's possessions to Seal the previous night in order to preserve his dignity. Gardner Martin boisterously chuckled. "It is indeed precious, but I'm offering a premium. Consider it your reward." He then turned to Butler Faustino and instructed, "Go and fetch 18,000 in cash. Avoid denominations that are too large." Lumian harbored no objections to selling the pugilist Beyonder characteristic to Martin. He had intended to sell it at Mr. K's gathering. His hope was to amass funds to acquire a mystical item capable of countering adverse effects, compensating for his lack of mysticism means or serving as a disguise. Taking the pugilist Beyonder characteristic from Seal and toying with it for a few seconds, Gardner Martin addressed Baron Brignaise. "Despite Seal's tender age, he has already rendered significant services to our Savoy mob and possesses remarkable strength. It is time for him to assume more substantial responsibilities." "Yes, you are already burdened with the usury business and the other shops on Avenue du Marquet. It is no easy task. Get Seal to assist you in managing Salle de Balbrise. Allocate some personnel to support him so he doesn't have to rely solely on himself." Baron Brignaise's facial muscles twitched ever so slightly. He suppressed his discontent and disappointment and replied, "Very well, Monsieur Martin." Salle de Balbrise was a veritable gold mine, and he was reluctant to let go of it. If not for Monsieur Martin's direct order, he would have chosen to hand over the Avenue du Marquet business to Seal and suggested transferring some of the henchmen from Giant Simon and Blood Palm Black. Lumian sensed the strain in his relationship with Baron Brignaise. He couldn't deceive him as effortlessly as before. There might even be clashes and conflicts in the future. Gardner Martin turned to Lumian and instructed, "Take good care of Salle de Balbrise. If you perform well, I will entrust you with more significant ventures." "Thank you, Monsieur Martin," Lumian replied, lowering his head and feigning delight. On the way back to Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman, Baron Brignaise seemed to regain his composure. He engaged in occasional conversations with Lumian regarding the Savoy mob, displaying politeness, courtesy, and refinement. Lumian was more preoccupied with the small cloth bag brimming with 18,000 Vroldor. With that sum, he could acquire a modest apartment in Quartier de l'Observatoire. In the Dirige region, it was akin to owning a villa in a decent neighborhood. Upon entering Salle de Balbrise, Louis and the others approached Lumian. Before they could speak, Baron Brignaise drew from his mahogany pipe and announced, "Louis Sarcoda from this day forth follow Seal. He is now in charge of Salle de Balbrise." Louis, whose forehead bruises had mostly faded, and Sarcoda, whose brownish-red hair exhibited slight natural curls, revealed expressions of shock and confusion. They were aware that Seal would be rewarded, but they never anticipated him taking over Salle de Balbrise and themselves being assigned to him. He was now a true leader of the Savoy mob. Ignoring his subordinates' reactions, Baron Brignaise smiled at Lumian and stated, "Leave me an office on the second floor. I require it for the usury business." "Very well," Lumian responded without objection. After a brief handover, Baron Brignaise led two thugs to address some trouble concerning the usury business. Lumian ascended to the second floor, intending to inquire about Sal de Balbreeze's operations. Lewis leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. Boss, Red Boots is in your office. I wonder if she's here for you or the Baron. Would you like to meet her? Red Boots, Franca? Lumian nodded subtly. Where is my office? Lewis hurriedly guided his new boss through the cafe and into the corridor on the second floor, reaching a room at the end. Right here, he indicated, pointing to the dark red wooden door. Lumian nodded, grasped the handle, and pushed the door open. The first thing that greeted his eyes were a pair of vibrant red boots, elegantly placed on a brown wooden desk. Adorning the boots were a pair of off-white breeches, and higher still, a white blouse for ladies adorned with a multitude of embroidered flowers and vine-like patterns on the cuffs and collar. Over it, she wore a slender black and white checkered vest. Continuing upward, Lumian's gaze fell upon a graceful, smooth neck, followed by lips painted a delicate shade of red, a sharp, refined nose, eyebrows that arched toward the temples, and eyes sparkling with a vibrant, cheerful lake-like hue completed the picture. Her long flaxen hair was artfully tied up in a high ponytail. Seated upon a swivel chair that had once belonged to Baron Brignaise, Red Boots, Franca nonchalantly rested her feet on the edge of the desk, as if it were her own personal territory. Lord of Mysteries 2, Circle of Inevitability. Chapter 175, Hidden Blade. Lumian stepped into the room, shutting the door behind him, the dark redwood closing off the outside world. He turned to Franca and asked, Are you here to see the Baron or me? Franca leaned back in the chair, stretching her body. However, the swivel chair tilted slightly, leaving the ground and wobbling uncertainly. Care to guess why I'm here? For you or him? Her voice cut through the air, clear and distinct, in stark contrast to her elegant appearance and demeanor. Gardner initially wanted you to be Brignaise's deputy to see if you were capable of handling more than just fighting. I told him then that Brignaise hasn't been very obedient lately. Lumian nodded, a sudden realization dawning on him. Aurora was right. A comment made in bed could play a significant role. His confusion from earlier on Rue de Fontaine's began to dissipate. How could the boss be so generous as to take away one of Baron Brignaise's most prized property and hand it over to an outsider like him? Salle de Balbreeze was the most popular dance hall in the entire market district. Initially, Lumian had contemplated mocking Franca's masculine sitting posture, but the thought of her true gender made him reconsider. He clicked his tongue and remarked, So I should be thanking you? No need for that. After all, you saved Jenna, Franca replied, smiling as she shook her right foot on her left ankle. I came here for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to assure you that I understand the distinction between kindness and animosity. I will surely repay kindness. Second, I wanted to warn you not to harbor any intentions toward Jenna. The latter half of her sentence carried a clear warning that she would seek revenge for any offense. Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. Are you lacking confidence? If you manage to make Jenna infatuated with you, nothing I do will change your feelings. Had Lumian not known about the potential gender transformation through the Demonist pathway, he might have taunted Franca, asking if her confidence solely relied on her dick. He might have mocked her insecurity and her need to caution an unrelated individual. What did she think Jenna was? Someone who would easily change her heart. Lumian could almost visualize Jenna treating Franca as a friend rather than a lover. Gradually, Franca's smile faded. She withdrew her feet and rose from her chair. Despite being slightly shorter than Lumian, she stood at an impressive height of almost 1.75 meters, a rarity among Intisian women. Franca circled the desk, drawing closer to Lumian. A smirk formed on her lips as she said, If you're in need of women, I can introduce you to some of my top dancers. And if they don't catch your fancy, how about me? As she spoke, she gently hooked her hand around Lumian's chin, lowering it slowly. Lumian's heart remained calm, undisturbed like a still lake. The realization that this woman may have once been a man had extinguished any desire within him. He simply resisted, firmly gripping Franca's right hand and offering a smile. I'm afraid the boss would have me sleeping with the fishes at the bottom of the Srenzo River. Changing the topic, Lumian continued, So you swing both ways? Men and women. Franca withdrew her hand, straightened up, and offered a smile. I used to fancy girls exclusively, but after giving it a try with a man, I realized it's not half bad. It brings about a different sensation. Life's too short to impose limits upon oneself. Break free from unnecessary restrictions and explore. You'll have more fun and live a truly different life. It seems as if Franca had indeed been a man in the past. Is she now a Sequence 7 witch? And why did her last sentence sound so familiar? In the midst of his pondering, Lumian responded to Franca. I don't hold any special feelings for Jenna, nor do I intend to. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Very well. Franca strode toward the door. Just as her hand reached for the handle, Lumian's memory was suddenly jogged, and he finally recalled the source of Franca's words. It had been mentioned by Aurora in his dream. She spoke of a member of the curly-haired baboons research society who had contemplated the idea of becoming an assassin and had consumed the corresponding potion. However, at the witch sequence, he found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to undergo a gender transformation. Another member of the society had advised him, saying, "Life is short, why not give it a try?" It was the very essence of what Franca had condensed into those words. Lumian's heart stirred as he gazed upon Franca's graceful figure. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Life is short, why not give it a try?" Franca's hand froze on the doorknob, and she stood there, as if struck by lightning. After a few seconds, she spun around, locking her gaze with Lumian's, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Who are you? What's your code name?" This reaction. It appears my guess was correct. Lumian felt a surge of delight followed by a sinking feeling in his heart. I'm Muggle's brother. Upon hearing Seal accurately mention the code name of one of the members of the curly-haired baboons research society, Franca breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm not sure if your sister mentioned me, but my code name is Hidden Blade. I belong to the same secret organization as her. No, she must have mentioned me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be familiar with that phrase. Damn it all, what the hell is happening? Lumian shut his eyes and spoke with a resolute tone. She never mentioned your code name or identity because I chose the Hunter pathway. When she reminded me about the neighboring Demonist pathway and its potential for gender transformation, she used your experience as an example. So, you do know. Franca felt a strong urge to disappear into the depths of the sewers. Despite having adapted to her current form and overcoming her self-imposed limitations, her newfound enjoyment with men was contingent upon her previous gender remaining a secret. The notion that Seal knew about her past as a man and her penchant for intimate relations with men ignited a dangerous thought within her. The dead can keep secrets. The dead will forget. The dead won't mock me. After a few seconds, Franca let out a slow exhale and said, It would be wise for you to forget this. If you weren't Muggle's brother, I would have ensured your permanent disappearance. At that moment, she projected her true, masculine side, casting her gaze toward the future. Let me enlighten you about the Hunter pathway. It, too, involves a gender change. I paid a steep price to acquire this knowledge. Unlike demonesses, Hunters transition from women to men. It likely occurs at sequence 4. When the time comes, I will switch paths, become a hunter, and reclaim my male form. Is that so? Hunters symbolize males, while demonesses represent females. No wonder they are neighboring paths. Lumian restrained his emotions and let out a chuckle. When that time arrives, how will you face the men you were once intimately involved with? Franca's expression turned smug as she unveiled her well-devised plan. I will administer them the witch potion. If they are Beyonders unable to transition to the Demonist pathway, I will find a way to transform the characteristics of a witch-bounded characteristic into mystical items for them to wear. And then, when the time is ripe, hee. Madam, you're somewhat deranged. Lumian dared not further provoke the Red Boots. This individual seemed capable of anything. As he expected, Franca issued a threat. I'll emphasize once again, it's in your best interest to forget about this matter and refrain from harboring any intentions toward Jenna. Otherwise, I will apprehend you and force the witch potion down your throat. Though sequence May 7th not grant the ability to switch pathways, it does make one even more dangerous. It might not result in half-crazed madness or loss of control. Visualizing such a scenario, Lumian hastened to nod and made a solemn pledge. You are my sister's friend. I will surely keep your secret. Franca relaxed and inquired about Muggle. Where is Muggle? Is she also in Trier? Is she strikingly beautiful in reality? Lumian fell into silence. After a few seconds, he spoke in a hoarse voice. She passed away. You must have seen the wanted posters. In that calamity, Franca parted her lips, but no words escaped them. She returned to Lumian's side and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. After a moment, Franca dabbed at the corners of her eyes and spoke. Ever since I became a woman, it seems my tear ducts have become more active. I can't fathom that Muggle departed from us so suddenly. Whenever we gathered, she exuded gentleness, brilliance, humor, and kindness. Though I've never laid eyes on her true form, I believe she must be incredibly beautiful. With a regained composure, Lumian gazed at Franca and said, Madam Hidden Blade, I request that you keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Do not divulge it to other members of your organization. It could impact my investigation into the truth behind the catastrophe. In a slightly nasal tone, Franca replied, No problem. Lumian observed Franca's shimmering eyes resembling tranquil lakes and contemplated before posing his next question. How many encounters did you have with my sister over the past year? Only once. Why do you ask? Franca inquired, puzzled. Lumian continued, Did she exhibit any peculiar behavior or interact with any unusual individuals? No, Franca shook her head. It was a regular gathering where we exchanged knowledge of mysticism and traded items. We belong to different factions. She's part of the Academy, and I am affiliated with the Sanctuary. Our gatherings rarely coincide. Lumian refrained from further inquiries. Seeking to gain something from the situation, he spoke with a mindset of extracting information. Madam Hidden Blade, I am currently studying the grimoire left behind by my sister, but there are numerous sections that elude my understanding. Might I seek your guidance? Certainly. Franca disclosed her address. I reside in the penthouse at 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, room 601. You can find me during Jenna's performances. Every evening, unless I am at Rue de Fontaines or visiting various dance halls, I will be at home. Also, please refrain from using my code name. Just refer to me as Franca. Why does it feel like we're engaged in a clandestine affair behind Jenna's back? Lumian criticized inwardly, feeling perplexed. He voiced his puzzlement. Franca, you possess the backing of that secret organization, and you are not lacking in strength yourself. Why did you join the mob? Franca grinned and playfully winked her left eye. Secret?